In the quiet corners of history lie tales seldom told, forged by human resilience and defeat. This is one such story. The epic we now share traverses the river of time, revealing pivotal moments that change the world. Let us embark on this journey, returning to that ancient age forgotten yet still resonating in our present. Imagine a boy named Temujin, born upon the harsh Mongolian steppe. Constantly threatened by hostile tribes, he fought daily for survival. This is the tale of how that youth grew into Genghis Khan. He forged the largest land empire in history. At its zenith, the Mongol Empire covered 16% of the world's landmass, surpassing any previous empire. Today, we explore how Genghis Khan and the Mongol warriors achieved this miracle. They conquered vast territories, establishing an empire stretching from the Pacific to Eastern Europe. Stay tuned to discover the alliance system, military genius, and iron will that forged this legendary rise. We begin with Temujin's ascent. Tracing the origins of the Mongol Empire, we encounter Temujin. This youth would grow into the renowned Genghis Khan, born into a world rife with danger and betrayal. Not only did this child survive, but he forged the mightiest fighting force in history. The answer lay in his shrewd strategy, profound resilience, and a clear vision that would alter the world. Temujin's early years were shaped by the harsh realities of the steppe-born. Around 1162, his childhood was marked by hardship and struggle. The steppe was a place of fierce competition. Rival tribes waged constant warfare for power and resources. For the young Temujin, survival was a daily challenge. A pivotal turning point came at the age of 9. His father Yasuge was poisoned by a rival tribe, plunging the family into vulnerability. Following this tragedy, his father's allies deserted them, deeming it unnecessary to aid a widow and her young children. This betrayal forced Temujin, his mother, Hulun and his siblings, into the depths of destitution and exile. Throughout these trying years, Hulun played a pivotal role in Temujin's survival and development. A resilient and astute woman, she taught her children the skills of foraging and subsistence. Her influence on Temujin proved profound, imbuing him with an unyielding will and a deep appreciation for the value of loyalty. Life in exile was exceptionally harsh. The family subsisted on hunting small game and gathering wild fruits and roots, constantly threatened by rival tribes, including those of their own kin. Such hardship honed Temujin's survival skills and cultivated his ability to discern human nature and political situations. These qualities proved invaluable in his future campaigns. The most pivotal turning point in Temujin's youth came when he was captured as a slave by a hostile tribe. He demonstrated the cunning and resilience that would later define him, successfully escaping. This ordeal demonstrated his resilience and profoundly revealed the fragility of tribal society. As Temujin matured, he began forging alliances that became pivotal to his rise. The earliest and most crucial bond was with his childhood friend Temujin, who would later become both ally and adversary. This friendship taught Temujin the hardships of leadership and the true nature of loyalty. The tribulations of his youth nurtured within him a vision to unify the Mongol tribes. He witnessed firsthand the fragility and turmoil wrought by endless tribal warfare and betrayal. This experience cemented his conviction. Only through unity could the Mongol people attain greatness and tranquility. Temujin's early life served as a crucible, forging the extraordinary vision that would later define Genghis Khan. His wisdom on survival, loyalty, and leadership sprang from the heavy baptism of betrayal, hardship, and resilience. These formative experiences honed 3 defining abilities: the charisma to inspire loyalty, masterful tactical acumen, and a grand vision for unifying the Mongol people. Unifying the Mongol tribes was Temujin's first step. He began by securing the allegiance of smaller tribes. He understood that establishing a power base required not only military might, but also prudent alliances and diplomatic skill. Temujin began cultivating relationships with key tribal leaders, often cementing these bonds through marriage agreements. This not only strengthened his position, but also built a network of loyal supporters who would prove crucial in future conflicts. As Temujin's influence expanded, he encountered resistance from major tribal confederations. The Merkit and Tatars tribes, long-standing adversaries of Temujin's clan, posed the greatest threat. Temujin confronted these challenges head-on. A series of campaigns demonstrated his military prowess and command abilities. His tactics often employed the strategy of dividing forces, exploiting enemy weaknesses to achieve swift and precise victories. These triumphs enabled Temujin's territories to expand continuously further, demonstrating his military prowess and attracting more followers. Genghis Khan's most revolutionary concept was abandoning traditional tribal ties in favour of rewarding loyalty and ability. In a society where birth determined status, he pioneered a system valuing merit, loyalty, and contributions to the collective. This meritocracy enabled outstanding individuals from all strata to rise to prominence, forming a diverse and efficient leadership group. It also dismantled traditional tribal barriers, fostering greater allegiance to Genghis Khan's vision than to clan lineage. The pinnacle of Genghis Khan's unification efforts came at the Great Kurultai, tribal assembly. In 1206, people from diverse Mongol tribes gathered here to determine their future. At this historic moment, Genghis Khan was proclaimed Chinggis Khan. This title signified universal ruler. It represented not merely personal achievement, but marked the birth of a unified Mongol nation, poised to meet the world's challenges. Having consolidated his position, Genghis Khan initiated legal and social reforms to stabilize Mongol society. He promulgated the Yasa Code, a legal system regulating everything from military discipline to social conduct. These laws effectively reduced internal conflict, forging a more cohesive society. Genghis Khan also revolutionized the military by introducing a decimal organizational structure. Troops were organized into units of 10, 100, 1,000 and 10,000. This design enhanced coordinated combat capabilities, transforming the Mongol army into an unstoppable fighting force. Genghis Khan's unification of the Mongol tribes had profound implications. He transformed the discord among nomadic tribes into a disciplined, unified military power, heralding the dawn of large-scale conquest. The unified Mongols consolidated resources, manpower, and military wisdom, soon directing their focus outward. This laid the groundwork for conquests that would reshape the world. Genghis Khan's birth signalled the Mongol nation's readiness to act. Yet a crucial element remained unresolved. Under what title would Temujin alter his own destiny and that of his people? Genghis Khan was not merely a title. It was the cornerstone upon which an empire was built. In 1206, the Great Khan's Council convened upon the banks of the Onon River. This assembly of Mongol tribes became a pivotal turning point in history. Here Temujin, unifier of the tribes, was bestowed a title destined to be etched into the annals of time. Genghis Khan. The name Genghis Khan carries profound significance, often translated as Lord of the World. This title was no mere ornament. It signified Temujin's absolute authority over all Mongol tribes and his grand vision for world domination. The transition from Temujin to Genghis Khan was far more than a name change. It heralded the dawn of a new era for his people. Embracing his new title, Genghis Khan set about restructuring Mongol society. He implemented a merit-based reform, overturning the existing social structure. Birth no longer determined one's standing in life. Instead, ability, loyalty, and contributions to the collective became the core criteria for measuring worth. This meritocracy enabled talented individuals from any background to rise to prominence, thus forging a diverse and elite leadership group. Under Genghis Khan's rule, the military underwent a profound transformation. He implemented a decimal system organising troops into units of 10, 100, 1,000 and 10,000. This design significantly enhanced coordinated combat effectiveness, transforming the Mongol army into an invincible fighting force. The new system ensured rapid deployment and efficient command, becoming pivotal elements in Mongolia's future military triumphs. To consolidate his rule and establish a cross-tribal order, Genghis Khan formulated the comprehensive Yasa Code. This code encompassed diverse domains from military regulations to social conduct. It established judicial and governance frameworks, reducing internal conflict and fostering social cohesion. The Yasa Code became the pillar of Mongol administrative systems. As the empire expanded, its influence extended far beyond the steppe frontiers. Genghis Khan's leadership coalesced the fragmented Mongol tribes into a disciplined, unified force. The national identity he forged transcended ancient tribal bonds. This nascent unity endowed the Mongols with shared objectives and collective strength. This became pivotal to their future conquests. Genghis Khan's reforms profoundly reshaped Mongol society. The principle of meritocracy over hereditary succession opened new avenues for social mobility. Military restructuring forged a more elite fighting force. The Yasa Code established a stable legal framework. Collectively, these reforms laid the foundation for the Mongol Empire's rapid expansion. Genghis Khan's early initiatives paved the way for territorial conquest. By forging a unified, disciplined and highly motivated army, he enabled the Mongols to venture far beyond their ancestral lands. The transformation from a confederation of nomadic tribes to a centralized state with formidable military machinery was thus complete. The unified Mongol regime was merely the beginning. Genghis Khan's true genius lay in his pioneering methods of warfare. His strategy forged the nomadic cavalry into the most fearsome fighting force in history. The Mongol army under Genghis Khan became renowned for its ingenious military tactics. These tactics set them apart from their adversaries. The core of their success lay in deploying highly mobile cavalry units. They specialized in rapid maneuvering and efficient communication. Mongol horsemen mastered equestrian skills from childhood and could shoot arrows with precision while galloping. This ability enabled them to execute hit-and-run tactics, showering enemies with arrows before swift withdrawal. Their cavalry's mobility also ensured rapid assembly and superior maneuverability over large, sluggish armies. The communication system was crucial for remotely directing these high-speed forces. The Mongols established an efficient courier and signal flag system. This enabled swift transmission of orders across the battlefield. Even when forces were dispersed, they could rapidly adapt to new situations while maintaining overall coordination. Genghis Khan was a master of psychological warfare. Mongols routinely spread tales of terror before battle to demoralize enemy troops. They deliberately exaggerated tales of conquest to forge a fearsome reputation, deterring future adversaries. This strategy often led to cities surrendering without a fight, conserving manpower and reducing Mongol losses. Intelligence gathering and forward deployment formed the core of Mongol warfare. Genghis Khan placed paramount importance on pre-battle reconnaissance of enemy positions and vulnerabilities. Scouts were routinely dispatched to survey terrain and map the landscape. Their highly mobile cavalry could swiftly traverse vast territories, maintaining constant strategic pressure on enemy forces in a region where settlements were often isolated by expansive deserts or mountain ranges. This mobility proved indispensable. Psychological warfare, a hallmark of Mongol strategy, played a pivotal role in their Central Asian campaign. The Mongol reputation for military might spread far and wide, often compelling cities to surrender without a fight. Those who resisted faced the full fury of the Mongol army, serving as a stern warning to potential rebels. The siege of Bukhara in 1220 demonstrated the ingenuity of Mongol strategy. Despite its formidable walls, the city fell within mere days. The Mongols employed a dual approach of psychological tactics and military skill to crush the defenders. Bukhara's fall sent shockwaves across Central Asia, demonstrating the futility of resisting Mongol advances. Samarkand, another jewel of Central Asia, swiftly followed suit. Its capture not only yielded immense wealth, but also provided the Mongols with highly skilled artisans and scholars. Genghis Khan, well aware of the value of knowledge and craftsmanship, frequently pardoned those possessing practical skills, integrating them into his expanding empire. As Mongol forces advanced deep into Central Asia's heartland, they encountered a melting pot of cultures and religions. Renowned for religious tolerance, Genghis Khan permitted conquered peoples to retain their faiths and customs. This policy both stabilized newly subjugated territories and facilitated the empire's assimilation of diverse ethnic groups. The conquest of Central Asia proved a turning point for the Mongol Empire, transforming them from formidable military power into a truly transcontinental superpower. By controlling trade routes such as the Silk Road, the Mongols dominated and profited from commerce between East and West. This economic power fueled the empire's continued expansion and consolidated its rule over vast territories. Samarkand, the jewel of Central Asia, was a city of legend. Its very name evoked images of exotic bazaars, magnificent palaces and streets said to be paved with gold. For centuries, this Silk Road hub had drawn merchants from east and west, where goods and ideas intermingled. Its strategic location and abundant wealth made it the foremost target for Genghis Khan's imperial ambitions. Yet Samarkand was no easy city to capture. Its defences were renowned throughout the land. The city walls were impregnable, while watchtowers pierced the sky, allowing garrison troops to spot approaching armies from miles away. The garrison, well equipped and rigorously trained, could withstand prolonged siege. All anticipated Samarkand would become the final bastion to repel the Mongol hordes. Yet Genghis Khan never shied from a challenge. He understood that conquering this city was essential to cement Mongol dominance over Central Asia and its lucrative trade routes. The Khan's military genius would face its ultimate test against this impregnable stronghold. In 1220, the Mongol hordes swept through Central Asia and reached Samarkand. An eerie silence during their march was unsettling. The calm before the storm sowed unease among the garrison. Genghis Khan's first move was not a direct assault, but a masterclass in psychological warfare. Mongols paraded captured soldiers and residents from nearby towns before Samarkand's walls. This terrifying display served a dual purpose: to demoralize the defenders while gathering intelligence. Interrogating prisoners within earshot of the walls yielded invaluable intelligence on Samarkand's fortifications and supplies. Genghis Khan then deployed a strategy proven effective in past sieges. He ordered his men to light thousands of campfires at night, far exceeding the number required for their actual troop strength. This simple ruse created the illusion of a vast army, further shattering the defenders' will to resist. When psychological pressure reached its zenith, the Mongols launched their assault. They combined traditional siege equipment with innovative tactics. Ballistae hurled massive stones at the walls, while Mongol engineers undermined the foundations. Archery fire was sustained, preventing defenders from effectively manning the ramparts. One of the Mongols' most potent tactics involved human shields. Captives were forced to walk ahead of Mongol soldiers, placing defenders in a dilemma: either shoot their own people or allow the enemy to advance unhindered. This brutal strategy often paralysed the defenders, enabling the Mongols to seize crucial positions. Despite this, Samarkand's defences held for several days. The garrison fought valiantly, repelling the Mongol assaults repeatedly. Yet as the siege dragged on, Samarkand's resolve began to waver. provisions and water dwindled and the toll of sustained psychological pressure became evident. The turning point came when a contingent of Turkic mercenaries within the city defected. They opened the gates, allowing the Mongol forces to surge into Samarkand like a flood. The defenders attempted to seal the breach, but amidst the chaos it was too late. The Mongol hordes swept through the once impregnable city like a torrent bursting its banks. For Genghis Khan, the capture of Samarkand represented far more than another conquest. It brought immense wealth to the Mongols: gold, silk, precious stones. More crucially, this victory granted Mongol control over a pivotal node in the Silk Road network, enabling them to dominate and profit from east-west trade. Despite this triumph in Central Asia, the Mongols soon faced fresh challenges in Eastern Europe. At the Battle of the Kalka River in 1223, Genghis Khan's commanders faced a formidable alliance of Rus's princes and Kipchak warriors. How could the numerically inferior Mongol forces prevail against this coalition on unfamiliar terrain? The Battle of the Kalka River proved a pivotal turning point in the Mongols' westward expansion. This engagement pitted the Mongol army against the Rus's principalities and their Kipchak allies. For the Mongols, this battle was far more than mere conquest. It represented a strategic maneuver to weaken regional powers and gather crucial intelligence for their Eastern European campaign. The Mongol forces, led by Jebei and Subutai, employed the winning tactic from previous battles: the feigned retreat. This strategy deliberately withdrew from the battlefield to lure the enemy deeper, instilling a false sense of security and disorganizing their formations. The victory-hungry Rus and Kipchak coalition fell decisively for the bait. As the Allied forces pursued the supposedly retreating enemy, their formations stretched out and descended into chaos. Meanwhile, the Mongol army maintained strict discipline and seamless coordination. When the moment was ripe, they abruptly turned and launched a devastating counterattack, encircling the enemy completely and cutting off all retreat routes. Internal divisions within the Rus and Kipchak coalition only fueled the Mongols' momentum. The Mongol forces operated like a finely oiled war machine, while the enemy paralysed itself through conflicting plans and chaotic command. Faced with the highly organised Mongol cavalry, this disunity ultimately proved catastrophic. This battle demonstrated the tactical superiority and organisational prowess of the Mongol army. Their precise execution of complex tactics such as feigned retreats revealed training standards and coordination far surpassing those of their adversaries. It was precisely this military mastery that enabled them to defeat the numerically superior Rus-Kuman alliance. For the Rus principalities, the Battle of the Kalka River served as a sobering wake-up call. They had gravely underestimated the Mongol threat, presumptuously believing their coalition could repel these unknown invaders. The crushing defeat shattered these illusions, breeding profound dread of Mongol military might. The outcome triggered a chain reaction. News of the Mongol victory swiftly spread, striking fear into the hearts of Eastern European rulers. This dread paved the way for future Mongol offensives. Faced with the spectre of invasion, many chose submission over resistance. Yet the Mongols did not pursue immediately after the Battle of the Kalka. They withdrew to Central Asia to consolidate their gains, granting the Rus principalities time to regroup and prepare. This respite proved fleeting. The lessons of the Kalka would guide Mongol conquests throughout the region. With the dust settled at the Kalka River, Genghis Khan's ambitions swelled further. His gaze turned towards Persia, a land bearing the legacy of ancient empires and boundless riches. This pivotal region, situated at the crossroads of the Silk Road, not only held immense wealth, but also controlled the lifeblood of East-West trade. How would the conquest of this cultural powerhouse reshape the face of two continents? Persia, modern-day Iran, was no easy target. Its history stretched back millennia, bearing the legacy of mighty empires and advanced civilizations. Cities like Isfahan and Nishapur had been renowned centres of learning and culture. The Persian army, tempered by centuries of warfare, was a force to be reckoned with. Yet, for Genghis Khan, the potential rewards far outweighed the risks. The Mongol strategy for conquering Persia stands as a model of military efficiency. Rather than concentrating his forces for a single decisive assault, Genghis Khan divided his army into numerous highly mobile detachments. These detachments simultaneously assaulted multiple targets across the Persian Empire, dismantling any coordinated defence. This strategy of divide and rule proved remarkably effective. Persian cities found themselves isolated and helpless, unable to summon aid or organise a united front against the Mongol onslaught. The swiftness and brutality of these raids often caught garrisons utterly unprepared, shattering their will to resist psychological warfare. A hallmark of Mongol conquest proved pivotal in the Persian campaign. The Mongols' reputation for savagery spread far and wide, striking terror into enemy ranks. This intelligence enabled precise offensive planning, striking directly at the enemy's vital points. Genghis Khan's most remarkable trait lay in his adaptability. Faced with new challenges and adversaries, the Mongols swiftly assimilated novel tactics and technologies. For instance, during sieges, they assimilated and refined siege techniques from conquered peoples. Mastering siege equipment such as ballistae and battering rams they frequently employed captured engineers to operate these devices. Discipline was another hallmark of the Mongol army. Genghis Khan established a clear chain of command and stringent military regulations. Soldiers were organised into units of 10, 100, 1,000 and 10,000. Each level was commanded by officers selected through merit. This design ensured efficient transmission of orders, enabling large-scale military operations to proceed with remarkable order. The Mongol army also demonstrated extraordinary endurance and self-sufficiency. Soldiers learned to forage locally, carrying provisions such as dried meat and mare's milk wine. This allowed them to march lightly and swiftly, undertaking long journeys without requiring supply lines. Each warrior typically commanded multiple war horses, enabling frequent mount changes during protracted campaigns to sustain high marching speeds. Genghis Khan's military innovations extended to logistics, where he divided his forces into independently operating left, right and centre wings. This deployment facilitated complex tactics and enabled simultaneous engagement of multiple adversaries. The Mongols also mastered feigned retreat tactics, luring overconfident enemies into ambushes by simulating withdrawal. The Western Shiraz, also known as the Tangut Empire, stood as a formidable neighbour controlling vital trade routes and precious resources. Genghis Khan recognised that conquering this realm would both secure the Mongol frontier and test the combat prowess of his newly unified army. In 1205, Genghis Khan launched his first military campaign against Western Xia. Adhering to his strategic approach, he first pursued diplomatic means, dispatching envoys to the Western Xia court, demanding submission and cooperation. Yet the Tangut rulers, relying on their fortified cities and military strength, rejected the Mongol proposal. This refusal compelled Genghis Khan to resort to force. The campaign against Western Xia presented unique challenges to the Mongol forces. Unlike the open steppes where they excelled, the Tanguts had constructed a network of fortified cities and intricate hydraulic systems. These defences forced Genghis Khan to revise his plans, devising new siege warfare strategies. Intelligence gathering proved crucial throughout the Mongol campaigns. Genghis Khan dispatched scouts to reconnoitre the terrain and identify vulnerabilities in Western Xia's defences. This intelligence enabled him to meticulously plan assaults, exploiting gaps in the Tangut fortifications. The Mongols integrated traditional cavalry tactics with novel siege techniques. Leveraging their mobility, they severed supply lines and communications to isolated cities. When confronted by formidable walls, they deployed siege engines such as catapults and battering rams. captured engineers were routinely conscripted to operate these novel devices. Psychological warfare constituted another vital element of Mongol strategy. They spread rumours of their own formidable prowess, striking fear into enemy ranks before battle commenced. This tactic frequently secured surrender without combat, conserving manpower and minimising casualties. The fiercest campaign against Western Xia unfolded at Yinchuan, the Tangut capital. Its formidable walls and advanced hydraulic systems posed formidable challenges. Genghis Khan demonstrated masterful strategy by diverting the nearby Yellow River floodwaters submerged the city, compelling its surrender. The conquest of Western Xia spanned several years and encountered setbacks. The Tanguts defended their homeland tenaciously, while the Mongols struggled to adapt to the new environment and siege warfare. Yet these challenges ultimately forged the Mongol military machine into a more formidable and elite force. By 1210, Genghis Khan had achieved his objective of controlling Western Xia. Western Xia became a tributary state of the Mongol Empire, obliged to pay tribute and provide military support for future campaigns. This campaign had profound implications for the Mongols conquering Western Xia, granted the Mongols control over crucial trade routes, including sections of the Silk Road. This not only enriched the empire through commerce, but also opened new avenues for future expansion. The Tangut lands provided valuable resources, including skilled artisans and artists who would bolster Mongol military endeavours. Perhaps most significantly, the Western Xia campaign served as a testing ground for Mongol military tactics. Experience in siege warfare and the ability to adapt to new terrains would prove vital in subsequent campaigns. The Mongol forces thus became more flexible and combat-ready, preparing them for larger-scale engagements. With their troops tempered by battle, Genghis Khan set his sights on grander ambitions. The Jin dynasty, as the dominant power controlling North China, emerged as the next challenge on the Mongols' path of expansion. This prosperous kingdom, possessing advanced technology and fortified by walls, would push Genghis Khan's tactical genius to its limits. Established by the Jurchen people, the Jin dynasty had ruled North China for nearly a century. Its territories encompassed vast, fertile lands and precious resources, making it an enticing target for Mongol expansion. For Genghis Khan, conquering the Jin was not merely about territorial expansion. It was a strategic imperative to secure the southern borders of the Mongol Empire and gain access to China's wealth and agricultural produce. The confrontation between the Mongols and the Jin had begun as early as 1211. Genghis Khan employed swift cavalry raids aiming to weaken the Jin's defences and test their military response. These lightning campaigns enabled the Mongols to probe the Jin's strengths and weaknesses while avoiding the attrition of prolonged warfare. Yet the Jin proved no easy foe. Their fortified cities were rigorously defended by towering walls and advanced defensive technology. This posed a significant challenge to the Mongol forces, adept as they were in open-field combat. Realizing the need for strategic adjustment, Genghis Khan drew upon lessons from the Western Xia campaign. The Mongols began refining their siege tactics. They augmented their arsenal with siege engines such as catapults and battering rams, often conscripting captive engineers to operate these devices. This enabled them to breach key Jin strongholds, effectively marking a crucial breakthrough in their military capabilities. Intelligence gathering occupied a central position in the Mongol strategy. Against the Jin, Genghis Khan dispatched spies and scouts deep into Jin territory to gather intelligence on troop movements, wall constructions, and potential vulnerabilities. This intelligence enabled the Mongols to meticulously plan offensives, striking directly at the weakest links in the Jin's defences. Genghis Khan further demonstrated exceptional strategic vision by forging alliances with other Jin adversaries, including the Southern Song dynasty. This multi-pronged approach created a pincer movement against the Jin, compelling them to scatter their forces and resources. The combined pressure significantly weakened the Jin's capacity to resist the Mongol onslaught. The Mongols also skillfully employed psychological warfare. They disseminated rumours about their military might and the consequences of resistance, often exaggerating troop numbers and alleged atrocities. This tactic effectively demoralised the Jin forces, leading to the surrender of numerous cities without battle. This spared Mongol manpower and minimised casualties. As the campaign progressed, the Mongols systematically occupied Jin territory, capturing major cities and strategic strongholds. The fall of the Jin capital, Zhongdu, present-day Beijing, fell, marking a pivotal turning point in the campaign. Though the Jin emperor relocated south to establish a new capital, the loss of northern strongholds dealt a severe blow to both the Jin dynasty's strength and morale. The conquest of the Jin had profound implications for Mongol expansion. Not only did they acquire vast new territories, but they also gained control of China's most fertile farmlands. This not only expanded the empire's resource reserves, but also granted them access to advanced Chinese technology and skilled craftsmen. As the campaigns in China stabilised, Genghis Khan faced a critical choice. Should he consolidate his gains or press westward? The answer lay in a wealthy kingdom along the Silk Road. A simple diplomatic mission would trigger one of history's most devastating invasions. The powerful Khwarezmian Empire controlled vast territories stretching from present-day Iran to Central Asia. Its strategic position along the Silk Road made this wealthy kingdom an enticing target for Mongol expansion. Ever-pragmatic Genghis Khan first sought to establish peaceful trade relations with Shah Muhammad II of Khwarezm. In 1218, he dispatched a large contingent of merchants and envoys to the Khwarezmian Empire. Their mission was to open diplomatic channels and negotiate trade agreements. Yet this initiative provoked suspicion and anger. The governor of Otrar, a crucial frontier town, accused the Mongol envoys of espionage and ordered their execution. This grave error would ultimately trigger one of history's most devastating military campaigns. Upon learning of the envoys' deaths, Genghis Khan flew into a rage. In Mongol culture, undermining diplomatic security was deemed an unforgivable crime. The Khan had no choice but to respond with force. He meticulously prepared for this swift and brutal invasion of the Khwarezmian Empire. The Mongol invasion commenced in 1219 with an army of approximately 200,000. Marching forth, Genghis Khan employed his renowned rapid cavalry tactics, enabling his forces to traverse vast distances and launch surprise attacks with unparalleled speed. Despite its vast territory and immense wealth, the Khwarezmian Empire proved ill-prepared to counter the Mongol onslaught. The Mongols' success hinged on their ability to adapt their tactics with remarkable flexibility. Unlike the open steppes of Mongolia or the walled cities of China, Khwarezm featured complex terrain crisscrossed by deserts, mountains, and river valleys. The Mongols demonstrated extraordinary mobility, consistently outmaneuvering Khwarezmian forces across treacherous landscapes. Psychological warfare became central to the Mongol campaign. Genghis Khan skillfully wielded fear as a weapon, spreading rumours of Mongol ferocity and the futility of resistance. This tactic often secured cities without battle, conserving Mongol strength and minimising casualties. Those who resisted met brutal ends, serving as living warnings to potential rebels. The Mongols employed a sophisticated, multi-pronged assault, simultaneously attacking multiple Khwarezmian cities. This strategy utterly dismantled the empire's defensive framework, preventing effective concentration of forces. Key strongholds like Bukhara, Samarkand and Urgench fell in succession, their defences crumbling before the Mongol war machine. The capture of Samarkand, the jewel of the Khwarezmian Empire, proved particularly pivotal. Despite its formidable walls and substantial garrison, the city surrendered after merely 3 days of siege. This victory not only yielded rich spoils for the Mongols, but also dealt a devastating blow to Khwarezmian morale. As the Mongol forces advanced, Shah Muhammad II of Khwarezm abandoned his subjects and army fleeing westward. This cowardly act further eroded military resolve, causing organised resistance to collapse swiftly. Genghis Khan resolved to make the Shah an example, pursuing him relentlessly as he fled across the empire's territories. Though Muhammad ultimately reached exile on a small island in the Caspian Sea, his flight signified the true end of the Khwarezmian Empire. The vast expanse of Central Asia, stretching from the Caspian Sea to China's borders, held immense strategic significance. For centuries it had served as a crucible where cultures, religions and trade routes converged. The renowned Silk Road linking east and west traversed its bustling cities and sand-swept steppes. This made Central Asia not only a coveted conquest but also a pivotal hub, controlling the flow of goods and ideas across the known world. Genghis Khan recognised the region's strategic value. By controlling Central Asia, he could not only expand his empire's borders, but also monopolise lucrative trade routes. Cities like Bukhara, Samarkand and Merv were not merely commercial centres, but temples of knowledge and technology. These treasures proved crucial to the Mongols' expansionist rule. The Mongol strategy for conquering Central Asia was multifaceted. Genghis Khan understood how to exploit the region's intricate political landscape to his advantage. He skillfully employed a divide-and-rule approach, leveraging long-standing rivalries between local powers to forge alliances and gradually dismantle regional strongholds. The Mongol military machine, tempered by years of warfare, proved perfectly adapted to the harsh trials of the Central Asian battlefield. Cities that surrendered swiftly were often spared, while those who resisted faced utter annihilation. This carrot minus and minus stick approach compelled numerous Persian leaders to capitulate without a fight, trading their lives and wealth for Mongol rule. The fall of strategic strongholds like Bukhara and Samarkand sent shockwaves through the Persian Empire. These conquests not only yielded precious resources and strategic positions for the Mongols, but also demonstrated the futility of resistance. As news of their triumphs spread far and wide, numerous Persian rulers chose submission over annihilation. One of the most significant impacts of the Mongol conquest of Persia was its reshaping of the Silk Road. This ancient network of trade routes had long served as the lifeline for the exchange of wealth and culture between East and West. Under Mongol rule, the Silk Road entered a new era of security and efficiency. The Mongol peace enabled merchants to travel long distances without fear of bandits or local warlords. The Mongols not only conquered Persia but incorporated it into their ever-minus expanding empire. Persian scholars, artists, and administrators were often granted amnesty and integrated into the Mongol system. This assimilation policy enabled the Mongols to absorb Persian expertise in mathematics, astronomy, and governance. The conquest of Persia marked a turning point for the Mongol Empire. It transformed the Mongols from formidable military power into a truly global force, serving as a bridge between East and West. Control over the Silk Road granted the Mongols fresh economic influence, empowering them to shape the global trade landscape. The Yosa Code, the legal compendium of the Mongol Empire, was formulated as the empire spanned two continents. Genghis Khan faced immense challenges. How to govern such a vast and diverse domain? His solution became legendary, reshaping the social fabric of Mongolia and resonating through history. The Yosa, as a comprehensive legal code, became the cornerstone of Mongol governance, forging the confederation of nomadic tribes into a unified empire. The Yosa was not merely a collection of legal statutes, it was a unifying force, designed to bring order and stability to the rapidly expanding Mongol territories. Genghis Khan understood that military conquest alone could not establish a lasting empire. He required a system capable of uniting people of diverse cultures, religions, and traditions under a unified legal framework. This code encompassed an extraordinary breadth of regulations, from military discipline to social conduct. It established clear guidelines for criminal punishment, administrative governance, and even personal behavior. The Yossa's singularity lay in its universal applicability, binding every subject from the lowest soldier to the highest commander. Its most innovative principle was the emphasis on meritocracy, breaking from traditional social structures. Genghis Khan's code replaced aristocratic lineage with loyalty and competence as criteria for advancement. This philosophy perfectly aligned with his conviction that merit surpassed hereditary privilege, opening pathways for advancement to capable individuals across all strata. The Yossa Code was renowned for its severe punishments for treason and betrayal. Though harsh by modern standards, these penalties proved crucial in maintaining discipline and curbing internal strife across the vast territories formed from formerly hostile tribes. Swift and severe punishments served as a formidable deterrent against rebellion and betrayal by ensuring equitable treatment and stable laws throughout the empire. The Yossa Code proved indispensable in forging the loyalty of Mongol warriors and subjects alike. They fostered predictability and a sense of justice, qualities conspicuously absent in other empires of the era. This stability proved essential for governing such vast territories. The influence of the YLU Code extended far beyond the realm of law enforcement. It shaped the entire administrative framework of the Mongol Empire. The code established clear guidelines for government taxation and military organization. This standardized system enabled the Mongols to efficiently administer territories stretching from China to Persia. The most enduring impact of the YLU Code lay in its facilitation of a unified, law-abiding social order within the Mongol Empire. By imposing a uniform legal code upon all subjects, regardless of ethnicity or cultural background, it effectively eroded the barriers between the conquered peoples and their Mongol rulers. The code's influence persisted beyond Genghis Khan's death. Successive rulers continually revised the Yossa, ensuring its principles remained central to Mongol governance for generations. Even after the empire's dissolution, numerous regions continued to build their legal systems upon the foundations laid by the Yossa. Administrative governance of the Mongol Empire. Genghis Khan's empire spanned vast territories encompassing diverse cultures, languages, and religious systems. This diversity presented unique challenges to administrative management. How could such an expansive and complex domain be effectively governed through a single system? The core strength of Mongol governance lay in its flexibility. Genghis Khan adopted a decentralized model, permitting local leaders to retain partial autonomy, provided they remained loyal to the Mongols and paid tribute. This strategy effectively minimized resistance and sustained imperial stability. Local customs and traditions were largely respected, reducing the risk of revolt while fostering a sense of continuity among the conquered peoples. Concurrently, Genghis Khan established a clear chain of command within both military and administrative structures. This design ensured efficient oversight and coordination across the vast territories. Orders were transmitted swiftly and precisely, enabling the Mongols to respond rapidly to threats or opportunities in any corner of their expansive domain. The most innovative aspect of the Mongol administrative system was its emphasis on meritocracy. Genghis Khan rejected hereditary privilege, appointing individuals based solely on ability regardless of background. This enabled talented individuals across the empire to rise to key positions, infusing the Mongol regime with fresh perspectives and expertise. To safeguard unimpeded imperial communications, Genghis Khan established a relay system of post stations. These stations, spaced approximately 20 miles apart, enabled messengers to traverse the vast territories at speed, changing horses at each stop. This system ensured the swift transmission of information and commands, effectively bridging the distances of the sprawling empire and strengthening centralized authority. Religious tolerance formed another cornerstone of the Mongol regime. Genghis Khan understood that imposing a single faith upon such a diverse empire would inevitably provoke conflict and instability. He adopted a policy of religious freedom, permitting conquered peoples to retain their beliefs and customs. This approach effectively maintained peace and stability, reducing the risk of religious unrest. The Mongols also established a sophisticated system for taxation and resource management. Regular population censuses and resource inventories enabled efficient tax collection and military conscription. This systematic governance propelled the empire's economic potential and military might to unprecedented heights. One of the most significant impacts of the Mongol administrative system was its facilitation of trade and cultural exchange. The Pax Mongol ICA forged a vast zone of stability where merchants and travelers could journey securely. This catalyzed unprecedented flows of goods, ideas, and technologies across Eurasia, constructing the cultural and scientific ladder that would shape the world for centuries. The legacy of Genghis Khan. The impact of Genghis Khan upon world history is incalculable. He forged an unprecedented land empire stretching from the Pacific to Eastern Europe. This vast domain encompassed astonishing ethnic, cultural, and religious diversity. Yet Genghis Khan's true legacy lies not merely in conquered lands, but in the enduring transformations he wrought upon the world. His governing philosophy constitutes the core of this legacy. He implemented a meritocracy unprecedented for its time. Within the Mongol Empire, merit and loyalty held far greater weight than noble lineage or familial connection. This system enabled talented individuals from all strata to ascend to positions of authority, infusing imperial governance with fresh perspectives on specialist expertise. This principle of selecting capable individuals later influenced numerous societies and regimes. Religious tolerance stood as another hallmark of Genghis Khan's rule. In an era rife with religious persecution, the Mongol Empire distinguished itself through its policy of religious freedom. Genghis Khan understood that imposing a single faith upon such a diverse empire would inevitably provoke conflict and instability. Instead, he permitted conquered peoples to retain their beliefs and customs. This approach preserved internal peace and stability, setting a model of religious tolerance for future rulers. The Yasa Code, Genghis Khan's legal system, became the cohesive force maintaining order and stability across the vast Mongol territories, from the lowest ranking soldier to the highest ranking commander. All subjects of the empire were equally subject to this law. The Yasa Code emphasized equitable treatment and stable regulation, fostering a sense of loyalty among Mongol subjects and creating an atmosphere of predictability and fairness rarely seen in other empires of the time. Many of its principles continued to influence legal systems across nations long after the Mongol Empire's demise. Perhaps the most enduring impact of Genghis Khan's rule lay in the creation of the Mongolian peace. This era of relative stability spanning Eurasia propelled trade and cultural exchange to unprecedented heights. The Silk Road, an ancient conduit for goods and ideas between East and West, flourished under Mongol protection. Merchants traversed vast territories in safety, while thriving commerce facilitated the exchange of technologies and novel concepts. The peace of Genghis extended far beyond commerce. It catalyzed unparalleled exchanges of ideas, scientific knowledge, and cultural practices. Chinese innovations such as gunpowder and printing spread westward, while crops like carrots and apples traveled east. This fusion of ideas and technology propelled advancements across fields from astronomy to medicine. Yet Genghis Khan's legacy remains contentious. Mongol conquests were often accompanied by brutal acts, resulting in widespread destruction and loss of life. Many cities resisting Mongol rule were razed to the ground, with entire populations sometimes massacred to set an example. This historical legacy of Genghis Khan continues to spark enduring debates about the moral significance of his conquests and the weighing of both positive and negative impacts of his rule. The death of Genghis Khan and the struggle for succession. As Genghis Khan's life drew to a close, a new chapter in Mongol history was about to unfold. The great Khan's death in 1227 set in motion a series of events that would test the foundations of the empire he had built. Having lost their legendary leader, how would the Mongols maintain power and continue their conquest? Genghis Khan's final campaign targeted western shore kingdom he had conquered but which had rebelled against Mongol rule. He fell ill during the campaign and passed away in August 1227. The cause of his death remains shrouded in mystery, as his followers took extraordinary measures to maintain secrecy. They silenced all witnesses and spared no effort to conceal his burial site. The secrecy surrounding Genghis Khan's death served multiple purposes. It prevented the news from reaching enemy states that might exploit the situation to attack, while buying time for the Mongol leadership to implement the succession plan he had devised. This plan divided the empire among his sons, each to rule their own domain. Yet Genghis Khan simultaneously designated his third son, Ogei, as both heir and ruler of the empire. This decision sparked controversy, as his eldest son, Jokai, was deceased, and his second son, Chogatai, had not been named. The succession process proved fraught with challenges. Despite Genghis Khan's explicit will, power struggles among factions nearly fractured the empire. Some factions supported Ogei, while others championed his youngest son Tului, who controlled the Mongol heartland. The Khan's family played a pivotal role in navigating this turbulent period. His wife, Borti, who had been by his side since before his rise to power, wielded her influence to bolster Ogei's claim to succession. The backing of Genghis Khan's brothers and other senior Mongol leaders was equally vital in maintaining stability during the upheaval. It took 2 years after Genghis Khan's death for the succession to be definitively settled. In 1229, at the Grand Assembly known as the Qurultai, Ogei was formally invested as the new Great Khan. This event marked a turning point in Mongol history, demonstrating the empire's resilience to withstand the shock of its founder's demise and continue functioning under new leadership. The succession system established by Genghis Khan set a precedent for future power transitions within the Mongol Empire. Though it could not entirely prevent conflict, it established a framework for resolving disputes and preserving imperial unity. The system's influence on Mongol politics endured for generations. The Mongol Empire, after Genghis Khan's death, as Genghis Khan's third son and designated heir, Ogei, and bore the weighty responsibility of maintaining unity across the vast Mongol domains. The empire stretched from the Pacific to Eastern Europe, encompassing diverse cultures, languages, and religious systems. Ogei's challenge lay in sustaining this vast domain while continuing the expansionist momentum of his father's reign. His first major decision was to establish a permanent capital for the empire. He selected Kirkuk in the Mongolian heartland as the new capital. This represented a profound transformation for a traditionally nomadic people. The establishment of a fixed capital signaled the empire's transition from a purely nomadic existence to a settled administrative system. Kirkuk became a symbol of Mongol power and a hub for trade and diplomacy. The city attracted merchants, artists, and envoys from across Eurasia, fostering cultural exchange and economic growth. Its cosmopolitan atmosphere mirrored the very essence of the Mongol Empire's diversity, whilst focusing on building a centralized administrative system. Ogei did not neglect military expansion. He continued his forefathers' policy of conquest, launching campaigns into Eastern Europe and ultimately securing control over the southern Jin dynasty in China. These military victories cemented the Mongols' reputation as an unstoppable force, granting the empire valuable new territories and resources to govern its vast territories effectively. OGED I implemented a series of administrative reform. He divided the empire into several administrative regions overseen by appointed governors. This system enabled more efficient governance, tax collection across the diverse territories under Mongol control. OGE I also maintained and expanded the postal relay system established by Genghis Khan. This communication network was crucial for controlling the empire's frontiers, ensuring the swift transmission of military orders and intelligence. The institution pivotal to maintaining unity among Genghis Khan's descendants was the Qurulta, a Great Council. These assemblies brought Mongol leaders together for collective decision-making, preventing the Khagan from monopolizing power. The Qurulta I played a central role in mediating disputes and preserving imperial unity. During OGEI's reign, the Yasa Code established by Genghis Khan underwent continuous refinement. This legal framework governed the empire, effectively maintaining order and stability despite the diversity of Mongol territories. Following Genghis Khan's demise, cultural and technological exchange entered a pivotal phase. The Pax Mongol ICA facilitated renewed flows of goods, ideas, and populations across Eurasia. The sharing and fusion of knowledge across the empire spurred breakthroughs in astronomy, medicine, cartography, and other fields. Under OGEI Khan, the Mongol postal system flourished, not only facilitating official communications, but also accelerating trade and cultural exchange. A network of postal roads traversing the empire's vast territories tightly connected distant regions, further consolidating Mongol rule over its expansive lands. Despite these remarkable achievements, the period following Genghis Khan's death faced severe challenges. Power struggles among imperial branches threatened the empire's unity, while upholding the Great Khan's authority. OGEI Khan navigated intricate family politics, impact on global trade, culture, and warfare. The Mongol Empire's shaping of global trade networks laid early foundations for today's interconnected world. The Silk Road's revival provided merchants with stable, secure environments, paving the way for modern international trade systems. The concept of free and secure trade routes continues to influence international economic cooperation models. The meritocratic system championed by the Mongols resonates in contemporary societies. Genghis Khan's prioritization of ability and loyalty over noble lineage established the foundation for systems rewarding merit rather than social class. The merit-based promotion mechanisms found in modern governments form the bedrock of numerous successful institutions. The Mongolian postal system stands as the prototype of modern communication networks. Its efficient architecture inspired global postal systems, propelling the development of communication structures that underpin today's interconnected world. The policy of religious tolerance under Mongol rule established an early model for multicultural governance, its spirit retaining profound relevance in contemporary society. The Mongols' policy of permitting conquered peoples to retain their religious beliefs fostered social stability and unity, setting a benchmark for modern society's pursuit of religious freedom and inclusivity. Cultural exchanges facilitated by Mongol rule had profound repercussions, notably accelerating the transmission of technologies like gunpowder, printing, and the compass to Europe. These new ideas became pivotal to the Renaissance's development, ultimately shaping the technological processes defining the modern world. Mongol military strategy emphasized speed, adaptability, and psychological tactics, remaining a model for contemporary military studies. Concepts such as rapid deployment and precision strikes demonstrate the enduring influence of Mongol warfare principles, whose military philosophy retains profound relevance today. The Mongol empires approached connecting distant lands through trade, cultural exchange, and administrative practices laid the foundations for our interconnected global society. Its emphasis on innovative concepts in transportation, trade, and governance continues to profoundly shape modern civilization, from international commerce to social structures valuing diversity and skill. This chapter of history is slowly merging into the tranquil river of time. Certain mysteries remain unsolved, while certain truths continue to shape our world. Together we traverse the river of history, drawing wisdom from its depths. If you weave this understanding into your daily life, the echoes of history shall never fade. Thank you for listening. Until we meet again, may the past remain vivid in your heart. In the quiet corners of history, there are stories not often told, stories shaped by human strength and human failure. This is one of those stories. The accounts we share now reach back through time to reveal moments that changed the world. Let us begin by travelling into a past long forgotten yet still echoing into our present. There was a time when words spoken after a great conflict seemed to foresee a coming storm. A sleeping giant stirred, filled with a terrible resolve. This moment became a turning point for the entire world. But the path that brought Japan to this decision was long and complex, and what followed would reshape a nation. For thousands of years, Japan moved through cycles of isolation and connection. It held to deep traditions while also embracing great change. It knew both defeat and remarkable triumph, from ancient beginnings to a place of modern wonder. This journey is a profound one. This story is not only about rulers and warriors, it is the epic of a people who again and again remade their world. They did this without losing the heart of their own culture. From a secluded group of islands to a power on the global stage, Japan stands as proof that transformation is possible. Each age brought upheaval and new creation. Each era changed not just a nation, but the course of history itself. This is the remarkable path of a land that turned obstacles into great achievements. Long ago, over 10,000 years in the past, a significant chapter opened. This was the John period, the true dawn of Japan's story. Hunter-gatherers lived across the islands. They created some of the oldest pottery known to humanity. These ancient people were more than just crafters. They were true innovators who shaped the earliest cultural landscape. New discoveries teach us about their advanced methods with clay. They made detailed patterns by pressing cords into soft clay. Their vessels were useful and also beautiful. This pottery shows a deep bond with the natural world around them. The John people were skilled at surviving. Their diet came from hunting, fishing, and gathering. They lived in tune with the seasons, using many resources. This ability to adapt was why they thrived for so many years across the varied islands. The John lived in a flexible way, not fully settled nor always moving. This semi-settled life helped them flourish in different environments. Their spiritual life was rich and meaningful. They made dog figures shaped like humans, likely for sacred rituals. These figures suggest beliefs in ancestors or rites for fertility. Recent finds show John society had surprising complexity. They had social order and trade links reaching beyond simple survival. Around 300 years before the Common Era, a new time arrived. The Yoi period brought transformation to the islands. These people introduced the farming of rice. This changed how food was made and allowed permanent villages. They also brought metal tools which made farming and crafting much better. The Yayoi era saw society become more structured. As rice farming grew clear, social groups emerged. This was the foundation for early political systems in Japan. Trade with Korea and China also grew. During this time, new ideas and tools arrived, enriching the culture. This exchange helped speed the changes in society. While outside influences spread, a different shift was building within. Imagine a claim of divine birth granting rule over a whole nation. This was the era of Yamato, where myth and power merged. This created Japan's first true central state. In the 4th century, the Yamato clan rose as a mighty force. Their rise meant a move from separate clans to a unified power. The Yamato rulers wanted more than political control. They said they came from Amaterasu, their sun goddess. This linked their right to rule with sacred belief. This divine claim was a tool to build and keep power. They made alliances with local clans, bringing more land under control. This expansion laid the base for a single Japanese state. As Yamato power grew, so did contact with other civilizations. Chinese culture and government systems greatly influenced them. Through diplomacy, they adopted writing and Confucian ideas for their court. This borrowing helped make their rule solid and accepted. A major change came with Buddhism entering Japan. It arrived from Korea and quickly attracted the elite. Buddhism reshaped religion art building and thought for centuries ahead. The Yamato court also built its own systems of rule. They made structures for central control, helping a national identity form. This was a key step from separate clans to a united state. By the 7th century, the Yamato state was powerful. The foundation set, then, began a long imperial tradition. The idea of an emperor with divine right would last over 1,000 years. As the Yamato state grew strong, a new age began. It would change the very core of Japanese governance. A single city became the center of an empire. It started a legacy lasting more than 1,000 years. The Nara period from 710 to 794 was a major turn. Its heart was a new capital city called Nara. It was modelled on Chang'an, a great Chinese city. This move showed Japan's ambitions and its willingness to learn from Tang China. Nara became the hub of political and cultural change. The central government, eager to secure its power, used legal codes from Chinese Confucian thought. These codes reshaped society, setting a clear order for everyone from emperor to farmer. Buddhism now flourished with imperial support. Building huge temples like the Todie was an act of faith and a show of strength. These large structures with detailed art were symbols of spiritual and political authority. But Nara leaders also wanted a unique Japanese identity. This led to writing Japan's earliest histories, the Kojiki and the Nihon Shoki. These were not just records, they were stories that justified imperial rule by tracing it to the gods. The Nara period also changed how land was managed. The Ritsu-ryo system put land ownership under the emperor's control. This was about property and also a clever way to strengthen the state by linking people's lives to it. Cultural exchange with China kept enriching Japan. Chinese poetry writing and painting were adopted and adapted, creating new Japanese arts. The imperial court was a center of learning. Scholars studied Confucian classics, medicine and astronomy. While Chinese ways shaped the early imperial age, a new era was coming. It would redefine Japan's identity once more. A single family would guide the nation for centuries, wielding power from behind the throne. In 794, the capital moved from Nara to Heian-kyo, today's Kyoto. This started the Heian era, a time lasting nearly 400 years. It left a permanent mark on Japanese culture. As the new capital grew, so did a new power structure. The Fujiwara clan became the real force behind the emperor. They were master politicians, using marriage to join the imperial family. Fujiwara daughters became empresses. Fujiwara men served as regents. In time, the emperor became a symbol while the Fujiwara held the power. This era saw a burst of cultural creation. The kana writing system allowed literature to bloom. The tale of Genji, often called the world's first novel, was written then by Murasaki Shikibu. It showed life in the Heian court, full of intrigue and poetry. Religion also changed. During this time, Buddhism and Shinto, once separate, began to blend. This mixing made new forms of art and building temples and shrines. became more detailed with elements from both traditions. Yet cracks were forming in the central authority. The Fujiwara grip weakened as they focused on court life, not governing provincial landowners called daimyo gained more control. They built power bases far from the capital, often ignoring imperial orders. The rise of private landholdings called shen hurt the government's power. These estates did not pay taxes, taking needed money from the state. As the shen system grew, it prepared the ground for a feudal society. By the late Heian period, military clans like the Minamoto and Taira were rising. These warrior families skilled in war saw a chance in the weakening central power. They began to challenge Fujiwara, control setting the stage for samurai rule. The fall of the Heian court led to a pivotal conflict, the Genpei War. From 1180 to 1185, two great clans fought. This struggle would remake Japan's political world. On one side stood the Taira clan, who had risen in the imperial court. On the other, the Minamoto clan, wanting power for themselves. This was more than a power struggle. It created a new warrior class and changed society. The war started from a dispute over who would be emperor. The Taira, led by Taira, no Kiyomori put their choice on the throne. The Minamoto, feeling threatened, gathered their forces against them. 5 years of intense fighting followed across Japan. Cities burned. Alliances changed, thousands died. As the clans battled, at first the Taira seemed stronger. They held the capital and had ties to the court. But the Minamoto, led by Minamoto no Yoritomo, were strong opponents. They won support from unhappy nobles and samurai across the land. The war's tide turned in 1185 at the Battle of Dan no Ura. This sea fight in the Shimonoseki Strait saw the Minamoto fleet crush the Taira. The battle showed the growing skill of the samurai class. They were changing from simple warriors to smart tacticians. With victory, Minamoto no Yoritomo became the most powerful man in Japan. In 1192, the emperor named him shogun, starting the Kamakura shogunate. This was a huge shift in Japanese rule. Power now rested not with court nobles, but with a military government led by the shogun. The Genpei War did more than change rulers, it changed society. The samurai, once warriors for noble houses, became a distinct social class. They made their own code, stressing loyalty, honour and martial skill. This warrior spirit, later called Bushido, shaped Japanese culture for centuries. The war also affected culture deeply. It inspired many epic tales, most famously the tale of the hiker. These stories romanticized the samurai and fixed their place in the culture. After the war, Japan entered a new time. The old order of court nobles gave way to a feudal system run by warrior clans. Regional warlords had more freedom, pledging loyalty to the shogun but often acting alone. This spread of power would define Japanese politics for centuries. As the Genpei War ended, a new government formed. It would reshape Japan's political landscape for centuries. The Kamakura shogunate, begun in 1192, was Japan's first military government. Led by Minamoto no Yoritomo, it moved power from the imperial court in Kyoto to a samurai administration in Kamakura. This made a dual system of rule. The emperor stayed in Kyoto as a ceremonial figure, keeping the idea of imperial authority, but real power now lay with the shogun in Kamakura. This let the samurai class govern while respecting the imperial line. Under the Kamakura shogunate, the samurai code took shape. These principles, later called Bushido, stressed loyalty, discipline, and martial courage. These ideals became central to samurai culture, affecting society for centuries. To secure their power, the shogunate made new land systems. Loyal samurai received fiefs, creating a network of warriors indebted to the shogun. This system strengthened the shogun's hold on the provinces and ensured a ready military force. The Kamakura period saw Japan face a great outside threat, the Mongol invasions. In 1274 and 1281, the forces of Kublai Khan tried to conquer Japan. The samurai showed their worth resisting fiercely, but the famous divine winds or kamikaze saved Japan. Great typhoons wrecked much of the Mongol fleet, both times forcing retreat. The failed invasions boosted Japanese confidence but strained the shogunate's resources. Keeping coastal defences and rewarding the fighting samurai caused money problems. This financial pressure made unrest among the samurai. Many felt their efforts were not paid enough. By the 14th century, cracks showed in Kamakura authority. Internal conflicts and growing unhappiness with the Hojo regents who dominated the shogunate weakened the government. Regional warlords claimed more independence, challenging Kamakura's central power. The Kamakura shogunate's fall was also helped by its struggle with changing social and economic conditions. The rigid feudal system it made had trouble adapting to a money economy and the rising influence of merchants and artisans. By 1333, the Kamakura shogunate's power had faded. A group of unhappy samurai and court nobles led by Emperor Go-Daigo overthrew the shogunate, ending this era. While the Kamakura shogunate held power in Japan, a huge threat appeared. In the late 13th century, the Mongol Empire under Kublai Khan looked to conquer Japan. This was an attempt by the world's biggest land empire to take an island nation never successfully invaded. The Mongols launched their first major invasion in 1274. Their forces were unlike anything Japan had seen. The Mongols used advanced tactics and weapons, including gunpowder new to the Japanese samurai. When the Mongol fleet landed on Kyushu, Japan's southernmost main island, the defenders were shocked. The samurai, used to one-on-one combat, faced a highly organized, disciplined army. The Mongols used coordinated cavalry charges and arrow volleys tactics. Japan struggled against outnumbered and outgunned. The Japanese fought fiercely to protect their homeland. Just as the Mongols seemed to win, nature stepped in. A sudden violent storm forced the Mongol fleet to retreat to avoid wrecking on the coast. This unexpected event gave Japan a needed break, but it was not the end. Kublai Khan, undeterred, spent years preparing a bigger invasion. In 1281, he returned with a massive fleet from China and Korea. This invasion force was huge, estimated over 140,000, the largest seaborne invasion until World War II. The Japanese, learning from before, were better prepared this time. Led by the Kamakura shogunate, they had spent years fortifying coastal defences. They built a long stone wall along the coast of Kyushu and got ready for long battles. As the massive Mongol fleet approached, the Japanese braced for what seemed certain defeat. But once again, nature had other plans. A great typhoon later, called the Divine Wind or Kamikaze, hit the Mongol fleet. The storm raged for 2 days, wrecking ships and drowning soldiers. When it ended, much of the Mongol invasion force was destroyed. The Japanese saw this as more than luck. They believed the kamikaze was divine protection, a sign their gods guarded Japan from invaders. This belief reinforced Japan as a divinely protected land, a concept affecting culture and politics for centuries. While the kamikaze saved Japan from conquest, the invasions had a heavy cost. Keeping strong coastal defences and rewarding the samurai who fought strained the Kamakura shogunate's resources. This financial pressure added to internal unrest and weakened the shogun's power. As the Kamakura shogunate faded, Japan reached a crossroads. The next rulers would face a hard task: how to keep order in a land of growing warlords. The Ashikaga shogunate's answer would prepare for centuries of conflict and creativity. The Ashikaga shogunate took power in 1336, when Ashikaga Takauji overthrew the Kamakura shogunate. Takauji set a new capital in the Muromachi district of Kyoto. giving this time its other name, the Muromachi period. Unlike Kamakura, which ruled from a distance, Ashikaga chose to be near the imperial court. This move aimed to strengthen their authority, but led to more political intrigue and power struggles. From the start, the Ashikaga shogunate had trouble keeping central control. The regional warlords, called daimyo, had grown strong in the late Kamakura period. These daimyo often acted alone, challenging the shogun's authority and following their own interests. The Ashikaga shoguns constantly negotiated and sometimes fought to keep these regional powers in check. Despite political instability, the Muromachi period saw a wonderful flowering of Japanese culture. The Ashikaga shoguns were great supporters of the arts. Their rule saw Zen Buddhism's influence on Japanese aesthetics grow. This led to new art forms and refining old ones. The tea ceremony, for example, changed from a simple monastic ritual to a highly styled art showing Zen ideas of simplicity and mindfulness. Zen Buddhism also greatly affected Japanese architecture then. The most famous example is Kinkakuji, the golden pavilion built by Shogun Ashikaga Yoshimitsu. This stunning building, with its top floors covered in gold leaf mixed Japanese and Chinese building styles. It became a symbol of the Ashikaga shogunate's cultural achievements, but the cultural bloom of the Muromachi period clashed with its political reality. The Ashikaga shogunate's grip on power kept weakening. This decline peaked with the Onin War outbreak in 1467. What began as a dispute over shogun succession became a decade-long civil war across much of Japan. The Onin War marked a turning point in Japanese history. It broke the idea of central authority and began the Sengoku or Warring States period. Then Japan split into many small domains, each run by a daimyo. These regional warlords fought constantly, making and breaking alliances in their search for supremacy. As the country fell into chaos, the Ashikaga shogunate became less relevant. The shogun kept their title but had little real power beyond the capital across Japan. Samurai clans rose and fell with ambitious leaders always trying to expand their lands. The final blow to Ashikaga rule came in 1573 when warlord Oda Nobunaga forced the last Ashikaga shogun to resign. This ended the Ashikaga shogunate and began a new era. Nobunaga would start reunifying Japan, a task finished by his successors before Oda Nobunaga could dream of uniting Japan. The country first had to break. In 1467, a small dispute sparked a conflict changing Japanese history. What started in Kyoto's streets ended by redrawing the power map across the whole nation. The Onin War erupted from a succession fight within the Ashikaga shogunate. Two powerful families, each backing a different candidate for shogun, clashed in Kyoto's streets. What began as a local power struggle became a devastating civil war, lasting a decade. The once beautiful capital, Kyoto, home to the imperial court and shogunate, was burned to ashes as fighting raged. As the conflict dragged on, the Ashikaga shogunate's authority crumbled. Regional warlords called daimyo seized the chance to grow their own power. They formed alliances, betrayed each other, and fought constantly for land and resources. The shogun, once Japan's most powerful figure, became a mere symbol. This power vacuum brought the Sengoku period, or Warring States era. For over a century, Japan was in chaos as daimyo competed for supremacy. The country fractured into many small domains, each controlled by an ambitious warlord. Alliances shifted constantly, and no one was ever truly secure. The Sengoku period saw big changes in Japanese society. Samurai clans, once loyal to the shogunate, became more independent. They made their own power bases, often switching sides based on chance or need. This era produced some of Japan's most famous samurai, their deeds celebrated in legends for centuries. But not just samurai were affected by the turmoil. Peasants and monks also played important roles. Then some peasants formed their own armies called Ikko-Ikki to protect their interests or rebel against harsh lords. Buddhist monks, usually removed from worldly matters, found themselves drawn into conflicts. Some monasteries became strong military forces themselves. The constant war of the Sengoku period led to new military technology and strategy. Castles became more complex made to withstand long sieges and powerful weapons. Guns arriving from Europe in the mid-16th century changed warfare, letting smaller forces challenge bigger armies. Despite the chaos and destruction, the Sengoku period also saw remarkable cultural growth. The tea ceremony, flower arranging, and no theatre all flourished then, perhaps as a reply to daily life's harsh realities. As arts grew in chaos, one man saw a chance to paint Japan's future differently. Enter Oda Nobunaga, a daimyo whose ambition would remake the nation. How did this ruthless warlord plan to succeed where countless others failed? Oda. Nobunaga rose as a leading figure in the turbulent Sengoku period. Born in 1534, he grew up when Japan was split into many warring states. Nobunaga differed from other daimyo with his ruthless tactics and new strategies. He was not content just keeping his land, he aimed to unite all Japan under his rule. In 1560, Nobunaga won a stunning victory, fixing his reputation as a strong leader. At the Battle of Okehazama, he faced the much larger forces of Imagawa Yoshimoto. Though greatly outnumbered, Nobunaga's clever tactics and surprise attack brought a decisive win. This battle showed Nobunaga was a force to respect. Nobunaga was not just a skilled tactician, he also quickly adopted new technology. He saw the potential of guns brought to Japan by Portuguese traders. In 1575, at the Battle of Nagashino, Nobunaga used guns and traditional samurai warfare to great effect. His forces beat the famous Takeda cavalry, showing his modern military techniques' power. As Nobunaga's power grew, he looked to the imperial capital Kyoto. In 1568, he took the city and put Ashikaga Yoshiaki as a puppet shogun. This move gave Nobunaga control over the central government, but it was just a show. Real power was in Nobunaga's hands. Nobunaga was determined to remove any threats to his rule. One of his most controversial acts was destroying powerful Buddhist temples. The militant monks of Mount Hiei had long been a strong force in Japanese politics. In 1571, Nobunaga's forces attacked and burned the temple complex, killing thousands of monks and civilians. This brutal act shocked many but effectively removed a big block to Nobunaga's power. Despite his military wins, Nobunaga's path to unification was not smooth. He faced constant resistance from rival clans and even betrayal from allies. The era's volatile nature meant alliances could change fast, and no victory was ever truly safe. After Nobunaga's turbulent rule, a most unlikely figure rose to complete his vision. How did a man born poor manage to unite a whole nation torn by centuries of war? Toyotomi Hideyoshi, a loyal general of Oda Nobunaga, became a strong force after Nobunaga's death in 1582. Born in 1537 to a peasant family, Hideyoshi's rise was remarkable. His humble start earned him the nickname the peasant who became ruler, but his strategic brilliance let him consolidate control over Japan. Hideyoshi's path to power began by avenging Nobunaga's death. He quickly beat Akechi Mitsuhide, the traitor behind Nobunaga's killing. This win established Hideyoshi as Nobunaga's rightful successor and set his campaign to unify Japan. Over the next 8 years, Hideyoshi methodically conquered the remaining independent daimyo. His military campaigns mixed force and diplomacy. He gave generous terms to those who surrendered willingly, while crushing those who resisted. By 1590, Hideyoshi achieved what Nobunaga started, the full unification of Japan under one ruler. To keep his hard-won control, Hideyoshi made sweeping policies. One of his most significant acts was the sword hunt of 1588. This order required all non-samurai to give up their weapons. The official reason was to melt the metal for a giant Buddha statue. But the true goal was clear: to disarm the peasants and lower the threat of rebellion. Hideyoshi also reorganized Japan's class system, making a rigid social order. He separated warriors from farmers and merchants, forbidding people from changing social class. This policy, called the separation of classes, aimed to create a stable, orderly society under his rule. To show his power and authority, Hideyoshi began ambitious building projects. The most impressive was Osaka Castle, a huge fortress that became his administration center. The castle's size and grandeur proved Hideyoshi's vision and his command of resources. With Japan united, Hideyoshi looked to greater ambitions. In 1592 he launched the first of 2 invasions of Korea. His ultimate goal was even more daring: the conquest of China. These campaigns, however, were costly and finally unsuccessful. Korean and Chinese forces, helped by naval wins from Korean Admiral Yi Sun-sen, pushed back the Japanese invasions. The failed Korean campaigns strained Japan's resources and morale. They marked the first major challenge to Hideyoshi's rule and showed the limits of Japan's military power. Despite these setbacks, Hideyoshi kept control at home, but seeds of future conflict were planted as his health declined. In 1598, he made the Council of 5 Elders to ensure a smooth succession for his young son Hideyori. This arrangement proved unstable. Hideyoshi's death that year created a power vacuum, setting the stage for new conflicts among Japan's strongest warlords. While Hideyoshi plotted to secure his legacy, at home his armies met an unexpected enemy abroad. How did a single Korean admiral with wooden ships manage to block the dreams of Japan's most powerful ruler? In 1590, Toyotomi Hideyoshi launched an ambitious invasion of Korea. His ultimate goal was the conquest of Ming Dynasty China. Japanese forces with advanced firearms and led by battle-hardened samurai quickly overran Korean defenses. They took Seoul and other key cities in months, seeming unstoppable. But the Koreans would not give up their homeland without a fight. They mounted fierce resistance and soon brought crucial support from Chinese allies. The Ming Dynasty, seeing Korea as a buffer against Japanese expansion, sent troops to help defend. The war's tide shifted dramatically thanks to Korean Admiral Yi Sun-sen's brilliant tactics. He used innovative turtle ships, armored warships with a covered deck and dragon-shaped head that could spout cannon fire. These ships proved very effective against the Japanese navy, disrupting supply lines and winning key battles. By 1593, the first invasion stalled. Japanese forces, cut off from supplies and facing stiff resistance, had to withdraw. They failed to secure a path to China, dealing a major blow to Hideyoshi's great ambitions. Undaunted, Hideyoshi launched the second invasion in 1597, but this time the Koreans were better prepared. Admiral, he led his forces to a decisive win at the Battle of My Own Island. Their 13 Korean ships defeated a Japanese fleet as over 300 vessels. This amazing feat further fixed YIS' reputation as one of history's greatest naval commanders. The war devastated Korea. Cities were burned, cultural treasures looted or destroyed, countless lost. The conflict reshaped East Asia's political and cultural landscape for centuries. Hideyoshi's death in 1598 finally ended Japan's Korean ambition. With their leader gone, Japanese forces completely left the peninsula. The INJ in war showed the limits of Japan's military power and the strength of Korean and Chinese resistance. As the dust settled from Japan's failed Korean campaign, a new era was about to begin. How did a single battle in 1600 reshape Japan's future for the next 250 years? The Tokugawa shogunate rose as a powerful force in Japanese history. They created a stable, centralized military government lasting over 2.5 centuries. It all started with Tokugawa Ieyasu, a skilled strategist. who saw a chance to consolidate power after Toyotomi Hideyoshi's death. In 1600, Ieyasu faced his rivals at the Battle of Esekigahara. This decisive fight ended with Ieyasu's forces winning, paving his way to power. 3 years later, in 1603, Ieyasu was named shogun. This officially began the Tokugawa shogunate in the Edo period. The Tokugawa regime quickly made a strict social order to keep control. They split society into 4 clear classes: samurai at the top, then followers, artisans, and merchants at the bottom. This rigid system aimed to create stability by defining every owner's role and place. One of the most important policies the Tokugawa shogunate enacted was sokoku, or national isolation. This policy limited foreign trade and contact, allowing only small interactions with Chinese and Dutch traders in Nagasaki port. The shogunate believed limiting outside influence would keep internal peace and stop foreign ideas that might challenge their authority. To keep the powerful daimyo in check, the shogunate used the Senkin-kuta, a system. This clever policy required daimyo to alternate living between their own lands and Edo and Tokyo. By forcing daimyo to keep costly homes in both places and leave their families in Edo as virtual hostages, the shogunate ensured their loyalty and drained their resources, stopping them from gaining too much power. Despite its strict rules, the Tokugawa period saw big cultural and economic growth. Cities like Edo grew into lively centers of trade and culture. The merchant class, though officially at the social bottom, gained economic power and influenced uniquely Japanese art forms like kabuki theater and joku. You would block prints. Tokugawa governance was heavily shaped by Confucian ideas. They stressed order, discipline, and loyalty to the state, creating a society valuing harmony and stability above all. This philosophy touched all parts of life, from government to personal behavior. For over 250 years, the Tokugawa shogunate kept a time of peace called Pax Tokugawa. This stability let a distinctly Japanese culture develop, free from the constant war that had plagued the country for centuries. But the very policies ensuring this peace would later bring challenges. The isolationist stance left Japan unprepared for a fast modernizing world. The rigid social order struggled to adapt to changing economic realities. For 2 centuries, Japan had been a sealed treasure chest, its mysteries hidden from the world. But in 1853, an American commodore arrived with the key and cannon to blow the lock. What happened when these 2 worlds collided? In 1853, Commodore Matthew Perry of the United States Navy sailed into Edo Bay with 4 ships. These were not ordinary vessels. They were large black warships powered by steam engines, unlike anything Japan had seen. Perry's mission was clear: to end Japan's long policy of isolation and open the country to trade with the West. Perry's arrival shocked Japan. For over 200 years, the Tokugawa shogunate had kept a strict isolation policy called sokoku. This had kept Japan mostly cut off from the outside world, with only small contact through a Dutch trading post in Nagasaki. Now suddenly foreign ships were in Japan's heart, demanding a meeting with the country's leaders. The Commodore did not come empty-handed. He carried a letter from U.S. President Millard Fillmore addressed to Japan's emperor. But Perry was not there for polite talk. His ships were full of cannons, a clear reminder of the military strength behind his diplomatic mission. Perry's demands were simple. Japan must open its ports to American ships for supplies and trade, and was to ensure the safety of shipwrecked American sailors. The shogunate panicked. They had never faced a challenge like this, and they were badly unprepared. After a tense standoff, Perry agreed to leave and give Japan time to think. He promised to return the next year for their answer. True to his word, Perry came back in 1854 with an even bigger fleet. This time the shogunate knew they had no choice but to negotiate. The result was the Treaty of Kanagawa, signed on March 31st, 1854. This agreement opened ports to American ships Shimoda and Hakodate. It also promised safety for shipwrecked American sailors and allowed a U.S. consul to live in Shimoda. While not a full trade deal, it was the start of the end for Japan's isolation. The Treaty of Kanagawa started a chain reaction. Other Western powers quickly followed, demanding and getting similar deals. Within a few years, Japan had signed treaties with Britain, Russia, and the Netherlands. These deals, often called unequal treaties, gave Western nations big advantages in dealings with Japan. Puri's trip showed Japan's technological backwardness compared to the West. The sight of steam-powered ships and modern weapons made it clear Japan had fallen behind during its years of isolation. This realization sparked intense debate in Japan about the need for fast modernization. The shock of Puri's black ships rippled through Japan, but few could have predicted the tidal wave of change about to crash over the nation. How did realizing their technological weakness start a civil war that would topple a 250-year-old regime and push Japan into the modern age? The Tokugawa shogunate ruling Japan since 1603 faced new challenges in the mid-19th century. Internal dissent grew among samurai and daimyo, and many feeling limited by the shogunate's rigid social order and centralized control. At the same time, foreign powers pressured Japan to open for trade and diplomacy, showing the country's technological backwardness. This mix of internal and external pressures created a perfect storm, leading to the Tokugawa regime's fall. Reformist groups, especially from the strong domains of Setsuman Choshu, rallied around Emperor Meiji. They saw the emperor as a symbol of national unity and a way to justify their push for modernization and an end to shogunate rule. Tensions finally broke into open conflict in 1868 with the Boshin War. This civil war put forces loyal to the Tokugawa shogunate against those fighting to restore imperial rule. The war started with several key wins for the imperial forces, most notably at the Battle of Tobie-Fushimi in January 1868. This battle near Kyoto saw the imperial forces with modern Western weapons overwhelm the shogunate's troops. The loss crushed Tokugawa prestige and morale. Seeing the tide had turned to Tokugawa Yoshinobu, the last shogun, made the major choice to step down and return political power to the emperor. But stepping down did not immediately end the conflict. Some Tokugawa loyalists kept resisting, leading to more battles across Japan. The war continued another year, with imperial forces slowly securing control over the country. By 1869, the last resistance was crushed and the Meiji government stood triumphant. The Tokugawa shogunate's fall and the Bosch in war marked a key turning point in Japanese history. It signaled the feud era's end and the start of Japan's rapid modernization. The event, known as the Meiji Restoration, saw the emperor return to central authority, at least in name. In reality, power was now held by a new group of former samurai committed to turning Japan into a modern nation-state. The Meiji government quickly made sweeping reforms. They ended the old feudal class system, centralized the government, and began a program of fast industrialization and military modernization. Western advisors were brought in to help reform everything from education to the military. This time of change had its challenges. Many samurai, suddenly stripped of their privilege, struggled to adapt to the new order. Some, like Seigo Tokamori, would later rebel against the very government they helped bring to power. As the dust settled from the Boshin War, Japan stood at a crossroads. The Meiji era from 1868 to 1912 would turn the nation from an isolated feudal society into a modern industrial power. Under Emperor Meiji's leadership, Japan began a journey of fast modernization, reshaping every part of its society. The Meiji government quickly took apart the old feudal system. They ended the samurai class and replaced it with a centralized administration. This dramatic shift meant warriors who once held big social and political power now had to find new roles in society. The government also made land reforms, setting up private property rights and a new tax system. These changes gave the money needed to fund Japan's ambitious modernization efforts. In 1889, Japan took a major step toward modern governance by adopting the Meiji Constitution. This document created a constitutional monarchy, introducing a parliament called the Diet while keeping considerable imperial authority. The new political system mixed Western ideas and traditional Japanese concepts, showing the country's wish to modernize while keeping its unique cultural identity. One of the most striking parts of Japan's transformation was its quick adoption of Western technology and practices. The government sent missions abroad to study foreign systems and brought Western advisors to help implement reforms. This led to amazing advances in industries like railroad, shipbuilding, and textile making. Within a few decades, Japan had built a modern industrial base rivaling Western powers. Education played a crucial role in Japan's modernization. The Meiji government set up a compulsory school system stressing science, technology, and nationalism. This educational focus helped create a skilled workforce able to operate and innovate in the new industrial economy. It also built a sense of national pride and unity that would prove vital in coming years. The military was another area of major reform. Japan modernized its armed forces with Western tactics and equipment, creating a strong navy and army. This modernization would soon be tested on the world stage. Japan's new strength was shown in big conflicts. In the First Sino-Japanese War from 1895, Japan beat China, a much larger neighbor long seen as East Asia's dominant power. This win shocked the world and established Japan as a rising power in the region. Even more impressive was Japan's triumph in the Russo-Japanese War from 1904 to 1905. By beating a major European power, Japan proved it could compete equally with Western nations. This victory had far-reaching effects, boosting Japan's international prestige and inspiring other Asian nations in their fight in imperialism. Japan's rise as an imperial power at the 20th century's start marked a dramatic shift in global politics. After decades of fast modernization, Japan was ready to use its new strength on the world stage. The nation's leaders saw expansion as a path to resources, influence, and respect among Western powers. In 1894, tensions over Korea's control exploded into the First Sino-Japanese War. Japan's modernized military with Western weapons and tactics proved far better than China's traditional forces. The war lasted just 8 months, sending in a clear Japanese victory. The 1895 Treaty of Shimonoseki read East Asia as map. Japan gained control of Taiwan and the Liaodong Peninsula, although international pressure soon made it return the peninsula to China. More importantly, the treaty recognized Korea's independence from Chinese influence, opening the door for Japanese control. This victory sent shockwaves through the region and beyond. Japan had beaten China, long considered East Asia's dominant power. Western nations who had mostly dismissed Japan as a minor player now saw it as a possible threat to their own colonial ambitions. Meanwhile, China had to face the painful reality of its own technological and military backwardness. Japan's imperial ambitions soon brought conflict with another great power, Russia. Both nations wanted control over Manchuria and Korea, seeing these areas as vital for economic and strategic reasons. Tensions finally boiled over in 1900 when Japan launched a surprise attack on the Russian naval base at Port Arthur. This bold move caught the world off guard and showed Japan's growing naval skill. The Russo-Japanese War saw Japan win several stunning victories against a major European power. The Battle of Tsushima Strait in 1905 was especially decisive. Japan's modern fleet, led by Admiral Togo Hideyoshi, nearly destroyed the Russian Baltic Fleet. This battle not only secured Japan's war win, but also established it as a major naval power. The war ended with the Treaty of Portsmouth, mediated by U.S. President Theodore Roosevelt. Japan gained control of southern Sakhalin and unsolidified its influence over Korea. While some in Japan felt the treaty did not go far enough, it still marked the nation's arrival as a global power. Japan's involvement in World War I marked a turning point in its path as a global power. When conflict began in 1914, Japan saw a chance to expand its influence in Asia and the Pacific. The nation joined the Allied powers, using the war to take territories from Germany, a key enemy. Japan quickly seized German-controlled areas. They took over parts of China's Shandong province and various Pacific islands. These actions strengthened Japan's growing imperial presence in the region. The war also brought unexpected economic benefits to Japan. As European powers focused resources on the conflict, Japanese industries filled the gap. They supplied goods to Allied nations and saw a big boom in manufacturing and exports. In 1915, Japan made a bold move, showing its growing ambitions. The government issued the 21 demands to China seeking more control over Chinese land and resources. This aggressive action strained Japan's relations with Western powers, who saw it as a threat to their own interests in the area. As the war ended, Japan found itself among the victorious nations at the Treaty of Versailles. This recognition as a major world power was a source of pride for the Japanese people. But the conference also brought disappointment. Japan's proposal for racial equality in the League of Nations was rejected, leaving many Japanese leaders bitter. Despite growing international status, Japan faced internal challenges in the 1920s. Economic struggles led to unrest and unhappiness grew among military elites. These internal pressures would have big effect in coming years. The situation worsened with the global economic depression in the 1930s. As Japan's economy faltered, militarist groups in the government gained more influence. These groups pushed for aggressive expansion as a solution to Japan's problems, arguing the nation needed more resources and land to prosper. Disillusioned with Western diplomacy and facing economic trouble at home, Japan began moving toward a more aggressive foreign policy. The ideas of expansion and military strength that took root during and after World War I now grew into a dominant belief. This shift set the stage for Japan's imperial ambitions in World War I and its eventual fall into conflict in the Pacific. World War I saw Japan's empire grow fast across the Pacific. It all started back in 1931 when Japan invaded Manchuria. By 1937, they were in a full war with China. These early conflicts prepared for Japan's bigger ambitions in later years. In 1940, Japan made a big move, joining Germany and Italy to form the Axis powers. This alliance aimed to counter Western influence in Asia, but Japan had its own plans too. On December 7, 1941, Japan launched a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. This bold move shocked the United States and pulled them into the war. The Pacific theater of World War I had begun. At first, Japan's military seemed unstoppable. They quickly took huge areas, including the Philippines, Indonesia, and parts of Southeast Asia. They called this vast territory the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. But holding all this land was not easy. Japan soon faced big problems, supplying its faraway forces, and met fierce resistance, especially from the United States. The Battle of Midway in 1942 was a turning point. The U.S. Navy hit Japan's fleet hard, and from then on Japan was mostly defending. The Allies used a smart strategy called island hopping. Instead of trying to retake every Japan-held island, they focused on capturing key places. This let them slowly close in on Japan's home islands. As the war continued, Japan turned to desperate measures. They started kamikaze attacks where pilots crashed planes into enemy ships on purpose. Japan's leaders also refused to surrender, even when clearly losing. This stubbornness led to massive destruction. Allied forces firebombed Japanese cities like Tokyo. The damage was huge, but Japan fought on. Then in August 1945, everything changed. The United States dropped atomic bombs onto Japanese cities, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The destruction was unlike anything seen before. At the same time, the Soviet Union entered the war against Japan. Facing these new horrors, Japan finally surrendered on August 15, 1945. The war was over. Japan's empire dreams were finished. Now they faced a new challenge, rebuilding their country under Allied occupation. Japan's empire fall ended one era, but began another. Under American occupation, Japan would change so deeply it challenged its ancient culture's very foundations. This new chapter started in 1945 when General Douglas MacArthur arrived to lead occupation forces. His mission was clear: reshape Japan into a peaceful democratic nation. One first task was taking apart Japan's military machine. The once mighty Imperial Army and Navy were disbanded, and Japan was banned from making weapons. This radical shift aimed to ensure Japan would never again threaten world peace. But changes did not stop there. In 1947, a new constitution was written under American supervision. This document brought sweeping reforms, fundamentally changing Japanese society. The constitution set up a parliamentary democracy, and gave universal suffrage, letting women vote for the first time. Perhaps most striking was Article 9 giving up war as a sovereign national right. This clause, unique among world constitutions, showed the determination to turn Japan from a militaristic empire into a peaceful state. Even the emperor's role, once seen as a living god, was redefined. Emperor Hirohito lost his divine status and became a symbolic figurehead. This change marked a huge shift in Japanese culture, challenging centuries-old beliefs about imperial authority. Occupation forces also tackled Japan's economic structure. Land reforms broke up large landholdings, giving property to tenant farmers. This move weakened the traditional rural elite and gave millions of Japanese farmers a stake in the new system. At the same time, efforts began to revive Japan's shattered industries. American aid and policies encouraged a market-driven economy, laying groundwork for Japan's future economic miracle. Education was another key reform focus. The school system was overhauled, introducing Western-style curricula and promoting democratic values. The goal was to create a new generation of Japanese citizens committed to peace and democracy. Despite these sweeping changes, occupation early years were hard. Many Japanese cities lay in ruins from wartime bombing. Food shortages and poverty were widespread. Yet, amid these challenges, the Japanese people began the huge task of rebuilding their nation. As the 1940s gave way to the 1950s, recovery signs appeared. New industries sprang up and old ones revived. Japanese products, once seen as cheap copies, began gaining a quality reputation. By 1952, when occupation officially ended, Japan had taken first steps toward becoming an economic powerhouse. As Japan came from American occupation in 1950, few could predict the economic wave about to sweep the globe. The nation began a time of fast growth called the Japanese economic miracle. It turned from a war-torn country into an industrial powerhouse in just a decade. Government policies played a key role in this change, working with U.S. aid and good trade terms. These policies supported industrial development and modernization. Japan focused on key industries like steel, cars, electronics, and shipbuilding. This strategic approach let the country quickly become a global manufacturing leader. At this economic strategy's heart was the Ministry of International Trade and Industry, or MITI. This powerful government body directed industrial policy and fostered innovation, guiding Japan's economic growth steadily. MITI's influence helped shape the country's industrial landscape for decades. Japan's workforce was another key to its economic success. Highly educated and driven by an efficiency culture, Japanese workers embraced practices like kaizen, or continuous improvement. This philosophy of constant refinement boosted productivity across industries, helping Japanese companies stay competitive globally. Infrastructure investments further fueled Japan's economic growth. Developing the Shinkansen, or bullet train, in 1960 became a symbol of the country's technological skill. This high-speed rail network not only improved Japan's transportation, but also showed the nation's engineering abilities to the world. By the 1970s, Japan had done something remarkable. It became the world's second-largest economy, behind only the United States. Japanese goods flooded global markets, reshaping trade dynamics and challenging Western manufacturers' dominance. Companies like Toyota, Sony, and Panasonic became household names, setting new quality and reliability standards in their industries. Japan's economic boom's impact went beyond trade numbers and GDP statistics. It influenced global culture in unexpected ways. Japanese technology, from video game consoles to portable music players, reached homes worldwide. Japanese cuisine gained international popularity, with sushi restaurants appearing in cities across the globe. Even Japanese media, including anime and manga, found audiences far beyond the country's borders. But Japan's economic miracle story took an unexpected turn in the 1990s. The country entered what was called the Lost Decade, a time of economic stagnation after a speculative asset bubble burst. The Nikkei stock market index peaking at 38,957 points in 1989 crashed dramatically, ending the fast growth era. This economic downturn gave Japan new challenges. The country faced issues like deflation, an aging population, and more global competition. Despite government efforts to stimulate the economy, including financial measures and banking, reform attempts to recover proved hard to find. Japan's journey into the 21st century has seen unexpected challenges and remarkable strength. In the 1990s, the country experienced the lost decade. This economic stagnation time began when a speculative asset bubble burst, sending shocks through banking, real estate, and corporate sectors. The government had to step in with bailouts and reforms to stabilize the economy, but recovery was elusive. Despite these economic setbacks, Japan has kept its place as a global technology leader. The country still pioneers advances in robotics, electronics, and car industries. Companies like Toyota, Sony, and SoftBank keep innovating, ensuring Japan's influence in high-tech markets worldwide. From making humanoid robots to pushing artificial intelligence boundaries, Japanese firms stay at technology's forefront. But Japan faces a big population challenge, threatening its long-term economic stability. The country's population is aging fast while birth rates keep falling. This shift puts an enormous strain on the economy and social systems. Fewer working-age people support a growing elderly population, raising concerns about Japan's pension and health care systems' sustainability. The Japanese government has made various policies to address these population issues. They introduced child care support programs, made immigration incentives, and started initiatives to improve work-life balance. The hope is these measures will encourage more people to have children and attract foreign workers to fill labor shortages. But these efforts' results have been limited so far, and the population trend remains a pressing concern. Japan's energy sector has faced its own challenges, especially after the 2011 Fukushima nuclear disaster. This catastrophic event made Japan rethink its nuclear power reliance. In response, the country has been moving toward renewable energy sources and improving safety standards for remaining nuclear facilities. This transition has not been easy as Japan works to balance energy needs with environmental concerns and public safety. On the geopolitical front, Japan navigates a complex landscape. The country must manage tensions with neighboring nations while balancing relationships with the United States and an increasingly powerful China. Japan's strategic importance in the region means it plays a key role keeping East Asia stable. And so this chapter of history slowly fades into the quiet flow of time. Some mysteries remain unanswered and some truths continue to shape our world. We have walked through the past together and learned what it can teach us. If you carry this knowledge forward with you through each day, then the echoes of history will never be lost. Thank you for listening, and until next time, let the past remain alive in your mind. In the quiet corners of history lie tales seldom told, forged by both the triumphs and failures of mankind, and this is one such story. The chapter we now share traverses the river of time, revealing moments that change the world. Let us embark on a journey back to an era long forgotten, yet whose echoes still resonate today. Consider this: the words you speak, the food you savour, even the coins in your pocket. All have been touched by an empire. This empire ruled vast swathes of the globe for over 5 centuries, leaving an indelible mark upon our world. Shaping cultures, currencies and communities, its influence so profound it often escapes our notice. But how did this empire ascend to its zenith? And why did it gradually decline? In this narrative we shall encounter the figures who forged the Spanish Empire and witness the pivotal events that shaped it. Prepare to view history through a fresh lens. In 1469, 2 young royals, Isabella of Castile and Ferdinand of Aragon, were preparing for a royal marriage. This marriage was no ordinary union, but a strategic alliance that ingeniously linked the Iberian Peninsula's 2 great powers. At that time, Spain was not a unified territory. The peninsula's autonomous kingdoms each followed distinct laws and ways of life. The union of Isabella and Ferdinand was like fitting together 2 crucial pieces of a puzzle. Castile was vast and populous, while Aragon controlled key strategic positions in the Mediterranean. Following their union, they rapidly ascended to become a dominant power in European politics. Yet the beginning was far from smooth sailing. Castile and Aragon each retained their own legal systems and governmental structures, functioning more as a close alliance than a unified kingdom. The new monarchs harboured grand visions for their territories. They were committed to establishing a strong, centralised authority, weakening the power long accumulated by the nobility. By refining taxation and bolstering military capabilities, they propelled the state towards efficient governance, undertaking what amounted to a comprehensive modernisation of the realm. Isabella and Ferdinand's shrewd move was securing papal endorsement to attain the title of Catholic monarchs, a designation of immense significance in their era. This title was no mere formality. It conferred the Church's sanction, a crucial asset in medieval Europe. They united the people through their shared Catholic faith, forging unprecedented solidarity. Armed with this newfound strength and cohesion, Isabella and Ferdinand looked beyond their borders to the Canary Islands off the coast of Africa, consolidating Spain's position in the Mediterranean. This served as a trial run for the greater expansion to come. The union of Isabella and Ferdinand was not merely a personal alliance, but the birth of a new global power. It reinforced Spain's strategic position in the Mediterranean. This was akin to testing the waters for the greater expansion to come. The union of Isabella and Ferdinand was not merely a personal alliance, but the birth of a new global power. They laid the foundations for Spain to become one of history's mightiest empires, their decisions and policies shaping not only Spain but influencing the entire world for centuries. The Catholic monarchs unified Spain through marriage, yet their vision extended far beyond 1492. A pivotal moment would transform Spain from a regional power into a global empire. The fall of Granada concluded the centuries-long Reconquista, the Christian kingdom's campaign to reclaim Iberian territory from Muslim rule. This was not merely another military victory, but the culmination of a dream that had inspired generations of Spanish rulers. This nearly 8-century-long endeavour began in AD 711, when Muslim armies first occupied most of the Iberian Peninsula. By the late 1400s, the Emirate of Granada stood as the last Muslim stronghold. Isabella and Ferdinand regarded its reconquest as a divine mission, launching the final military offensive against the Nasrid dynasty in 1482. This siege, spanning a decade, intertwined military might, diplomatic cunning and economic pressure. The Catholic monarchs employed superior artillery and resources to gradually strangle Granada's economic lifeline. The siege faced formidable challenges. The mountainous terrain surrounding Granada formed a natural fortress, while the Muslim garrison fought valiantly to defend the last Muslim stronghold in Iberia. The Catholic monarchs leveraged more advanced artillery and substantial financial resources to progressively cripple Granada's economy. The siege presented formidable obstacles. The surrounding mountains formed a natural fortress, and the Muslim defenders fought valiantly to protect the last stronghold on the Iberian Peninsula. Yet Isabella and Ferdinand remained unyielding, establishing a new town outside the walls named Santa Fe, meaning Holy Faith, not merely a military encampment but a declaration of their resolve to hold the line. As the siege dragged on, internal unrest weakened the last Muslim ruler Boabdil, who faced a dilemma. The populace yearned to continue fighting, yet supplies dwindled. On the 2nd of January 1492, after a decade of bitter struggle, Boabdil surrendered the keys to the Alhambra to the Catholic monarchs. The fall of Granada was not merely a military triumph, but a symbolic victory reverberating across Europe. The Pope celebrated, and Christian monarchs across the continent sent congratulations to Isabella and Ferdinand, marking the fulfillment of the long-held dream of bringing all of Spain under Christian rule. But what befell Granada's Muslim populace? Initially, the Treaty of Granada promised they could retain their religion, culture and customs. Muslims were permitted to keep their mosques, practice their faith, and follow their traditions. Yet these assurances proved fleeting. As Spain pursued a policy of monotheistic rule, the protective clauses gradually eroded and were ultimately abolished entirely. The conquest of Granada had profound consequences. It freed up resources long tied up in protracted warfare. The new wealth and peace allowed Isabella and Ferdinand to turn their gaze elsewhere towards ventures across the seas. The fall of Granada marked a turning point for Spain, paving the way for decisions that would reshape the world order. As the Catholic monarchs celebrated the conquest of the last Muslim stronghold on the Iberian Peninsula, they were already plotting their next move. The resources and energy of the Reconquista were about to be redirected towards a new objective, a transformation that would profoundly affect millions both within Spain and beyond. In 1492, mere months after Granada's fall, Isabella and Ferdinand made a momentous decision, issuing the Alhambra decree which demanded all Jews within their realm convert to Christianity or depart within 4 months. This edict, known as the Expulsion Decree, sent shockwaves through the Jewish community. An integral part of Spain's cultural, economic and intellectual fabric that had long been woven into the very fabric of the land, the Alhambra decree demanded that all Jews within the realm convert to Christianity or depart within 4 months. This edict, known as the Expulsion Order, shocked many. The Jewish community had long been integrated into Spanish society, contributing significantly to its cultural, economic and intellectual systems. The expulsion was not a sudden event, but stemmed from years of accumulated anti-Semitism in Spain. The Catholic monarchs viewed religious uniformity as essential to a strong centralised state, perceiving non-Christians, particularly Jews, as a threat to this vision. The Alhambra decree was enforced swiftly and brutally. Approximately 200,000 Jews were forced from their homes. Many fled to neighbouring Portugal, only to be expelled years later. Others sought refuge in North Africa, Italy, and the Ottoman Empire. The execution of the Alhambra decree was swift and brutal, compelling some 200,000 Jews to abandon their homes. Many fled to neighbouring Portugal, only to be expelled years later. Others found refuge in North Africa, Italy, and the Ottoman Empire. This migration, known as the Sephardic diaspora, disseminated Spanish Jewish culture, language, and traditions across the Mediterranean and beyond. Those who remained and converted to Christianity, known as conversos, endured lifelong suspicion and persecution. The Inquisition intensified its hunt for secret Jews practicing Jewish rites in clandestine communities. This atmosphere of fear and suspicion persisted for generations, profoundly shaping Spanish society. Following the expulsion of the Jews, Isabella and Ferdinand took similar action against the Muslims in 1502, ordering all Muslims in Castile to convert to Christianity or leave the realm. Unlike the Jewish expulsion, this decree was not immediately and universally enforced. Many Muslims known as the Musulmanos initially converted under pressure, becoming known as Moriscos. However, the Moriscos' circumstances progressively deteriorated. Their cultural practices faced increasing restrictions, and they were frequently viewed with suspicion by Christian neighbours. Fears of Muslim uprisings led to ever harsher regulations, culminating in the expulsion of all Moriscos from Spain during the reign of Philip III in 1609. This final expulsion affected approximately 100,000 Moriscos. Fears of Muslim uprisings spurred increasingly stringent regulations, culminating in the expulsion of all Moriscos from Spain during the reign of Philip III in 1609. This final expulsion affected some 300,000 individuals, many of whose families had resided in Spain for generations. The edict dealt a severe blow to the Spanish economy. Jews and Muslims had been pivotal in trade finance and skilled crafts. Cities such as Toledo, Seville and Valencia, which had prospered under these communities, now faced economic hardship. The loss of skilled artisans, merchants and intellectuals created irreplaceable vacuums. Simultaneously, the edict reinforced Spain's identity as a purely Catholic nation, a religious exclusivity that shaped policies both domestically and within its expanding empire. As Spain established colonies in the Americas and elsewhere, this monotheistic model was exported, influencing its treatment of indigenous peoples and sowing seeds for future conflict, just as the Catholic monarchs basked in the glory of their newly unified kingdom. A bold explorer was about to alter the course of history. In 1492, the year Granada fell and the Jews were expelled, Christopher Columbus set sail on a voyage that would reshape the world. This visionary navigator from Genoa, Italy, harboured a grand ambition. He firmly believed that sailing west across the Atlantic would lead to Asia. Though not the first to conceive this idea, Columbus gravely underestimated the Earth's scale, imagining the voyage to be far shorter than it actually was. Fortunately, Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand decided to fund his expedition. They glimpsed the potential for expanding Spain's territory and opening new trade routes. On the 3rd of August 1492, Columbus set sail from Spain with 3 ships, the Niña, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. The voyage proved arduous and perilous, with weeks at sea without sight of land, causing growing restlessness among the crew. On the 12th of October 1492, just as mutiny seemed imminent, a sailor spotted land. Columbus had reached the Bahamas in the Caribbean Sea, believing he was nearing Asia, unaware he had discovered an entirely new world, at least to Europeans. Over the following 12 years, Columbus undertook 4 voyages to the Americas, exploring parts of the Caribbean, including Cuba Hispaniola, present-day Haiti and the Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico and Jamaica, even reaching the shores of Central and South America. Each time he returned home, he brought tales of the New World's wonders, legends of exotic peoples and hopes of riches. Yet Columbus's voyages were not merely explorations, they initiated Europe's colonial process in the Americas. The Spanish swiftly established towns on the islands he had visited, viewing these newly discovered lands as sources of wealth and using them to spread Christianity. This series of events had profound consequences for both the old and new worlds. Columbus's encounters with indigenous peoples such as the Taino proved disastrous as European diseases like smallpox spread rapidly. Meanwhile, Europeans viewed the American lands as a source of wealth and an opportunity to spread Christianity. This chain of events profoundly altered both worlds. Contact between Columbus and indigenous peoples like the Taino proved tragic as European diseases such as smallpox rapidly spread among populations lacking immunity. Forced labour and enslavement systems inflicted immense suffering and death. Historians term this phenomenon the Columbian Exchange, which not only facilitated the movement of people and goods across the Atlantic, but also introduced flora, fauna, and pathogens. This global exchange profoundly altered the environmental, economic, and social landscapes of both continents. Though Columbus was hailed as a hero in Spain, his rule over the new colonies proved troubled. Accused of mismanagement and brutal governance, he was arrested in 1500 and returned to Spain in chains. Although later released and granted permission to sail again, he never regained his former standing. Columbus's voyages also ignited fierce rivalry between Spain and Portugal, both eager to control the newly discovered lands. This culminated in the 1494 Treaty of Tordesillas, which divided the non-European world into 2 spheres. Spain gained sovereignty over most of the Americas, while Portugal claimed the territory that would become Brazil and lands further east. Tragically, Columbus remained convinced until his death that he had reached Asia, never realizing he had discovered a new continent. Yet his voyages initiated a world-altering process. Spain gained vast new territories in the Americas' lands ripe for exploitation and colonization. Columbus's voyages ignited European interest in the Americas, and subsequent events truly laid the foundations for Spain's global hegemony. Between 1493 and 1510, Spain's conquest of the Caribbean became an era of rapid development and transformation shaping the destinies of two continents. This endeavour commenced with Columbus's second voyage in 1493, a far grander expedition than his first, this time commanding 17 vessels laden with over 1,000 colonists, soldiers and clergy. They were not merely explorers but colonisers poised to establish enduring Spanish presence in the New World. The Caribbean swiftly emerged as the heart of Spain's burgeoning empire, its islands becoming strategic bases for further exploration and conquest. Spanish navigators spent years charting the region's intricate coastlines and treacherous waters, producing detailed maps that granted Spain a crucial advantage when navigating uncharted seas. As Spanish influence expanded across the Caribbean archipelago, early colonial towns sprang up constructed in European style. These settlements featured central plazas, grand churches and imposing government buildings, as if Spain sought to replicate a miniature Europe within the tropics. Yet these towns served not merely as stages for displaying power, but as pivotal centres of Spanish authority and culture in the New World. They played a crucial role in the early colonial process. Priests and missionaries worked alongside settlers and soldiers dedicated not only to saving souls, but also to bolstering the legitimacy of Spanish rule. The church provided education, established hospitals, and even assisted in governing the new colonies, functioning as the spiritual extension of the Spanish crown across the Atlantic. As the Spaniards busied themselves building colonial societies, they also reshaped the Caribbean's economic landscape, introducing crops like wheat, sugarcane and citrus from Europe and Africa. These new plants transformed local agriculture, with sugarcane becoming the cornerstone of the colonial economy. It spurred the growth of large plantations, yet tragically intensified the demand for slave labour. By 1510, the Caribbean had evolved beyond a cluster of colonies into a springboard for Spain's future conquests. Sugarcane emerged as the dominant force in the colonial economy, spawning vast plantations, while tragically intensifying the demand for enslaved labour. By 1510, the Caribbean had become not merely a group of colonies, but a launching pad for Spain's future conquests. From these island strongholds, Spanish conquerors would launch expeditions into Mexico, Central America, and South America. The networks and systems forged in the Caribbean became the template for Spain's imperial expansion. Yet this was no smooth voyage. Spain's early rule in the Caribbean was marked by fierce rivalries between governors and explorers who fought for power, often undermining sound governance. This internal rivalry shaped how Spain managed its ever-expanding territories, establishing a pattern that endured for centuries. As Spanish governors vied for control of the islands, their gaze turned westward towards the mysterious continent. Tales of vast empires and immense wealth began circulating, drawing the attention of ambitious conquerors. One man in particular seized this opportunity, forever altering the course of history. In 1519, the Spanish conquistador Hernán Cortés set sail from Cuba with a meagre force of just 600 soldiers, 16 war horses and several cannons, embarking on a journey to explore and conquer the Mexican mainland. Little did he anticipate encountering one of the most powerful empires in the Americas, the Aztec Empire. After landing on the coast of present-day Mexico, Cortés began his march inland. Along the way, his forces encountered numerous indigenous tribes, including those hostile to the Aztecs. Cortés astutely recognized the potential to exploit these local rivalries, forming alliances with tribes such as the Tlaxcalans, who viewed the Spaniards as potential allies against Aztec rule. These indigenous allies not only provided military support, but also delivered crucial intelligence regarding Aztec society and its strengths and weaknesses, information that proved invaluable in the impending conflict. As Cortés's growing army approached the Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan, they witnessed a breathtaking sight. Built upon islands in Lake Texcoco, this city stood as an engineering marvel. Its scale and grandeur far surpassed any European city of the time, with magnificent temples, soaring pyramids, and an intricate canal system leaving observers awestruck. Its scale and grandeur surpassed any European city of the era. Its magnificent temples, towering pyramids, and intricate canal network leaving observers awestruck. The Aztec Emperor Moctezuma II came forth to greet them, yet harboured doubts as to whether these strangers were gods or mere mortals. A hesitation that would ultimately prove fatal. Cortés seized the opportunity to take Moctezuma hostage, transforming him into a political pawn to manipulate the empire. The Spaniards appeared to gain the upper hand without firing a shot, yet tensions rapidly escalated. In 1520, during a religious ceremony at the main temple, Spanish soldiers massacred unarmed Aztec nobles. This atrocity ignited fierce resistance. The Spaniards found themselves besieged, forced to break out in a desperate attempt known as the Night of Sorrows. Yet Cortés did not relent, rallying his indigenous allies for a counterattack. The Spaniards laid siege to Tenochtitlan, cutting off its food and water supplies, inflicting heavy casualties with superior weapons like cannons and crossbows. Though the Aztecs fought valiantly, they could not withstand Spanish military technology and tactics. The siege of Tenochtitlan lasted months, and the Aztecs, ravaged by starvation and plague, ultimately collapsed. The use of artillery and ballistae inflicted devastating damage. Despite their heroic resistance, the Aztecs could not match Spanish military technology and tactics. The siege of Tenochtitlan lasted several months. Despite being ravaged by hunger and disease, the Aztecs fought tenaciously until the city fell on the 13th of August 1521. The Aztec Empire, which had ruled central Mexico for centuries, disintegrated within just 2 years. The fall of Tenochtitlan marked a turning point in the history of the Americas. Cortés ordered the ruins of the Aztec capital destroyed, establishing the new city of Mexico on its site. This would become the capital of New Spain, Spain's first major colony on the American continent. The conquest of the Aztecs paved the way for Spanish expansion, providing a blueprint for future campaigns. How superior weaponry and skillful diplomacy enabled a small army to defeat a vast enemy force. Yet the victory came at a terrible cost. Mexico's indigenous peoples were decimated not only by warfare, but also by the onslaught of European infectious diseases against which they had no defence. The rich and complex Aztec civilization was utterly dismantled, replaced by Spanish customs and the Catholic Church. Though the conquest demonstrated a successful formula, the Spanish thirst for gold and glory remained far from quenched. As news of Cortés' triumph spread, another audacious conqueror set his sights on richer spoils, the renowned Inca Empire of South America. In 1532, Francisco Pizarro arrived on the western coast of South America with a force of fewer than 200 men. The timing of this expedition could not have been more fortuitous. The Inca Empire, stretching across the Andes from present-day Ecuador to Chile, was engulfed in a brutal civil war. The fierce struggle between brothers Atahualpa and Huáscar for the throne had left the empire's defences wide open. Like his predecessor, Cortés Pizarro keenly recognised the opportunity presented by this internal strife. He led his forces deep into the heartland, studying the Inca system of government, while forging alliances with indigenous tribes disaffected with Inca rule. Advancing deeper into Inca territory, Pizarro laid a trap on the 16th of November 1532 in the small highland town of Cajamarca, luring the Inca ruler Atahualpa into a snare. On the 16th of November 1532, in the highland town of Cajamarca, Pizarro set his ambush under the guise of a welcome to fellow monarchs. He deceived the Inca ruler Atahualpa into attending a meeting. When Atahualpa entered the town square with thousands of unarmed attendants, the Spaniards launched a surprise attack. Within mere hours, Pizarro's Migre forces captured the Inca emperor and slaughtered thousands of his subjects. Atahualpa's capture plunged the Inca Empire into chaos. To secure his freedom, the emperor offered a room filled with gold and silver as ransom. The Spaniards accepted this astonishing proposal, amassing treasures worth billions. Yet even such immense wealth failed to save Atahualpa. In 1533, having extracted all intelligence and resources from this royal captive, the Spaniards executed him, effectively severing the Inca Empire's central nervous system. With the core of imperial power extinguished, Pizarro and his forces marched upon the Inca capital, Cuzco. The city, weakened by civil strife and the loss of its leader, swiftly fell. Pizarro installed a puppet ruler and began dismantling the Inca regime much as Cortés had done to the Aztecs. The conquest of the Inca Empire was not merely a military triumph, but resulted from multiple factors. The Spaniards exploited existing political divisions, allied with discontented factions within the empire, and introduced deadly European diseases that ravaged the indigenous population. The Inca, lacking immunity, rapidly declined, weakening their capacity for resistance. In 1535, Pizarro established a colonial system, fragmenting the Inca Empire into several districts and introducing deadly European diseases. These diseases decimated the local population. The Incas possessed no immunity to these novel illnesses, leading to a drastic reduction in numbers that severely weakened their capacity to resist the invaders. In 1535, Pizarro founded the city of Lima, which became the center of the viceroyalty of Peru. This new political entity consolidated Spanish rule over much of South America, creating a vast colony that sustained Spain's expanding empire for centuries. However, the fall of Cuzco did not signify the end of Inca resistance. Manco Inca, the puppet ruler who had collaborated with the Spaniards, fled to the remote stronghold of Vilcabamba, establishing a resistance regime there. From this bastion, the remnants of the Inca Empire continued to resist Spanish rule until 1572, when the last Inca ruler was captured and executed. With the conquest of the Inca Empire concluded, Spain faced a new challenge: how to govern its rapidly expanding territories in the New World. The fall of Cuzco in 1533 marked a pivotal turning point. Yet it was not the end. As Pizarro and his men celebrated their victory, the foundations of a new regime were already quietly taking root. The fall of Cuzco in 1533 marked a pivotal turning point. Yet it was not the final chapter. As Pizarro and his men celebrated their triumph, the foundations of a new regime were already taking root. By 1535, merely 2 years after Atahualpa's death, Spain had established the viceroyalty of New Spain. This vast domain encompassed Mexico, Central America, the Caribbean, and even portions of what would later become the United States. Mexico City, built upon the ruins of the ancient Aztec capital Tenochtitlan, became the seat of power for this new colonial entity. The establishment of the viceroyalty proved a shrewd administrative move. These expansive territories were governed by viceroys, who represented the Spanish crown and wielded considerable authority within their jurisdictions. Mexico City, founded upon the ruins of the Tenochtitlan capital, became the seat of power for this new colonial entity. The establishment of the viceroyalty proved a shrewd administrative measure. These vast territories were governed by viceroys representing the Spanish crown, who wielded immense authority within their domains, effectively acting as the king's agents. They oversaw all matters from taxation and military defense to religious conversion, enforcing royal decrees. Yet Spanish ambitions extended beyond New Spain. In 1542, the Viceroyalty of Peru was established, encompassing all Spanish territories in South America. Lima, founded by Pizarro himself, became the seat of government for this new viceroyalty. From the Pacific coast to the Andean highlands, Spanish influence now spanned the entire continent. The governors were not merely colonial administrators, they embodied the royal authority across territories thousands of miles from Madrid. These rulers, often drawn from noble families, had to govern with an iron fist while navigating the complex socio-political landscape of the new lands. To prevent governors from accumulating excessive power or asserting independence, Spain established a system of checks and balances. The Council of the Indies, based in the mother country, exercised remote oversight over colonial governance, serving as the link between the New World and the Spanish crown. It ensured royal interests remained paramount within the governor's jurisdiction. Spain further established royal judiciances. These high courts bore a dual mission, administering local governance while constraining the governor's authority. Should a governor overstep his authority or harm royal interest, the judician could intervene. The governator system innovatively enabled Spain to centrally control its vast empire, curbing the tendency of colonial rulers to develop independently, while ensuring a steady flow of wealth back to Spain. The gold and silver deposits of the Americas, along with other resources, were thus systematically channeled back to the motherland, nourishing Spain's growing influence on the world stage. This governance framework endured for nearly 3 centuries, with the viceroyalties forming the backbone of Spanish rule in the Americas. The administrative culture and even geographical patterns they shaped continue to exert influence to this day. Yet, while the viceroyalties brought order to Spain's New World territories, they also forged a rigid hierarchical system, precisely one of the factors that later contributed to the empire's collapse. The system favored native Spaniards peninsulares while discriminating against Creoles, descendants of Spaniards born in the Americas. This injustice sowed seeds of discontent that ultimately fueled Latin American independence movement. As the Spanish viceroyalties imposed order upon their vast New World empire, a powerful undercurrent was already churning beneath the surface, a force destined to reshape the entire continent. In 1565, nearly 3 decades after the establishment of the Viceroyalty of Peru, Spain opened a trade route linking its American colonies with Asia, giving birth to one of history's most enduring and profitable global trade networks. The galleon trade was born. This strategic move, orchestrated by Spanish navigator and Viceroy Miguel López de Legazpi, after securing control of the Philippines, established Manila as the pivotal hub of Spain's Asian trade network, unlocking unprecedented opportunities for the empire. Imagine colossal Spanish galleons laden with exotic treasures, traversing annually between Manila and Acapulco in Mexico. These vessels carried Asia's riches, exquisite silks, delicate porcelain, fragrant spices, and carved ivory. Yet the true driving force behind the uncertain was silver mined deep within Mexico and Peru. This precious metal became the primary currency for acquiring Chinese luxuries, fostering a profound dependence within the Spanish Empire. The Manila galleon trade was not merely a flow of goods, it sparked a vast cultural exchange. Asian influences began reshaping the Americas and Europe, redefining everything from art and architecture to culinary trends. Consider the awe of Mexican artists encountering Chinese porcelain for the first time, or Spanish nobles savoring the exotic flavors of Southeast Asian spices. Yet this trans-Pacific route was far from smooth sailing. Peril lurked throughout the arduous voyage. Sudden storms could transform tranquil seas into watery grave, while pirates lay in wait to plunder precious cargo. As European powers rose, Spanish merchant ships faced hostile fleets seeking to shatter their monopoly. For 250 years, the Manila galleons sailed on, cementing Spain's status as a global maritime power. This vast economic lifeline connected Asia, the Americas and Europe, its influence enduring for centuries. Yet all great empires eventually decline. By 1815, with the Mexican independence movement gaining momentum and global trade patterns shifting, Spain's control over the Pacific trade routes finally came to an end. The final Manila galleon's departure signaled the close of an era spanning to under half centuries. When that last vessel vanished beyond the horizon in 1815, it marked not merely the end of a trade route, but heralded a seismic shift in the global balance of power. As the Spanish Empire disintegrated, a new chapter in the conquest of the Americas quietly unfolded, a journey spanning decades. Starkly different from Spain's swift victories over the Aztec and Inca empires nearly 3 centuries earlier, this was no swift campaign, but a protracted odyssey of nearly 2 centuries. In 1524, Pedro de Alvarado, a trusted commander of Hernan Cortés, led the first major Spanish incursion into Guatemala. His target was the formidable Maya, whom he defeated at the Battle of El Pinal. Yet the Maya civilization differed from the unified empires of the Aztecs or Incas, existing instead as a loose confederation of city-minor states, each fiercely independent. This fragmentation presented a unique challenge to the Spanish conqueror's. Victory could not be declared by overthrowing a central ruler, but required the conquest of each kingdom individually, a task far more arduous than initially anticipated. The Maya surrendered without a fight. Leaders such as Tecumseh, who later became a Guatemalan national hero, led indigenous warriors in guerrilla tactics against the invaders, leveraging their intimate knowledge of the jungle terrain to gain the upper hand. The Spaniards found themselves embroiled in an unprecedented conflict over decades, while establishing colonies in Yucatan, Belize, and Honduras. They struggled to gain comprehensive control over Maya territories. Jungle swallowed Spanish expeditionary forces, while Maya resistance flared across the land. This was a war of attrition, wearing both sides down. The conquest spanned generations. The Spanish soldiers who first set foot on Maya lands lived from youth to old age, yet their descendants continued the fight. Amidst this protracted struggle, the Maya world underwent profound transformations. Many communities adapted to Spanish rule, outwardly conforming to the new order while preserving fragments of their traditions. It was not until 1697, 170-3 years after Alvarado's initial invasion, that Spain finally captured Tojoyal, the last independent Maya city-minor state. This time, the assault came not only by land, but also by sea, with warships launching attacks from Lake Piton. With the fall of Tayuzal, the Spanish finally claimed complete control over the Maya region. Tayuzal, the last independent Maya city-minor state. This offensive was conducted not only by land, but also by water, with the Spanish launching a surprise attack from Lake Piton aboard warship. With the fall of Tayuzal, the Spanish finally claimed complete control over the Maya region. This campaign stands as one of the longest and most complex military operations in Spanish colonial history, demonstrating both the empire's resolve to expand its territories and the indigenous peoples' tenacious resistance in defense of their way of life. Yet the story of the Maya under Spanish rule did not end with military conquest. Unlike the Aztec and Inca civilizations, whose power structures were utterly dismantled, numerous Maya communities found ways to adapt to colonial rule. They preserved aspects of their culture, language, and traditions, even while living under foreign domination. The narrative under colonial rule did not conclude with military conquest. Unlike the Aztec and Inca civilizations, whose power structures were utterly dismantled, Many Maya communities found ways to adapt to colonial rule, even while outwardly submitting to Spanish authority. They preserved elements of their culture, language, and traditions. By the time Charles I ascended the throne in 1516, the Spanish Empire had attained unparalleled might. This young Habsburg ruler inherited vast territories, spanning Europe and extending into the New World, earning him the title Emperor of Two Worlds. Charles's reign marked the zenith of Spanish influence, yet also sowed the seeds of future turmoil that would shape the empire for generations. The sheer scale of the territories he inherited was staggering. He ruled over Spain, the Holy Roman Empire, the Netherlands, Austria, and the rapidly expanding lands of the Americas. This diverse empire made him Europe's most powerful monarch, yet presented unique challenges. Charles perpetually journeyed between his domains to maintain control and manage local affairs. Throughout his reign, he faced relentless conflicts that continually tested his authority. The War of the Habsburg-Valois pitted him against France in the struggle for Italian supremacy in the East. The Ottoman Empire under Suleiman the Magnificent threatened Charles's holdings in Central Europe and the Mediterranean simultaneously. The Protestant Reformation stirred unrest within the Holy Roman Empire, culminating in the Sch Malka-el-Dik War of 1546-1547. Despite these trials, Charles's reign witnessed significant expansion of Spanish power in the New World. The conquest of Mexico in 1521 and the occupation of Peru in 1533 incorporated vast new territories into the Spanish Empire. These conquests not only nourished the Spanish economy with a steady flow of gold and silver, but also underpinned Charles's ambitious military campaigns. The influx of American wealth enabled Spain to wage war from 1546 to 1547 and incorporate Peru into its domain in 1533. These conquests not only provided a steady flow of gold and silver to nourish the Spanish economy, but also underpinned Charles's ambitious military campaign. The influx of American wealth enabled Spain to wage war between 1546 and 1547 and to incorporate Peru into its territory in 1533. These conquests not only provided a steady flow of gold and silver to nourish the Spanish economy, but also underpinned Charles's ambitious military campaign. The influx of American wealth enabled the conquest of Mexico in 1521 and the occupation of Peru in 1533, adding vast new territories to the Spanish Empire. These conquests brought a torrent of gold and silver that filled the Spanish treasury, financing Charles's military expansion. The influx of American riches transformed Spain into Europe's wealthiest nation, yet at a heavy cost. Prolonged warfare depleted the treasury, compelling Charles to rely heavily on taxation and loans from powerful banking families. This fiscal strain profoundly impacted Spain's economy. Charles positioned himself as the defender of the faith within an increasingly fractured Christian world. He cracked down harshly on Protestantism, viewing it as a dual threat to religious orthodoxy and political authority. This stance shaped Spain's policy direction for generations, with the resulting conflict ultimately accelerating the empire's decline. After 4 decades of relentless warfare and conquest, Charles was utterly exhausted by 1556. Through a series of ceremonies, he divided the empire between his son Philip I and his brother Ferdinand. By Philip I ruled Spain, the Americas, and the Netherlands, while Ferdinand inherited the Holy Roman Empire. This division ended Charles's dream of a universal Christian empire and sowed the seeds for future rivalries between the Spanish and Austrian branches of the Habsburg dynasty. Charles spent his final years in seclusion within a Spanish monastery, far removed from the tumultuous courts and battlefields that had defined his reign. His legacy proved complex and contradictory under his rule. Spain reached its zenith as a global empire, yet the very policies that underpinned this perpetual warfare, religious intolerance, and fiscal overextension, sowed the seeds of its decline. As the sun set on Charles I's reign, a new chapter in Spanish history was about to unfold, an era that would test the limits of its naval power and reshape the balance of power in Europe. As the sun of Charles I's reign set, a new chapter in Spanish history was about to begin, one that would test the limits of its naval prowess and alter the balance of power in Europe. In 1588, Charles's son and successor, King Philip I, launched a bold venture that would either cement Spanish supremacy or expose its vulnerabilities. The Spanish Armada, this unprecedentedly vast and ambitious fleet, set sail from Lisbon with a singular purpose to depose Queen Elizabeth I of England and restore Catholic rule to the island nation. This was not merely a military campaign, but a fierce clash of ideologies, religions, and emerging national consciousness. Philip assembled 130 warships, 8,000 sailors and 18,000 soldiers, creating a maritime city of planks and canvas stretching across the horizon. But why such colossal effort? The conflict had deep roots under Elizabeth's tacit approval. English privateers had long raided Spanish treasure galleons returning from the Americas. These raids, led by daring captains such as Sir Francis Drake, not only multiplied England's wealth, but also brought shame upon Spain. The Armada was Philip I's response to these challenges, intended to demonstrate Spain's supremacy over the seas. Spain's plan was meticulous. The fleet comprised 130 warships, manned by 8,000 sailors and 18,000 soldiers. This maritime city of timber and sail stretched to the horizon's edge, under the command of audacious captains like Sir Francis Drake. It not only multiplied England's wealth, but also brought profound disgrace upon Spain. The Spanish Armada was Philip I's response to these challenges, a military spectacle designed to demonstrate Spain's maritime supremacy. His plan was meticulous. The fleet would sail north through the English Channel, rendezvous with Spanish forces stationed in the Netherlands, then led this combined fleet across the Channel to invade England. On paper, the plan appeared flawless. Yet, as the colossal fleet neared the English coast, its weaknesses became apparent. English forces, commanded by Lord Howard and Sir Francis Drake, struck precisely at the fleet's vulnerabilities. Agile smaller vessels harassed the Spanish ships in the narrow straits, picking off the slower vessels one by one and disrupting their formation. The Spaniards realized that colossal galleys were unwieldy and vulnerable. The English then delivered a fatal blow. 8 fireships laden with combustible materials were set alight and drifted towards the densely packed Spanish fleet anchored near Calais. Panicked Spanish captains cut their anchor chains in fear of explosions, scattering their vessels in disarray. This chaos scuppered the crucial rendezvous with the Dutch army, utterly destroying the entire invasion plan. Yet fate seemed to have other designs as the battered Armada attempted to regroup for the return voyage. A violent storm erupted in the North Sea, later dubbed the Protestant Wind by Elizabeth I, driving numerous ships onto the rocky shores of Scotland and Ireland. Of the original 130 warships, only about half managed to return. The destruction of the Spanish Armada was not merely a military defeat but a pivotal turning point in European history. The myth of Spanish invincibility was shattered, and the international balance of power began to reshape. England, once considered a minor power, ascended to become a true player on the world stage. This victory ignited British ambitions for overseas expansion, laying the foundations for the rise of the British Empire. For Spain, the Armada's destruction marked the beginning of a long decline. Though still a major power, Cracks appeared in its hegemonic system. The colossal expenditure of the expedition further strained Spain's already stretched treasury, diminishing its capacity to project power across its vast empire. As Spain's grip on European supremacy loosened, fresh challenges emerged from an unexpected quarter. The Dutch provinces, long under Spanish rule, were poised to ignite a conflict that would test Spain's limits and reshape Europe's political landscape. The 80 Years' War, also known as the Dutch Revolt, erupting in 1568, began as a rebellion against the rule of Philip II of Spain. This was not merely a regional conflict, but a struggle spanning generations that profoundly impacted the Spanish Empire. The roots of the uprising ran deep in history. The Dutch provinces, a patchwork of territories in the Low Countries, had enjoyed partial autonomy under earlier rulers. Yet Philip II, son of Charles I, sought to tighten Spanish control and establish a centralized government. This political expansion intertwined with religious tensions. Philip, a devout Catholic, aimed to suppress the growing Protestant influence in the Netherlands. The Dutch fiercely defended religious liberty, viewing this as an unacceptable encroachment upon their rights. Yet the conflict was not solely political, or religious. Financial motives also played a pivotal role in fomenting the uprising. The spark of rebellion, Spanish attempts to impose heavy taxes upon the wealthy Dutch provinces, provoked intense resentment. By this time, the Netherlands had become a hub of trade and commerce, and its people were unwilling to see their hard-earned wealth diverted to fund Spanish wars and ambition. The conflict truly erupted when Philip dispatched the Duke of Alba to quell the escalating unrest. The Duke's brutal tactics, including the execution of prominent Dutch nobles and the imposition of new taxes, only exacerbated the situation. William of Orange, the Dutch nobleman revered as the father of the fatherland, thus emerged as the leader of the resistance. Under his command, the Dutch combined naval warfare, guerrilla tactics, and fortified defenses to oppose the Spanish occupiers. In the war's early stages, the Spanish forces held the advantage. This seasoned professional army initially suppressed Dutch resistance. However, as the Dutch adapted to a strategy of protracted warfare, the tide turned. They employed naval prowess to disrupt Spanish supply lines, launched privateering raids on leveraging their familiarity with the terrain, and flooded low-lying areas to impede Spanish troop movement. In 1581, the Dutch formally rejected Spanish rule and declared independence through the Act of Abrogation, a bold move that altered the course of the war and European history itself. Though the war did not immediately conclude, it signaled a profound shift in its character. The nascent Dutch Republic no longer fought as rebels, but as a sovereign state seeking international recognition. As the conflict persisted, Spain's war fronts across Europe and the Mediterranean stretched ever thinner, making royal control over the Netherlands increasingly untenable. This struggle drained Spanish resources, plunging the monarchy into repeated bankruptcies and severely eroding its standing both domestically and internationally. The 12 years truce of 1609 ushered in a new phase. This temporary respite allowed both sides to regroup, yet exposed Spain's inability to swiftly quell the Dutch rebellion. When hostilities resumed in 1621, the balance of power had shifted. The Dutch Republic had used the truce to bolster its economic and military strength, enabling it to resist Spanish attempts to reclaim lost territories more effectively. After 8 decades of conflict, the war concluded in 1648 with the Treaty of Munster. An exhausted Spain, engaged on multiple fronts, was compelled to recognize Dutch independence. This treaty was not merely a peace agreement, but an acknowledgement of Europe's new reality. The once seemingly invincible Spanish Empire had been forced to bow to a former colony. At the dawn of the 17th century, the vast Spanish Empire stood at a turning point. This invincible superpower, which had dominated European affairs for over a century, now faced a perfect storm threatening its very foundations. The Spanish Habsburg dynasty, inheritors of the empire on which the sun never sets, found itself mired in protracted warfare, its treasury steadily depleted. Spain, which had dominated European affairs for over a century, now faced a perfect storm of trials, its foundations severely challenged. The Spanish Habsburg dynasty, inheritors of the empire on which the sun never sets, found itself mired in protracted warfare, its treasury steadily depleted on resources stretched to the limit. Throughout these turbulent years, Spain fought on multiple fronts. Simultaneously, the empire clashed with France, England, and the newly independent Dutch Republic, while also engaging in costly battles in Italy and the Holy Roman Empire. Every campaign, every siege, every naval engagement eroded Spain's military might and economic lifeblood. At the heart of its predicament lay a paradox: the vast American territories that had propelled the empire's rapid rise now became the very source of its turmoil. The silver flood from the mines of Mexico and Peru initially swelled the Spanish treasury, but when production began to decline, it triggered hyperinflation across Europe. Spain found itself mired in an economic crisis of its own making. The Battle of Rocroi in 1643 marked a turning point in Spain's military fortunes. This crushing defeat at the hands of France shattered the myth of invincibility long associated with Spain's renowned infantry regiment's elite forces that had dominated European battlefields for over a century. The defeat at Rocroi was not merely a military setback, but a symbolic blow to Spanish prestige, heralding impending crises. As Spain strained to uphold its global commitments, internal problems began to fester. Political corruption permeated the highest echelons of government, while administrative difficulties hampered control over its distant empire. Economically, Spain's over-reliance on American silver made it vulnerable to competition from emerging commercial powers in Northern Europe, leading to a gradual slowdown in economic growth. During Philip Ivy's reign from 1621 to 1665, ambitious military and fiscal reforms were implemented, yet persistent resource depletion prevented genuine national recovery. Each new conflict nullified prior gains, plunging Spain into increasingly perilous circumstances during the latter half of the 17th century. As time passed, its grip upon the empire steadily weakened. Portugal, united with Spain's since 1580, regained its independence in 1640, following a protracted and costly struggle in the Dutch territories. As the century progressed, Spain's grip on its empire steadily loosened. Portugal, united with Spain since 1580, regained its independence in 1640 after enduring a prolonged and costly Dutch resistance. After decades of conflict, Spain was finally compelled to recognize Dutch independence in 1648. These losses represented not merely territorial cessions, but signaled a fundamental shift in Europe's balance of power. By the late 17th century, Spain's era as Europe's supreme eminent power had ended. The Habsburg dynasty, which had ushered in Spain's golden age, found itself unable to produce a suitable heir by the century's close. The unresolved succession to the Spanish throne became the focal point of European politics, sowing the seeds for another devastating conflict. Spain's era as Europe's supreme eminent power had definitively ended. The Habsburg dynasty, which had ushered in Spain's golden age, found itself unable to produce a suitable heir by the century's close. The Spanish succession crisis hung over the European political landscape, sowing the seeds for yet another devastating conflict. As the Spanish Empire reached its zenith in the 16th century, a hidden force was reshaping its foundations of power. The vast deposits of precious metals discovered in the Americas propelled Spain to become Europe's wealthiest nation. Yet this newfound fortune came at a heavy price. Spain's economic expansion in the New World was both an epic tale of greed and innovation, and the prelude to unintended consequences that would ultimately hasten the empire's collapse. The heart of Spanish wealth in the Americas lay in the high altitude silver mines of the Andes Potosi, in present minus-day Bolivians Zacatecas in Mexico. These veins yielded astonishing quantities of silver, both fueling Spain's imperial ambitions and reshaping the global economic landscape. The scale of extraction was unprecedented in human history. At its peak in the late 16th century, Potosi alone accounted for half of the world's silver output. To manage this torrent of wealth, Spain established the Called y Comercio trade office in Seville as the central clearinghouse for all colonial trade, ensuring American riches flowed directly into the Spanish treasury. This office controlled commerce, levied taxes, and meticulously recorded every vessel, cargo, and passenger crossing the Atlantic. Transporting such immense wealth gave rise to the most spectacular maritime operation of the era, the Spanish treasure fleets. These fleets, known as flottas, made annual voyages between Spain and its American colonies, laden with silver, gold, and other precious cargo. The journeys were fraught with peril, threatened by storms, shipwrecks, and pirates. Yet upon successful arrival, these fleets brought immense wealth to Spain, swelling its treasury. Each year, these fleets traversed between Spain and its American colonies, laden with silver, gold, and other precious goods. The voyages were fraught with storms, shipwrecks, and pirate threats. Yet, upon successful arrival, they delivered to Spain wealth so vast it aroused the envy of all European nations. However, the influx of American silver produced far minus-reaching and often unexpected consequences. The massive inflow of precious metals into Europe triggered what became known as the price revolution. The surge in the money supply led to severe inflation, with Spanish prices soaring by as much as 400% during the 16th century. The dramatic depreciation of Spanish currency during this period undermined the nation's long-minus economic stability, even during what appeared to be its most prosperous time. The irony of Spain's American wealth lay in the fact that much of it ultimately fell into foreign hands, deeply embroiled in costly wars across Europe. The Spanish crown became heavily reliant on loans from Italian and German bankers to fund its military campaigns. Consequently, vast quantities of silver mined in the Americas flowed overseas almost as soon as they reached Spain, enriching its creditors and rivals. To service its ballooning debts, the crown imposed increasingly heavy taxes upon its own subjects. This burden particularly crushed the productive sectors of the Spanish economy, leading to the decline of domestic manufacturing and agriculture. As Spain focused on extracting wealth from its colonies, the Spanish crown continually increased the tax burden on its own people. This pressure weighed especially heavily on the productive sectors of the Spanish economy, causing economic slowdown and the decline of domestic manufacturing and agriculture. While Spain concentrated on seizing wealth from its colonies, it failed to establish a diversified and sustainable economic foundation at home. Dependence on American silver also profoundly impacted Spanish colonial territories. The demand for labor in mines led to the extensive exploitation and devastation of indigenous peoples. The encomendé system introduced by the Spanish permitted colonists to demand tribute and labor from indigenous communities, while yielding short-term profits. This system had catastrophic consequences for the socio-economic development of Spain's American territories. Established in 1478, the Spanish Inquisition cast a centuries-long shadow over the empire's internal borders as its global reach expanded, aid arc force maintaining control through fear and religious homogenization. Initially intended to ensure the orthodoxy of converted Jews and Muslims, its reach soon permeated every facet of Spanish life, every corner of Spanish life. At the heart of the Inquisition lay its secretive and dreaded trials, where defendants often became ensnared in a web of suspicion, frequently subjected to torture to extract confessions. Punishments were brutal and varied, ranging from the wrist minus hanging, where victims were suspended by their wrists, to the infamous stretching, slowly elongating the body. These interrogations took place behind closed doors, adding to the terror and mystery. Yet the Inquisition's most public spectacle was the auto minus dominus flagrant theatrical displays designed to demonstrate ecclesiastical authority and intimidate potential heretics. Sinners clad in yellow penitential robes were paraded through the streets before receiving their sentences, most ending at the stake, their gruesome demise witnessed by thousands of onlookers. The Inquisition's reach extended far beyond punishment, seeking to control the flow of ideas and beliefs within Spanish society. Books were censored, intellectual discourse was closely monitored, and this stifling atmosphere delayed the spread of Renaissance and Enlightenment thought in Spain, leaving the nation intellectually isolated from its European peers. Over time, the Inquisition's influence gradually waned. The Bourbon reforms of the 18th century aimed to modernize Spain and weaken the Church's hold on the state. Yet the institution persisted in confronting emerging threats such as Freemasonry and Enlightenment thought. The Inquisition's profound impact on Spanish society cannot be understated. It fostered a culture of suspicion and conformity across all strata, encouraging neighbors to denounce one another and shattering community trust. Fear of being branded a heretic stifled invention and free thought, accelerating Spain's decline as a world power. Moreover, the Inquisition's reach extended across the vast colonial empire in the Americas, tasked with eradicating indigenous religious practices and ensuring the orthodoxy of new converts, adding a further layer of oppression to an already brutal colonial system. The Spanish Inquisition finally came to an end in 1834, marking one step in Spain's long and painful journey towards becoming a modern nation. Yet its toxic legacy persists in popular consciousness and historical memory. The term Inquisition has become synonymous with religious persecution and the abuse of power. The Treaty of the Pyrenees, signed in 1659, proved a pivotal turning point in European history, reshaping the continent's balance of power for centuries to come. This agreement between Spain and France not only ended the war, but also signaled the gradual decline of Spanish hegemony in Europe. On the eve of the treaty's signing, France had secured victory at the Battle of the Dunes in 1658, a decisive engagement that revealed the waning of Spain's once feared military might across Europe. The Spanish army, once feared by adversaries, had now been defeated by the rising French forces. As negotiations commenced, Spain was forced to confront a harsh reality. The nation that had once dominated Europe was now in decline. This decisive battle revealed the decline of Spain's military might. Once the envy of Europe, the Spanish army, which had struck terror into enemy nations for over a century, had now been defeated by the rising French forces. From the outset of negotiations, Spain confronted a harsh truth: this nation, which had once ruled vast territories across Europe and the Americas, had grown weak. The treaty compelled Spain to cede crucial territories to France, including Roussillon, that were in parts of the Spanish Netherlands. These losses represented not merely territorial concessions, but a significant diminution of Spain's influence in Western Europe. The treaty also included the political marriage between Louis VI, IV of France, and Maria Theresa of Spain, a union intended to cement ties between the two rival kingdoms, yet ultimately sowing the seeds for future disputes over succession rights. Behind Spain's military collapse lay a deepening crisis that had festered for decades. The once plentiful treasury, fed by American silver, was steadily depleting. Reliance on the silver infused the economy with inflation and economic hardship, leaving the state unable to sustain the costs of prolonged warfare. Its vulnerabilities were swiftly exploited by adversaries. As Spanish power waned, France rose. The Treaty of the Pyrenees signaled France's emergence as Europe's new hegemonic power. Under Cardinal Mazarin and the young Louis IV, France steadily expanded its influence, laying the foundations for absolute monarchy. This shift in power proved profound. Spain, once the expansionist force sweeping across Europe, now adopted a defensive posture. Though still commanding vast territories, including its American colonies, it was no longer Europe's principal military force. This decline signified not merely military might or territorial control, but a fundamental shift in Europe's operating mechanism. The Spanish-dominated era, where everything from trade routes to religious conflicts bore its imprint, was ending, replaced by a new order led by France and the rise of emerging powers such as Britain and the Netherlands. The death of King Charles II of Spain in 1700 triggered a chain reaction that shook the foundations of Europe. The last Habsburg ruler of Spain left no direct heir, plunging the continent into turmoil. The vacant Spanish throne became the focal point of a high-stakes game of succession, with two principal contenders vying for control of one of the world's largest empires. Philip of Anjou, grandson of France's Louis IV, and Archduke Charles of Austria, backed by powers fearful that a Franco-Spanish alliance would shatter Europe's delicate balance of power. This conflict transcended mere dynastic rivalry, profoundly affecting the destinies of nations across Europe and beyond. The War of the Spanish Succession, as it came to be known, erupted in 1701. Its flames engulfed not only European battlefields, but also spread to the Americas and even reached the Indian archipelago. The Grand Alliance, comprising major powers such as England, the Dutch Republic, and Austria, supported the Austrian candidate, while France and Spain joined forces in backing Philip. For 13 years, Europe was engulfed in war, with battles such as Blenheim, Ramillies, and Malplaquet etched into history. These were not minor skirmishes, but colossal engagements involving tens of thousands of soldiers. Yet the theatre of war was not confined to foreign lands. Spain itself became a battlefield, with different regions backing different claimants. Castile, the heartland of Spain, remained staunchly loyal to Philip, while Catalonia and Aragon, regions with long traditions of autonomy, favoured the Austrian candidate. This internal division transformed the conflict into a civil war, tearing Spanish society apart. As the war dragged on, it became increasingly clear that no side could achieve total victory, and a sense of exhaustion gradually spread. The cost of war. By 1713, the belligerents finally brokered the Treaty of Utrecht. Whilst this treaty confirmed Philip V as King of Spain, it came at a heavy price. Spain was compelled to cede significant territories to Austria and Britain, the strategic gateway to the Mediterranean. Gibraltar passed to the British, whilst Naples and the Spanish Netherlands fell into Austrian hands. These territorial losses signaled the opening chapter in the demise of Spanish hegemony in Europe. Yet the Treaty of Utrecht not only redrew the map of Europe, but also reshaped its economic landscape. Britain secured the Asiento privilege, the right to supply slaves to Spain's American colonies, thereby gaining entry into the lucrative Spanish colonial trade system and further eroding Spain's economic strength. The conflict extended beyond foreign soil, with Spain's own territory becoming a battleground as regional factions rallied behind different pretenders to the throne. Castile, the heartland of Spain, staunchly supported Philip V, while Catalonia and Aragon, regions with long traditions of autonomy, leaned towards the Austrian candidate. This internal division transformed the conflict into a civil war, tearing Spanish society apart. as hostilities persisted. All parties gradually realized that absolute victory was unattainable. Weariness spread, and the war's costs began to outweigh any potential gains. In 1713, the belligerents finally brokered the Treaty of Madrid, not only resolved the conflict, but also reshaped the economic landscape. Britain secured the Asiento privilege, the exclusive right to supply slaves to Spain's American colonies, thereby gaining entry into the lucrative Spanish colonial trade system and further weakening Spain's economic strength. The War of the Spanish Succession marked a turning point in European history. It ended Habsburg rule in Spain and ushered in the era of the Bourbons. This transformation involved not merely a change of dynasty, but signaled a shift in Spanish policy. The new Bourbon rulers turned their focus inward, committing to domestic reforms and restructuring their colonial empire. For Spain, the war's outcome was bittersweet while Philip V secured the throne. Victory came at the cost of relinquishing European hegemony. The once mighty Spanish Empire saw its borders shrink, its territories diminish, and its influence steadily wane. At the dawn of the 18th century, Spain stood at a historical crossroads. This empire that once spanned the globe now showed signs of exhaustion. The Bourbon dynasty, now ascendant, resolved to revitalize the nation's waning strength. Yet their ambitious reforms would set in motion a process that would reshape not only Spain but the entire world. The Bourbon reforms, initiated in the early 18th century, represented a bold attempt to modernize Spain and its vast colonies, inspired by France's centralized governance. These reforms aimed to strengthen royal authority and optimize administration across distant territories. This monumental undertaking touched every corner of Spanish rule from the Iberian Peninsula to the Americas and beyond. At its core lay a simple yet powerful principle: centralization. The Spanish crown sought to consolidate power, wresting control from local elites and the Catholic Church. This entailed redrawing colonial boundaries and establishing new viceroyalties to improve governance and tax collection. In 1717, the Viceroyalty of New Granada was created, covering most of northern South America. By 1776. The Viceroyalty of the Rio de la Plata encompassed the vast southern regions of the continent. These administrative changes were not merely lines on a map, but reflected Spain's evolving perspective on its overseas holdings. By creating these new units, the Crown sought to strengthen control over the colonies and ensure the continued flow of wealth back to the motherland. Yet the Bourbon reforms extended beyond boundary redrawing, aiming to revitalize Spain's economic and military prowess. The long-neglected navy received essential upgrades, while key colonial ports were fortified against attacks from European rivals, particularly the British and Dutch. These improvements proved crucial for safeguarding Spain's trade routes and maintaining control over its overseas territories. Perhaps the most significant economic transformation lay in the introduction of free trade within the empire. For centuries, commerce with the Americas had been strictly regulated, requiring all goods to pass through the ports of Seville and Cadiz. The Bourbon reforms dismantled this monopoly, permitting greater freedom for trade between Spanish-American ports and the motherland. This measure sought to stimulate economic growth and increase royal revenues. Yet the reforms produced unintended consequences. The Crown's tightening control over the colonies paradoxically diminished the influence of the Creole elite, those Spaniards born in the Americas who had long enjoyed considerable power and privilege. The shift in the balance of power sowed seeds of resentment that would later fuel the independence movements across Spanish America. The reforms also targeted the Catholic Church, a long-standing power broker within Spanish society and colonial administration. In 1767, the Jesuits, a major religious order, were expelled from all Spanish territories. This formed part of a broad effort to diminish the Church's influence and enhance the Crown's control over education and land. Whilst the Bourbon reforms temporarily strengthened the Spanish Empire, they also exacerbated new tensions between the Crown and colonial populations. Centralized power and The theoretical efficiency of governance frequently clashed with local customs and interests. Increased colonial taxation to fund Spain's military experiments and modernization fueled mounting discontent. The British Empire, a long-standing thorn in Spain's side, was poised to deliver a devastating blow to its rival's global supremacy. In 1762, as the 7 Years' War engulfed Europe and its colonies, Britain set its sights on Spain's two most prized strongholds, Havana and Manila. These cities served not merely as colonial outposts, but as pivotal junctions in Spain's vast trade network linking the riches of the Americas with the exotic wares of Asia. Havana, the jewel of the Caribbean and Spain's principal naval base in the region, boasted a harbour guarded by colossal stone fortresses long deemed impregnable. Yet the British were poised to strike. The hub of Spain's vast trade network linking the riches of the Americas with the curiosities of Asia, Havana, the jewel of the Caribbean, served as Spain's principal naval base in the region. Its harbour, protected by massive stone fortresses, had long been deemed impregnable. Yet emboldened by their victory over France, the British were determined to shatter this perception. In June 1762, a vast British fleet carrying over 14,000 sailors and marines appeared. The ensuing siege lasted 2 months, pushing both sides to their limits. The Spanish garrison, commanded by Juan de Prado, resisted tenaciously, yet succumbed to the superior firepower and tactics of the British forces led by the Earl of Albemarle. The sweltering summer heat depressed the entire city, and plague began to ravage both armies. Nevertheless, the British continued their bombardment of Spanish fortifications until Havana finally fell on 13 August. This victory dealt a severe blow to Spanish prestige and power. The British occupied the city for 11 months, opening trade routes for their merchants and introducing large numbers of African slave laborers. This brief occupation profoundly shaped Cuba's economic and social landscape, laying the foundations for the island's future as a sugar miners producing powerhouse. Yet the British were not content with merely occupying Havana. Their sights were set on Manila, the capital of Spanish Philippines, situated on the other side of the world. As the eastern terminus of the renowned Manila galleon trade route, the city had served as a vital link between Asia and the Americas for nearly 2 centuries. In October 1762, British forces under William Draper and Samuel Cornish launched a surprise assault. The Spanish garrison, caught unprepared and ill-minus equipped, offered only feeble resistance. Manila fell after brief skirmishes, severing the lucrative trade routes upon which Spain's Pacific Empire depended. Though shorter than the Battle of Havana, the Battle of Manila starkly revealed the fragility of Spain's distant colonial defenses. These twin defeats sounded an alarm for the Spanish Empire, exposing its glaring vulnerability against European powers vying for overseas territories. The once minus feared Spanish Armada, which had struck terror into enemy nations during the 7 Years' War, now struggled to protect even its own trade routes. The 1763 Treaty of Paris concluded the War of the Spanish Succession. Though Spain regained Havana and Manila, the cost was immense. It was compelled to cede Florida, leaving its overseas colonial defenses exposed. Now it could scarcely maintain control over its own trade routes. The Treaty of Paris in 1763 brought the 7 Years' War to a close. Britain returned Havana and Manila to Spain, but at the cost of Spain being compelled to cede Florida to Britain, further weakening its foothold in the Americas. In exchange, Spain acquired Louisiana from France, a territory that would prove more of a burden than an asset in the years to come. The shame of briefly losing Havana and Manila spurred Spain into action. Reforms already underway accelerated abruptly. Spain poured resources into fortifying its colonies, constructing new bastions across the Americas and the Philippines while reorganizing its military forces. Yet these measures came at a steep price under dual fiscal and political pressure. Tax increases and centralization of power ignited resentment among the colonial populace. A wind of change swept through the Spanish Empire, with revolutionary clouds gathering on the horizon. The events of 1808 would trigger a chain reaction that forever altered the face and significance of the Americas, marking the beginning of the end for Spanish colonial rule. The ambitious French Emperor, Napoleon Bonaparte, set his sights on the Iberian Peninsula. His invasion of Spain in 1808 shook the entire empire, creating a power vacuum that proved difficult to fill. The Spanish monarch, Ferdinand VII, was forced to abdicate, plunging the colonies into chaos and uncertainty. This crisis of legitimacy ignited a wave of independence across Spanish American local elites, saw an opportunity to seize control of their own destiny. The Creole aristocracy, long oppressed under Spanish rule, began dreaming of autonomy. These men and women of Spanish descent were born in the Americas, imbued with European ideas, yet bound by blood to their ancestral homeland. Having closely followed the American and French revolutions, they now found their moment to put radical ideas into practice. The fusion of ideology and ambition forged revolutionary leaders who would reshape the continent. In the north, the charismatic Venezuelan nobleman Simon Bolivar began rallying forces for independence. His vision of a Grand Colombia Federation spanning North and South America, inspiring generations of Latin American patriots. In the south, the Argentine commander José de San Martin, through his exceptional military genius, raised an army that liberated most of the southern regions of South America. In Mexico, a humble priest named Miguel Hidalgo raised the banner of rebellion, calling for independence and social reform. Spain, still reeling from Napoleon's invasion and drained by years of European warfare, proved utterly incapable of countering the escalating unrest in its American colonies. The Spanish armies that once conquered the vast expanse of the New World now suffered humiliating defeats at the hands of provisional revolutionary forces. The Battle of Boyaca in 1819 proved a turning point. Simon Bolivar's forces decisively routed the Spanish colonial army, securing not only Colombia's eventual independence, but also dealing a severe blow to Spanish national pride. 2 years later, in 1821, the Battle of Carabobo witnessed Venezuela's liberation from colonial rule. Following the Battle of Ayacucho in 1824, Peru, Spain's crucial stronghold in South America, finally fell, marking the substantive end of Spanish rule on the continent. Mexico, the jewel in the crown of Spain's American empire, declared independence in 1821 under Agustinate Uviego. The loss of Mexico dealt a severe blow to Spain's power and prestige, severing vital sources of wealth and influence. Even Brazil, an unminus Spanish colony, became engulfed in the wave of independence sweeping the continent. In a unique twist, the Portuguese royal family, fleeing Napoleon's pursuit, took refuge in Brazil, inadvertently sowing the seeds of its independence. In 1822, Brazil peacefully severed ties with Portugal, becoming an independent empire under Pedro I. By 1833, Spain had lost virtually all its American territories. Of the empire that once spanned from California to Tierra del Fuego, only Caribbean islands such as Cuba and Puerto Rico remained. These remnants of Spanish America stubbornly persisted for another 60-5 years, finally breaking away only after the Spanish Main, the American War of 1898. In the twilight of the Spanish Empire, the final chapter of its colonial history was about to unfold. By 1898, Spain's once mighty overseas territories had shrunk to encompass merely Cuba, Puerto Rico, the Philippines, and several Pacific islands. These imperial fragments were about to slip from Spanish control amidst conflicts reshaping the global balance of power. The Spanish-American War of 1898, marking the zenith of the Spanish Empire. Merely Cuba, Puerto Rico, the Philippines, and several Pacific islands. These remnants of imperial territory were about to slip from Spanish grasp, setting in motion a conflict that would reshape the global balance of power. The Spanish-American War of 1898 represented the culmination of decades of Caribbean tension. Cuba, long under Spanish rule, had been fighting for independence since 1895. The insurgent forces, led by the charismatic José Martí, captured the imagination of the American public. The American press, particularly outlets controlled by William Randolph Hearst and Joseph Pulitzer, stoked anti-Spanish sentiment through sensationalist reporting that exaggerated Spanish atrocities. The fuse igniting this powder keg was lit on 15 February 1898, the sudden explosion of the American battleship Maine, moored in Havana Harbor. Pritchard's publication, though sensational, his accounts of Spanish atrocities, relentlessly stoked anti-Spanish sentiment. On 15 February 1898, the sudden explosion of the American battleship Maine, moored in Havana Harbor, became the fuse that ignited this powder keg, though the cause remains a mystery to this day. The American press immediately blamed Spain. The rallying cry, "Remember the Maine," swept across America, making war inevitable. Spain, once boasting the world's mightiest navy, found itself woefully unprepared militarily against the industrious line's American colossus. The Spanish fleet, once a terror to its foes, was now a shadow of its former self, riddled with aging vessels, poorly trained sailors, and inadequate equipment. War erupted in full force on 1 May 1898 during the Battle of Manila Bay in the Philippines. This fleet, once the terror of its enemies, had become a shadow of its former glory, its vessels antiquated, its sailors poorly trained and dull-equipped. On 1 May 1898, war erupted in full force during the Battle of Manila Bay in the Philippines. The Spanish fleet was utterly destroyed by the U.S. Far East Squadron under Rear Admiral George Dewey, with every Spanish warship either sunk or captured, while the Americans lost not a single vessel. This overwhelming victory not only ended Spanish rule in the Philippines, but also starkly revealed the chasm in naval power between the two nations. The Caribbean Sea engagement proved equally disastrous. On 3 July, the Spanish Caribbean fleet attempted to break out from Santiago de Cuba harbor, but was annihilated by American forces within hours. With their naval power shattered, Spanish land forces in Cuba and Puerto Rico became isolated, cut off from supplies and reinforcements. This war, which had begun with such clamor, concluded in just 10 weeks. Seeing resistance futile, Spain sought peace. The Treaty of Paris, signed on 10 December 1898, formally marked the end of Spain's empire in the Americas. Spain ceded Cuba to the United States, where it gained nominal independence under American influence. Puerto Rico and Guam became American territories, and the Philippines passed to American control for $20 million. For Spain, the loss of these territories signified the demise of an empire that had endured for over 4 centuries, a nation that once dominated the global map, now relegated to second-tier status in Europe. This catastrophe profoundly impacted the Spanish national psyche, giving rise to the generation of '98, a cohort of intellectuals and writers who persistently explored questions of national identity and modernist vision in the wake of the empire's collapse. The United States, meanwhile, ascended overnight to the ranks of global powers through this conflict. The overseas empire acquired by America not only provided naval bases, but also enabled the projection of American power across the entire Pacific and Caribbean region. This new status exerted profound influence on American foreign policy throughout the 20th century and beyond. The fates of former Spanish colonies diverged. Cuba gained independence. Yet, under the Platt Amendment, the United States retained the right to intervene in Cuban affairs. Puerto Rico became an on-self-governing territory of the United States, a status that persists to this day. The Philippines, after a bloody war of resistance, The influence of the Spanish Empire did not fade with the sunset of colonial rule, but instead left an indelible mark on the cultures, languages, and societies of every continent. Today, the legacy of this former superpower remains visible in both overt and subtle ways, from the bustling streets of Mexico City to the grand cathedrals of Manila. Consider language. Spanish, the tongue of conquerors and governors, is now the world's second most widely spoken language, with over 500 million speakers globally. It spans from the Andes to Andalusia, from California to Colombia. Spanish unites diverse peoples and cultures, carrying centuries of history and tradition. Yet the empire's influence extends far beyond language. The legal and governmental frameworks of numerous former Spanish colonies still bear the distinct imprint of Spanish rule. Concepts introduced during the colonial era, such as the civil law system, urban governance models, and land tenure systems, continue to shape the social fabric of Latin America. This legal legacy profoundly influences property rights, judicial procedures, and numerous other domains within these nations. Religion likewise bears witness. Catholicism, introduced to the New World by fervent missionaries and conquerors, remains the predominant faith in most former Spanish territories. The majestic cathedrals of Lima and Bogotá, the resplendent religious festivals of the Philippines, and Mexico's deeply rooted Day of the Dead traditions all attest to Spanish Catholicism's enduring influence within global culture. In the realms of art and literature, the brilliance of Spain's golden age continues to shine. Cervantes' witty Don Quixote still captivates readers worldwide, while Picasso's raw, textured style, deeply influenced by his Spanish heritage, propelled modern art to new heights. These cultural imprints from the Spanish Empire persistently inspire creators across the globe. His Spanish heritage profoundly shaped modern art. These cultural imprints from the Spanish Empire continue to inspire global creators. Yet the legacy of the Spanish Empire is not without controversy. The shadows of colonial rule, forced labor, and the oppression of indigenous peoples still linger in historical memory. Debates persist over how to weigh the empire's achievements against the costs of its expansion. This complex legacy compels us to confront questions of hard power, cultural transmission, and historical responsibility. The economic structures established during the colonial period exerted enduring effects on nations that broke away from the empire. Plantation economies, resource extraction systems, and trade patterns forged centuries ago continue to shape the economic realities of Latin America and the Philippines. Understanding these historical economic ties helps explain contemporary global economic dynamics and inequalities. Most intriguingly, the Spanish Empire's legacy remains deeply woven into the fabric of modern national identities, a unique culture born from the collision of Spanish traditions and indigenous cultures, continuously evolving through the fusion of Eurasian elements. At the culmination of our journey, tracing the rise and fall of the Spanish Empire, its profound global influence continues to shape our lives, whether overtly or subtly. Should you enjoy this video, subscribe to the channel for more captivating historical documentaries. Share in the comments which segment fascinated you most. Thank you for watching and journeying through history with us. Until our next documentary, this chapter of history now drifts into the tranquil flow of time. Some mysteries remain unsolved. Some truths continue to shape our world. Together we traverse the past, drawing wisdom from history. If you weave this understanding into your daily life, history's echoes will never fade. Thank you for listening. Until next time, let the past live on in your memory. In the quiet corners of history, there are stories not often told, stories shaped by human strength and human failure. This is one of those stories. The accounts we share now reach back through time to reveal moments that changed the world. Let us begin by travelling into a past long forgotten yet still echoing into our present. In 1763, France held an empire spanning 5 continents. Yet merely 2 centuries later, that vast collection of territories had nearly disappeared. leaving only a few small islands and distant lands. The dramatic collapse of the French Empire stands as one of history's great tales of imperial decline. From the first voyage of Jacques Cartier in 1534 to the brutal Algerian War, ending in 1962, we will explore how France built the world's second largest colonial domain, controlling 8.6% of the planet's land, only to lose it in a chain of disastrous wars, revolutions and struggles for freedom that reshaped our modern era. While Spain and Portugal led early European expansion, France was eager to claim its portion of the New World's riches. In April 1534, the first major French expedition sailed as Jacques Cartier left Saint-Malo with 2 ships and about 60 men. King Francis I gave clear orders for this journey. Find gold, discover a route to Asia, and expand French power across the Atlantic, reaching the Gulf of St. Lawrence. Cartier found more than empty land. At Gaspe Bay, he met over 300 indigenous people from the region now called Quebec. This began a unique French way of engaging with native peoples. Unlike other Europeans who often used brute force, the French operated with smaller groups. This required more diplomacy with local populations. That first meeting set a pattern for generations of French colonial contact. When Cartier returned to France, he brought 2 sons of Chief Donnacona. They travelled not as prisoners, but as guests who would learn French and become interpreters. This cultural exchange, while flawed by today's standards, differed sharply from the violent methods of Spanish conquistadors. The next decades showed France would build empire differently than its rivals. While Spain sought precious metals through conquest and forced labour, French interests in North America turned to the fur trade. Beaver pelts became incredibly valuable in Europe, where they were made into fine hats and clothes for the wealthy. This trade shaped France's entire colonial plan. Instead of large settlements that displaced native people, the French built trading networks that relied on indigenous hunters and trappers. Independent French traders called coureurs des bois moved deep into the continent, often adopting native ways and forming family alliances through marriage. This eventually created the distinct Métis culture. Yet early French colonial dreams faced serious setbacks. A Huguenot attempt to build Fort Caroline in Florida in 1562 ended when Spanish forces killed almost all the colonists. Worse religious wars consumed France itself in the late 16th century, draining resources that could have supported colonies. Despite this, French contact with North America continued through seasonal settlements. Fishing fleets from Normandy and Brittany set up temporary bases in Newfoundland while traders kept small posts along the St. Lawrence. These humble starts hardly predicted the huge empire France would later control, but they gave crucial footholds on the continent. Not until 1627, with Cardinal Richelieu's company of 100 associates, did France seriously try to organise its colonial efforts in New France. Even then, the company struggled with money from the start, showing the difficulty of keeping colonies across such great distances. As the company faced financial trouble, a stronger base for French colonial dreams was forming far to the north. Unlike Spain's conquistadors who searched for cities of gold, French traders forged a different path to empire. One built on relationships more than conquest, where native knowledge mattered more than European military power. French colonial strategy shifted fundamentally around the turn of the 17th century. In 1600, Pierre Chauvin built a trading post at Tadoussac, where the Saguenay and St. Lawrence rivers meet. This marked France's first attempt at a year-round presence in North America. 8 years later, Samuel de Champlain founded Quebec, the settlement that would become the heart of New France. Champlain, now called the father of New France, understood that survival in this harsh land required working with indigenous peoples, not subduing them. What emerged was a uniquely French way of colonizing. Rather than focusing on farms with European settlers, New France grew around trading networks that reached far inland. At the centre of this economy was one animal, the beaver. European fashion created endless demand for beaver felt hats, making the pelts extremely valuable. A single high-quality beaver pelt could bring more than a month's wages for a French worker. The cleverness of the French approach lay in adapting to North American realities. With few soldiers and settlers, French colonial leaders built strategic alliances with the Huron and other native nations. These partnerships were strengthened through trade ceremonies and even intermarriage. French traders learned indigenous survival skills like canoe travel, snowshoe walking, and native hunting methods. Most remarkable were the coureurs des bois, the runners of the woods who lived beyond French settlements among indigenous peoples. These independent traders became cultural go-betweens, often learning native languages, adopting local customs, and sometimes taking indigenous wives. Though French authorities tried to control them, the coureurs des bois played a key role in spreading French influence through the Great Lakes and Mississippi Valley. Jesuit missionaries represented another distinct part of French colonization. Unlike Spanish missionaries who came with armies, Jesuit black robes set up missions in native villages. They learned local languages and recorded indigenous cultures even as they sought converts. Their detailed reports, called the Jesuit Relations, gave Europeans new insights into native societies while creating tension between traditional beliefs and Catholic teaching. Despite these innovations, New France suffered constant population shortages. While British colonies attracted thousands of settlers each year, few French immigrants arrived. By 1663, after over half a century of settlement, only about 3,000 Europeans lived in the colony. This weakness came from both the tough Canadian climate and strict French policies that limited immigration to Catholics of good standing, seeing both the promise and the problems of New France. King Louis XIV took direct control in 1663, making it a royal colony. The king sent the Carignan Saliers Regiment, over 1,000 professional soldiers, to defend against Iroquois raids. He also appointed a royal governor and intendant to run the territory. This reorganisation began greater French investment in North America. While King Louis XIV strengthened France's position in North America, a far more profitable part of its colonial empire was growing thousands of miles away. In the warm Caribbean waters, France was building a colonial system so lucrative that one island would eventually earn more than all 13 British American colonies combined. Caribbean expansion started in 1635, when France claimed Guadeloupe and Martinique islands known for farming potential. Unlike the fur-based economy of New France, these tropical lands were developed for plantation agriculture, mainly sugar. The first settlements were organised by the Company of the American Islands, which had a royal charter to develop French interest there. By 1659, France had taken part of Saint-Domingue, modern Haiti, from Spain, beginning what would become the crown jewel of its colonial holdings. Within decades, this colony turned into an agricultural powerhouse through the brutal use of enslaved African labour. The plantation system needed huge numbers of workers, pulling France deep into the transatlantic slave trade. French ships carried millions of enslaved Africans across the Atlantic under horrific conditions to work these plantations. The economic results were staggering. By the 18th century, Saint-Domingue alone produced about 40% of Europe's sugar and 60% of its coffee. This single colony became the most profitable European possession in the Americas, outproducing entire mainland empires. Wealth from these Caribbean lands flowed back to France, enriching merchant families in port cities like Nantes, Bordeaux, and Marseille. To regulate the complex system of slavery, Louis XIV issued the Code Noir in 1685. This legal framework defined slavery in the French Empire, controlling every part of enslaved people's lives, while oddly giving some protections. The code required owners to provide food and clothing, banned certain punishments, and even let enslaved people report abuses to authorities. Yet these protections existed alongside brutal rules that treated enslaved people as property and ordered harsh penalties, including death for various offences. France's imperial vision reached beyond the Caribbean. In the Indian Ocean, France established a presence on Île Bourbon, Reunion in 1665, followed by settlements on Île-de-France, now Mauritius. These islands served as strategic bases for French ships going to and from India, while also developing their own plantation economies for spices, coffee and sugar. The East India Company, founded by Colbert in 1664, managed these operations from its base at Lorient. The growing French Empire inevitably clashed with other European powers. The wealthy sugar islands became frequent targets during wars, changing hands multiple times. Between France, Britain and the Netherlands, naval power grew crucial for defending these scattered lands, leading France to invest heavily in its fleet. The Caribbean colonies also hosted a thriving community of pirates and privateers. The island of Tortuga off Saint-Domingue became a notorious base for buccaneers who attacked Spanish ships. Many operated with quiet French approval through letters of marque, letting them raid enemy ships while giving a share of their loot to the French crown. This unofficial warfare strengthened France's position without needing direct military action. While the Caribbean became the crown jewel of France's Atlantic Empire, another imperial contest was unfolding across the globe in a region where France arrived quite late, the exotic markets of Asia. Here France faced strong opponents already settled in the area's lucrative trade networks. In 1664, Jean-Baptiste Colbert Louis XIV's brilliant finance minister created the French East India Company. Its ambitious goal was to challenge the Portuguese, Dutch and British powers already influential across Asia. The company received royal support and huge financing of 15 million livres a fortune at the time, showing Louis XIV's drive to project French power worldwide. The French strategy differed much from their British rivals. While the British East India Company increasingly sought land, the French stressed commercial ties and diplomatic partnerships with local rulers. This approach came partly from necessity, arriving decades after competitors meant finding other ways into established markets. France's first major foothold came in 1674 when François Martin set up a trading post at Pondichéry on India's Coromandel coast. From this modest start, just a small strip of coast, Pondicherry grew into the administrative centre of French India. The settlement's distinct grid pattern and French architectural style remain visible in the city today, a lasting mark of this colonial encounter. The French slowly expanded their presence, building additional comptoirs, trading posts at key locations. Chandernagore in Bengal gave access to the rich textile markets of eastern India, while Mahé on the Malabar coast connected French merchants to the valuable pepper and spice trade. These settlements were carefully placed to tap existing trade routes, while avoiding direct fights with stronger European rivals. Unlike in the Caribbean, where France built slave-based plantation economies in India, the French mainly worked as merchants buying finished goods from local producers. The French East India Company traded in fine textiles like calico and muslin indigo, dye saltpeter for gunpowder spices and luxuries like diamonds from the famous Golconda mines. These goods brought high prices in European markets, enriching both the company and the French crown. The French worked to build relationships with Indian powers, especially the Mughal Empire and various regional kingdoms. In 1687, French envoys reached Emperor Aurangzeb's court, securing trading rights that strengthened their commercial position. These diplomatic efforts showed a smart understanding that in Asia, Europeans needed to negotiate, not just conquer French ambitions stretched beyond India to Southeast Asia. In 1680, the East India Company sent Pierre Poivre to Vietnam, starting contacts that would lead to later colonial projects. These early missions focused on trade and Catholic missionary work, not land control. Perhaps the most dramatic episode in early French Asian expansion happened in Siam, modern Thailand. In 1687, Louis XIV sent a bold embassy with over 600 soldiers to King Nare's court, hoping to win trade advantages and convert the king to Catholicism. This overreach sparked a nationalist backlash, leading to the 1688 Siamese Revolution. Anti-foreign groups executed pro-French officials, expelled the French military, and forced missionaries to flee. This humiliating setback showed the limits of French influence. In 1682, René Robert Cavelier Sieur de la Salle finished an amazing journey that redrew the map of North America. After travelling the entire Mississippi River from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico, La Salle held a dramatic ceremony at the river's delta. He raised a column, buried an engraved plate, and claimed for King Louis XIV a territory he named Louisiana, a vast inland empire stretching from the Appalachian Mountains to the Rocky Mountains. This huge land claim was a strategic masterstroke for French imperial dreams. By controlling the Mississippi watershed, France created a geographic grip around the British colonies, trapping them along the Atlantic coast. Louisiana became a crucial link between the fur trade of New France in the north and the plantation colonies of the Caribbean to the south. The territory covered nearly a third of what would become the continental United States, a landmass bigger than France itself. Unlike the crowded British colonies, French Louisiana stayed sparsely populated throughout its history. By 1708, fewer than 300 Europeans lived there, scattered in a handful of isolated trading posts. This thin settlement pattern reflected France's different colonial approach. Instead of sending many settlers, French authorities built a network of strategic forts and trading stations like Fort de Mississippi, Arkansas Post, and later Fort Orleans. These maintained land claims while developing trade with indigenous nations. Indigenous alliances proved essential to French control agreements, with the Choctaw Natchez, Illinois, and other nations secured French trade routes and provided key military support against British and Spanish moves. These partnerships, however, remained fragile and sometimes turned violent, as shown by the Natchez Revolt of 1729, which briefly destroyed French settlements in that area. Louisiana's economy first focused on the fur trade, especially deerskins and beaver pelts, but French leaders soon tried to diversify experimental plantations, grew tobacco, indigo, and later sugar. Though these struggled compared to Caribbean ones, the colony's tough conditions, including frequent floods, tropical diseases, and Gulf Coast hurricanes, discouraged settlers and complicated farming. In 1713, the Treaty of Utrecht redrew North America's imperial borders, forcing France to give territories in Newfoundland and Acadia to Britain. This diplomatic loss raised Louisiana's strategic importance as a buffer against British growth. 5 years later, in 1718, the French founded New Orleans as Louisiana's new capital. Its location was carefully chosen to control access to the Mississippi River system and serve as an administrative and military center for the whole territory. The city's founding showed France's determination to keep its continental claims, despite limited resources and competing imperial priorities. Yet Louisiana remained chronically short of money and people throughout the French period. The financial strain grew so severe that in 1717 the French crown handed the colony's management to John Law's Company of the West, later the Company of the Indies, hoping private business might succeed where the state had struggled. While Louisiana struggled under private control, a far greater challenge was building across the Atlantic, one that would shake the foundations of France's entire colonial project. What happens when the world's most powerful monarch gambles his empire on a Spanish inheritance and loses nearly everything in the process? In 1700, the death of King Charles II of Spain sparked a succession crisis that reshaped European politics and colonial lands for generations. The childless Spanish king had named Philip of Anjou, Louis XIV's grandson, as his heir, potentially joining the French and Spanish thrones under Bourbon family control. This possibility alarmed other European powers who feared a French-Spanish superpower dominating Europe and the Americas. Britain, the Dutch Republic. Austria and several German states formed the Grand Alliance to prevent this outcome. Starting the War of Spanish Succession in 1701, the conflict spread across Europe and into colonial territories, turning a European dynastic dispute into the first truly global war. France fought on multiple fronts with shrinking resources and growing casualties. The war proved disastrous for French imperial dreams. While Louis XIV's army battled desperately in Europe, Britain's growing naval power let it strike directly at French colonial lands. French settlements in the Caribbean became especially vulnerable, with Britain taking St. Kitts in 1702. In North America, British forces captured the key fortress of Port Royal in Acadia in 1710, gaining control over the entrance to the St. Lawrence River, the lifeline of New France. By 1712, the exhausted French state neared financial collapse. Military costs had ruined the treasury, while crop failures and trade disruptions caused domestic hardship. Louis XIV, now in his 70s, and having seen his son and eldest grandson die during the war, reluctantly accepted peace terms that sharply cut French power. The 1713 Treaty of Utrecht forced France to give up significant territories, including Hudson Bay, Newfoundland, and Acadia, renamed Nova Scotia, to Britain. These losses critically weakened New France's defences, leaving Quebec open to future British attacks. In the Caribbean, France gave up its claims to St. Kitts, but kept its valuable Sugar Islands, Guadeloupe, and Martinique. The treaty let Philip V stay on the Spanish throne, but only after he renounced all claims to the French crown. More importantly, Spain and France were explicitly forbidden from uniting their empires with rules, requiring the two Bourbon monarchies must always stay separate. This separation blocked France from accessing Spain's vast American silver wealth, which might have restored French finances. Britain emerged the clear winner, gaining not only French lands, but also the asiento, a valuable contract to supply enslaved Africans to Spanish colonies. With new naval bases and trading rights, this marked Britain's rise as the dominant Atlantic power, fundamentally changing the colonial balance. The world was about to see a conflict unlike any before. While earlier wars were mostly limited to single continents, the 7 Years' War erupted in 1756 as the first truly global fight, with battlefields from North American forests to Indian plains. This was not just a European power struggle, but a fight for global dominance that would permanently reshape the colonial landscape for France. The stakes could not have been higher. Under Louis XV, the French Empire had somewhat recovered from the setbacks of the War of Spanish Succession, but tensions with Britain had simmered for years, especially in the contested Ohio Valley, where both powers sought to expand. When a young George Washington led Virginia militia against French forces at Fort Duquesne in 1754, he unknowingly lit the fuse of a global powder keg. The war quickly spread beyond North America and Europe. Traditional alliances broke in what historians call the diplomatic revolution, with France joining its old enemy Austria against Prussia and Great Britain. Meanwhile, far from European shores, British and French forces clashed across India, Africa, and the Caribbean. For the first time, military planners had to think about strategy on a truly global scale. In North America, the tide first favoured France-French forces, and their native allies won several early victories using superior woodland tactics against British regulars unused to frontier fighting. But the war's momentum changed dramatically after William Pitt became Britain's war minister in 1757. Pitt saw the global nature of the conflict and committed unmatched resources to winning in North America. The results devastated French ambitions. In September 1759, British forces under General James Wolfe captured Quebec in a daring climb up cliffs to the Plains of Abraham. Though both Wolfe and his French counterpart Montcalm died in the battle, the loss of Quebec dealt a death blow to New France. Montreal fell the next year, effectively ending France's century-and-a-half presence in Canada. Across the globe in India, the pattern repeated Robert Clive's victory at Plassey in 1757 over French-supported local forces secured British dominance in Bengal. This win was not just military. It gave Britain control over one of India's richest regions and reduced France to a minor colonial player on the subcontinent. Even in the Caribbean, where France kept its valuable sugar islands, British naval power proved decisive. Guadeloupe fell in 1759, followed by Martinique in 1762. Though immensely valuable for sugar production, these islands would be returned to France in the final peace, a controversial decision in Britain. The Treaty of Paris in 1763 formalised France's imperial collapse. The terms were harsh. France gave Canada and all lands east of the Mississippi to Britain to repay their Spanish allies who joined the war. Late France transferred Louisiana west of the Mississippi to Spain. French holdings in India shrank to a few trading posts. Only in the Caribbean did France keep major colonies with Britain, returning Martinique and Guadeloupe in exchange for Canada, a trade many in Britain questioned given the sugar islands' greater economic value. The world was about to witness a conflict unlike any before. While France's overseas territories had been divided by foreign powers from the ashes of imperial defeat, would rise something far more threatening to the established order. The French Revolution that began in 1789 with calls for liberty, equality and fraternity eventually created the conditions for one of history's most ambitious military dictators to build a new French empire. By 1799, a decade of revolutionary chaos had exhausted France. The Directory, a 5-member committee ruling the nation, faced financial crisis, military failures and widespread public unhappiness. Into this power vacuum stepped a 30-year-old military commander whose fame had been made on battlefields across Europe. Napoleon Bonaparte, already celebrated for his brilliant Italian campaign of 1796 to 1797, took power through a carefully planned coup d'etat on November 9th and 10th, 1799. Napoleon's path to power began on the Mediterranean island of Corsica, which France had annexed just a year before his birth in 1769. His military education and tactical skill lifted him through the ranks during the revolutionary years. By 1798, aiming to strike British interests and build his own legend, Napoleon led a bold expedition to Egypt. While the campaign ultimately failed militarily, it produced major scientific and cultural results, including finding the Rosetta Stone, a triple language inscription that would later let scholars read ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. As first consul of France, Napoleon moved fast to secure power and rebuild a nation broken by revolution. His administrative reforms created a centralised government with prefects appointed to manage departments across France. The Napoleonic Code of 1804 standardised French law, embedding revolutionary ideas like equality before the law while keeping patriarchal authority in families. This legal framework would influence law across Europe and the Americas. Napoleon's practical approach to rule showed in his religious policy. The Concordat of 1801 with Pope Pius VII healed the decade-long split between revolutionary France and the Catholic Church. While recognizing Catholicism as the religion of most French citizens, the agreement kept state control over church, appointments and religious practice. This calculated compromise restored stability, while stopping the church from regaining its pre-revolutionary influence. Even as Napoleon restored order in France, the empire faced major colonial challenges. In Saint-Domingue, formerly France's richest colony, enslaved people had seized the revolutionary promise of equality and started their own fight for freedom. Under Toussaint Louverture, a formerly enslaved man who became a brilliant military and political strategist, the revolution survived repeated French attempts to regain control. Napoleon first sent 20,000 troops under his brother-in-law General Leclerc to retake the colony and restore slavery. But disease and fierce resistance devastated French forces. The failure in Saint-Domingue directly influenced Napoleon's next big colonial decision. In 1803, he sold the huge Louisiana territory to the United States for 60 million francs, about $15 million, effectively doubling the size of the young American Republic. This practical move let Napoleon focus on European conquest while denying Britain a potential foothold in North America. Thomas Jefferson's negotiators originally sent to buy just New Orleans west and when offered the whole territory from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains. The world saw a dramatic shift when Napoleon Bonaparte, having taken control of France through his coup, set his sights on something far greater. With Louisiana sold and colonial dreams redirected, Napoleon turned toward a transformation that would shock Europe. What kind of military commander crowns himself sovereign? On December 2nd, 1804, Notre Dame Cathedral became the stage for an unprecedented spectacle. As Pope Pius VII held the crown during the coronation, Napoleon took it from the Pope's hands and placed it on his own head before crowning his wife Josephine. This bold act showed his authority came not from God or church but from himself alone. The gesture was not just theatrical, it marked the final change of revolutionary France into an imperial power with Napoleon as its absolute ruler. The coronation ceremony deliberately recalled Charlemagne and Roman emperors, with Napoleon dressed in purple velvet robes embroidered with golden bees. The artist Jacques-Louis David captured the moment in a massive painting that showed the event not as it happened, but as Napoleon wanted it remembered, with his mother prominently shown though she had refused to attend. Beyond symbols, Napoleon secured power through institutional reforms. His administration reorganized France's education system, creating lycées that trained future civil servants loyal to the regime. He made a new aristocracy based on merit, not birth, giving titles like Duke, Count and Baron to military officers and civil administrators who served the empire exceptionally. Napoleon's family became tools of his expanding power across Europe. His brother Joseph was made King of Naples in 1806, later becoming King of Spain. Louis became King of Holland and Jerome was made King of Westphalia. His stepson Eugene de Beauharnais governed as Viceroy of Italy, while his sister Caroline and her husband Joachim Murat eventually ruled Naples. This Bonaparte dynasty spread French influence across the continent more effectively than armies alone could. Behind imperial splendor, Napoleon kept tight control over information and opposition. His regime used hundreds of censors who reviewed newspapers, books and plays. The secret police under Joseph Fouché watched potential dissenters, while infamous administrative detention allowed imprisonment without trial for those seen as threats to state security. When General Jean Moreau, once Napoleon's rival for power, was linked to a royalist plot in 1800 for his public trial and exile, showed the cost of opposing the emperor. The empire's machinery demanded unmatched resources. Conscription pulled hundreds of thousands of young Frenchmen into military service, with annual drafts rising from 30,000 to over 150,000 men during the imperial years. New taxes on salt, tobacco and alcoholic drinks funded military campaigns. While the continental system, Napoleon's bold blockade against British raid disrupted Europe's economy and daily life. Throughout this time of political change, French culture and science flourished under imperial support. The Egyptian campaign had sparked scientific interest that continued under the empire, with government funding for research in chemistry, mathematics and engineering. In 1800 for Joseph Nice for Rainy PC, he began tests with light-sensitive materials that would eventually lead to photography, though the first permanent photograph would not appear until 1826. Unable to beat Britain on the seas Napoleon, Bonaparte turned to a different kind of war in 1806. Through the Berlin Decree he formalized the Continental System, a grand economic plan to choke the British economy by cutting its trade with Europe. This unprecedented economic blockade required every nation under French influence to close ports to British ships and ban British goods from their markets. Napoleon believed this commercial isolation would collapse Britain's economy, forcing surrender without firing a shot. The Continental System needed total European compliance to work, pushing Napoleon to extend French control along the continent's coastlines. What began as economic policy soon became the engine behind more military campaigns. The emperor needed to seal every possible smuggling route and close every harbour that might welcome British merchants. This bold strategy redrew the map of Europe as French forces marched into Italy, Germany, Holland and the Dalmatian coast. Britain's initial economic pain was real. Exports fell by a quarter as warehouses filled with unsold goods, sparking worker protests in manufacturing areas. But the British government responded with counter-blockades through orders in council, effectively saying neutral ships trading with French-controlled ports would be seized. Meanwhile, British merchants quickly adapted, creating elaborate smuggling networks and rerouting trade through neutral middlemen. The great irony of the Continental System was how it hurt France's own prosperity. French manufacturers lost access to raw materials. Colonial goods became very expensive, and port cities, once thriving on international trade, saw their harbors empty. In Hamburg, Bremen and Amsterdam, once busy trading hubs, Fils Island, the sea commerce died. When coffee prices rose tenfold in Paris, desperate merchants sold chicory root as a substitute, a practice that continues in some places today. Napoleon's attempts to enforce the blockade angered his allies and subjects. Dutch merchants, Spanish raiders and German burghers, who built their lives on commerce, now faced ruin under French economic rules. These hardships planted seeds of resentment that would later grow into resistance. The Continental System grew harder to maintain as smuggling flourished along Europe's long coastlines. British goods reached continental markets disguised as Swedish, Russian, or American products, while corrupt officials often looked away for the right price. The system's enforcement caused diplomatic crises with nations that did not comply. Portugal's refusal to close its ports to British trade triggered the French invasion of 1807, pulling Napoleon into the Spanish quagmire that would become his Spanish ulcer. More seriously, Russia's gradual withdrawal from the system by 1811 set the stage for Napoleon's disastrous 1812 invasion. While the Continental System failed to defeat Britain, it sparked unexpected results across the Atlantic. The United States, caught between British and French trade restrictions, turned inward. American textile mills, iron works and factories appeared as European imports became unavailable. This unintended boost to American industry ultimately strengthened the young republic that would later emerge as a global power. While Napoleon's economic war against Britain stumbled his ambitions, in Spain would become his worst mistake. In 1808, Napoleon's dynastic dreams led him to remove the Spanish Bourbon monarchy and put his brother Joseph Bonaparte on the Spanish throne. This political move, which seemed a simple extension of his family empire, ignited an unprecedented popular uprising that drained French imperial resources for years. Spanish resistance began dramatically on May 2, 1808, when Madrid's citizens rose against French occupation rule. The French response was brutal mass executions of civilians that, instead of crushing resistance, turned scattered protests into a nationwide rebellion. What Napoleon expected to be a straightforward land grab became what historians call his Spanish ulcer wound that kept draining French strength and resources. The Spanish people's resistance introduced a new kind of war the French military was unprepared to face. Local fighters and small bands across mountainous terrain hit French supply lines, isolated garrisons, and communication networks. These tactics gave birth to the term guerrilla, meaning little war, in Spanish, reflecting the popular nature of the resistance. Unlike regular armies, these fighters blended with civilians, making it hard for French forces to tell friend from foe. The conflict's intensity was unmatched. Civilians from all social classes joined the struggle against French occupation, turning conventional war into a people's war. Spanish fighters ambushed French patrols, destroyed bridges, intercepted messages, and killed collaborators. The French replied with collective punishment, executing suspected guerrillas and burning villages, which only deepened Spanish hatred and determination to drive out the invaders. British help proved crucial to Spanish resistance. Sir Arthur Wellesley, later the Duke of Wellington, landed in Portugal with British forces to support Spanish and Portuguese fighters. While guerrillas disrupted French operations, Wellington's regular forces fought the French in set battles, creating a two-front war that stretched Napoleon's military capacity. Napoleon himself saw the growing threat and personally led a campaign into Spain in late 1808 with 200,000 troops. He won several victories, but had to leave to face Austrian threats elsewhere, leaving his generals to continue a war becoming increasingly unwinnable. The emperor's absence let the insurgency come back stronger. The Catholic Church became a powerful force for resistance, framing the struggle as a religious war against French godlessness. Priests stirred anti-French feeling, painting Napoleon as an enemy of Catholicism and the occupation as an attack on Spanish religious traditions. This religious layer turned the conflict from a political fight into a sacred duty for many Spaniards. By 1812, over 300,000 French troops, a third of Napoleon's entire military, were stuck in Spain, forces badly needed elsewhere as European powers united against French dominance. The conflict brutality inspired Francisco Goya's haunting pictures of war's horrors, especially his famous painting The 3rd of May 1808, which captured the terror of French reprisals against Spanish civilians. With a third of his military trapped in the Spanish quagmire, Napoleon still looked east to Russia in 1812. The campaign that followed would turn the Grand Army from history's most formidable foe into frozen corpses scattered across the Russian steppe. A disaster so complete that of the 680,000 soldiers who proudly crossed the Niemen River on June 24, fewer than 100,000 returned. At this conflict's heart was Russia's withdrawal from the continental system, threatening Napoleon's economic strategy against Britain. When diplomacy failed, Napoleon gathered the largest military force Europe had ever seen. A multinational army of French, Polish, Italian, German, and other European troops. The sheer logistics of moving and feeding such a huge force proved nearly impossible across Russia's vast landscape. From the campaign's start, Russian commanders Barclay de Tolly and later Kutuzov used a brilliantly simple plan: keep retreating while destroying anything valuable. As Napoleon's forces pushed deeper into Russia, they found burned villages, poisoned wells, and torched grain fields. The Russians sacrificed their own resources to deny them to the invaders, drawing the French into a lengthening supply line through increasingly barren land. On September 7th, 1812, the two armies finally clashed at the Battle of Borodino, a huge fight that left about 70,000 casualties in a single day. Though technically a French victory, the battle brought no strategic breakthrough. The Russians simply withdrew in good order. On September 14th, Napoleon entered Moscow to find a strangely empty city. Within hours, Moscow burst into flames, whether set deliberately by Russian authorities or accidentally by looters. The fire burned nearly 2/3 of the city over for days. Napoleon found himself holding a charred, empty prize. With winter coming, he waited in Moscow for 5 critical weeks, hoping Tsar Alexander would negotiate. The Tsar never replied. By October 19th, facing shrinking supplies and the first frost, Napoleon ordered the retreat that would destroy his army. His soldiers who had marched into Russia in summer uniforms now faced temperatures dropping to minus 30 degrees Celsius. The retreat quickly became a nightmare of unimaginable scale. Soldiers froze to death standing at their posts. Others stripped clothes from the dead to survive another day. Supply wagons were abandoned as horses fell from hunger. Starving men ate their mounts raw. Russian forces under generals Gustavus Plato V and Milo Radovic constantly harassed the retreating columns. Cossack cavalry swooped on stragglers, while Russian partisans ambushed isolated units. At the Berezin, a river crossing in late November, thousands drowned or froze trying to escape pursuing Russians. By December, the once magnificent Grand Army had broken into small bands of frozen, starving men struggling west. The scale of the disaster changed European politics. Prussia, long a reluctant French ally, switched sides in February 1813. Austria and Sweden soon joined what became the Sixth Coalition against Napoleon. With his army shattered, Napoleon hastily raised new forces, mostly inexperienced conscripts. Despite several tactical wins, in spring 1813 the coalition's numerical advantage proved overwhelming. The decisive fight came at Leipzig in October 1813, aptly called the Battle of the Nations, as it pitched French forces against Russians, Prussians, Austrians and Swedes. After 4 days of fighting, Napoleon's army suffered a crushing defeat, forcing a retreat to France itself. By March 1814, coalition forces entered Paris, and on April 6, Napoleon was forced to abdicate. Napoleon's abdication seemed to close the book on French imperial dreams, but less than a year later the impossible happened. On February 26, 1815, the deposed emperor slipped away from his Mediterranean exile on Elba with just 1,000 loyal followers. When he landed on southern France's coast on March 1st, his daring gamble began. Either a triumphant return or a quick execution as a traitor. What followed defied all expectation. As Napoleon marched north toward Paris, something remarkable occurred. Instead of arresting him, his ordered regiment after regiment of the regular French army switched sides. Emotional scenes unfolded as soldiers who once fought under Napoleon's banner recognized their former commander. Many troops sent to capture him instead broke ranks, shouting "Vive l'Empereur" and pledging fresh loyalty to the man they had followed across Europe. The march to Paris became less a military campaign than a procession. Louis XVIII, restored to the throne after Napoleon's first abdication, saw the changing tide. By March 20th, just 3 weeks after landing, Napoleon entered Paris in triumph as the king fled to Belgium. Without firing a shot, the former exile had reclaimed one of Europe's most powerful thrones through sheer force of personality. Europe's reaction was swift and absolute. The great powers meeting at the Congress of Vienna, still redrawing Europe's map after the Napoleonic Wars, immediately declared Napoleon an outlaw. Britain, Prussia, Austria and Russia formed the Seventh Coalition, mobilizing armies to remove the returned emperor permanently. They would accept nothing less than his complete removal from the European stage. Napoleon knew diplomatic solutions were impossible. His only hope lay in quick military action before coalition armies could combine against him. By June 1815, he had gathered a remarkable force of 125,000 men, showing his organizational genius, and moved into Belgium with a clear plan: defeat the British and Prussian armies separately before they could join. The critical confrontation came on June 18, 1815, with the small Belgian village of Waterloo. Napoleon's 72,000 troops faced Wellington's allied force of 68,000 men. The French emperor had reason for confidence. He outnumbered his immediate opponent and had beaten both Wellington and Blucher separately before, but fate and weather interfered. Heavy rains the previous night turned the battlefield to mud, delaying Napoleon's attack and giving Prussian forces crucial extra hours to march to Wellington's aid. The battle itself unfolded as a series of bloody clashes. Napoleon's opening artillery barrage proved less effective than planned because of the wet ground. His infantry attacks against Wellington's centre were repeatedly pushed back. When French cavalry charged British squares, they could not break the disciplined Allied formations. As the afternoon wore on, Napoleon committed his elite Imperial Guard soldiers, who had never known defeat, in a final desperate assault. The arrival of Prussian reinforcements under General Blücher proved decisive. Caught between Wellington's forces and the Prussian flanking attacked Napoleon's army collapsed. The catastrophic defeat caused about 25,000 French casualties and 8,000 captured. Napoleon's gamble had failed, completely ending his rule after just 100 days. The results were immediate and permanent. Napoleon abdicated a second time, and this time there would be no return. The British took him to the remote South Atlantic island, a volcanic rock thousands of miles from Europe, where he would stay until his death in 1821. When Napoleon died in 1821, the Bonaparte dynasty seemed finished forever. Yet history often gives unexpected sequels. 31 years later, his nephew Louis Napoleon Bonaparte achieved what many thought impossible, reviving the French Empire from the ashes of revolution and monarchy. The path to this second empire began with Louis Napoleon winning France's first presidential election in December 1848 with a huge 74% of the vote. As the new president of the Second Republic, he presented himself as a figure of stability during social and political turmoil, but his ambitions reached far beyond the 4-year term set by the Constitution. Facing the legal impossibility of running again, Louis Napoleon executed a bold coup d'état on December 2, 1851, exactly 47 years after his uncle's coronation. He dissolved the National Assembly and arrested potential opponents in a single night. With opposition neutralized, he called a plebiscite to approve a new constitution extending his presidential term to 10 years. This move proved very successful, setting the stage for his final change into emperor. 1 year later, on December 2nd, 1850, Louis Napoleon formally proclaimed the Second French Empire with himself as Emperor Napoleon III, honoring both his uncle and a short-lived son who never actually ruled. The quick shift from republic to empire showed the lasting appeal of the Bonaparte name and the French public's willingness to trade democratic principles for promises of stability and national greatness. Unlike his military focal, Napoleon III's vision for France centered on economic development and urban modernization. He launched an unmatched reconstruction of Paris under Baron Haussmann, replacing medieval neighborhoods with wide boulevards, parks, and modern infrastructure. These grand avenues served many purposes, improving public health, showing imperial splendor, and letting troops move fast to crush possible rebellions. The emperor embraced industrial development with remarkable enthusiasm. Railways expanded greatly under his rule, while new banks provided crucial financing for factories and businesses. This economic liberalism created a strange hybrid system, an authoritarian empire driving capitalist growth and middle-class prosperity. In colonial affairs, Napoleon III pursued what historians call a peace empire, focusing on economic investment and diplomatic ties rather than pure military conquest. He solidified French control in Algeria, partly conquered in 1830, and expanded French influence in Senegal and other parts of West Africa. His approach stressed what he called imperial responsibility, seeing French colonialism as a civilizing mission that would spread French values worldwide. This emerging colonial vision marked a basic shift from his uncle's Europe-focused conquests. While Napoleon I sold Louisiana and abandoned Haiti, Napoleon III actively sought new lands in Africa and Asia, laying the foundation for France's second colonial empire that would keep growing even after his own fall. Despite his focus on economic development and diplomacy, Napoleon III did not entirely abandon military adventures. His eventual role in the Crimean War 1853 to 1856 showed his desire to restore France's place as a major European power. But it also revealed a more cooperative approach through alliance with Britain, France's traditional enemy. This alliance with Britain once unthinkable signaled how far Napoleon III would go to restore French prestige after decades of post-Waterloo shame. When Russian troops invaded Ottoman lands in 1853, Napoleon III saw not a distant conflict, but the perfect chance to rewrite France's place in the world order through blood, innovation, and a war unlike any before. The conflict began with a seemingly small religious dispute over who would control Christian holy sites in Jerusalem. While Russia claimed protection rights over Orthodox Christians, in the Ottoman Empire France asserted similar privileges for Catholics. This diplomatic tension grew when Tsar Nicholas I sent troops into Ottoman territories along the Danube, prompting the Sultan to declare war. Napoleon III, sensing a chance to check Russian expansion and demonstrate French power, quickly allied with Britain, France's old rival. What followed transformed warfare itself. When Allied forces landed in Crimea in September 1850, for they brought revolutionary technologies never before seen in combat. Telegraph lines sent battle reports across Europe within hours, while photographers like Roger Fenting captured haunting war images for civilian audiences. Railways moved supplies and wounded soldiers, while new explosive shells and rifled muskets caused unmatched casualties. The centerpiece of the conflict became the 11 months siege of Sevastopol, where French engineering and military skill proved decisive. French sappers dug elaborate trench systems, while their artillery smashed Russian fortifications with devastating effect. By September 1855, when Russian forces finally left the smoking ruins of Sevastopol, French military prestige had been dramatically restored through battlefield achievements Napoleon Bonaparte himself would have admired. Yet glory came at a terrible cost. Disease ravaged Allied camps with cholera and typh, killing more soldiers than enemy fire. These conditions spurred medical innovations that would change health care forever. While Florence Nightingale revolutionized British military nursing, French nursing sisters like Sue Rosalie Rando made similar reforms in French field hospitals. The Sisters of Charity set new standards for battlefield care that would influence military medicine for generations. The diplomatic triumph came in March 1856, when European powers gathered in Paris for peace talks. Napoleon III himself presided over the conference, a powerful symbol of France's return to diplomatic leadership. The resulting Treaty of Paris severely limited Russian naval power in the Black Sea and reduced Russian influence in the Ottoman Empire, establishing the principle of Ottoman territorial integrity under great power guarantee. For the first time since Waterloo, France had dictated terms to a major European power. The aftermath changed French imperial ambitions with renewed military confidence. France sped up colonial projects worldwide. Napoleon III deepened involvement in Algeria, expanded presence in Senegal, and set up a protectorate in Cambodia. The victory over Russia gave both the confidence and international prestige needed to pursue these far-flung ventures without serious European opposition. Perhaps most importantly, the war changed Anglo-French relations. Former enemies became allies, cooperating militarily against a common threat. This new understanding would reshape colonial competition as both powers increasingly coordinated imperial ambitions rather than directly confronting each other. The precedent of cooperation set in Crimean trenches would influence European diplomacy for decades. The diplomatic triumph in Crimea emboldened Napoleon III to attempt his most disastrous imperial gamble. In Mexico, France would try something no European power had dared since American independence, establishing a new monarchy in the Western Hemisphere, directly challenging the Monroe Doctrine that had kept European powers away for decades. The chance came in 1861, when Mexico under President Benito Juarez stopped payments on its foreign debts. What began as seemingly simple debt collection soon revealed Napoleon III's true ambitions. While Britain and Spain joined the first expedition, they quickly withdrew once they realized France's real goal was not financial compensation, but land conquest. Napoleon III imagined a French-ruled empire, that would counter growing American influence and give access to Mexican silver mines. The French invasion met unexpected resistance almost immediately. On May 5, 1862, at the Battle of Puebla, Mexican forces won a stunning victory against the French army. Though ultimately just a temporary setback for France, this battle, remembered today as Cinco de Mayo, became a powerful symbol of Mexican resistance and national pride. The French advance slowed but did not stop, and by June 1863 French forces took Mexico City. With military controls set in central Mexico, Napoleon III moved forward with his grand imperial design. He chose Archduke Maximilian of Austria, a Habsburg prince with liberal views, as the new emperor of Mexico. Maximilian arrived in 1864 with his ambitious wife Charlotte, called Carlota, in Mexico, convinced they would be welcomed as modernizing rulers who could stabilize the war or nation. Reality proved very different. Outside major cities where SS Republican forces held significant territory, especially in the north, French troops, eventually about 40,000, found themselves in an increasingly costly occupation against determined resistance. Mexican guerrilla fighters used tactics like most Spanish forces used against Napoleon, the first hitting French supply lines and isolating garrisons. The situation worsened further for France when the American Civil War ended in 1865. The United States, now able to focus on affairs, began giving diplomatic support and weapons to Juarez's government. American officials clearly opposed European monarchies in the Western Hemisphere, putting diplomatic pressure on France while positioning troops along the Rio Grande as a not-so-subtle warning. By 1866, the Mexican adventure had become a strategic and financial disaster for Napoleon III. The occupation cost France about 50 million francs yearly, with no end in sight. Domestic criticism grew as French casualties rose and international isolation increased. Facing these realities, Napoleon III ordered a phased withdrawal of French troops. Despite knowing this would doom Maximilian's regime, Maximilian refused to leave his adopted country even as French forces departed. His loyalty proved fatal. Republican forces captured him in May 1867, and despite international pleas for mercy, Maximilian faced a firing squad on June 19, 1867. The execution, shown in Edouard Manet's famous paintings, shocked European royal houses and symbolized the catastrophic failure of Napoleon III's imperial vision. While Maximilian's execution marked a humiliating end to French dreams in Mexico, it would pale next to what followed. In 1870, a single edited telegram would trigger events that not only destroyed Napoleon III's empire, but redrew Europe's map for generations. The crisis began innocently, with a diplomatic dispute over the Spanish throne. When Prince Leopold of Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen emerged as a candidate, Napoleon III objected to having Prussian royalty on both French borders. The seemingly minor diplomatic matter became the perfect trap set by Prussian Chancellor Otto von Bismarck, who long wanted a pretext for war with France to complete German unification under Prussian leadership. The turning point came when Bismarck received a telegram describing a polite but ordinary meeting between King Wilhelm I of Prussia and the French ambassador. Seeing a chance, Bismarck edited the telegram to make it seem the king had insulted France. When published, this E.M.S. telegram ignited French public outrage. On July 19, 1870, Napoleon III, hoping to restore his fading popularity with a quick military win, declared war on Prussia, walking straight into Bismarck's trap. What followed was a stunning military catastrophe. The French military, still trading on its Crimean War reputation, was no match for Prussia's modern war machine. Behind the scenes, the Prussian military had undergone revolutionary change. Field Marshal Helmuth von Moltke had developed a sophisticated general staff system, standardized mobilization plans, and mastered railway use for troop movements. Prussia could deploy troops 3 times faster than the French, using detailed timetables specifying exactly which units would board specific trains at precise time. Meanwhile, the French military struggled with basic logistics. Soldiers reached front-line positions without proper supplies. Some units lacked maps of their own territory. Communication breakdowns led to conflicting orders and mischances. The technological gap was equally stark. Prussia escraped steel breech-loading cannons outranged French bronze artillery, letting Prussian forces bombard French positions while staying safely out of range. The decisive moment came at Sedan on September 1st and 2nd, 1870. The French army of challenge 130,000 men, including the Emperor himself, found itself surrounded by Prussian forces in a valley near the Belgian border. After a day of devastating artillery fire, Napoleon III faced the unthinkable surrender. On September 2nd, he personally surrendered to King Wilhelm I, becoming the first French head of state captured in battle since King Francis I was taken by the Holy Roman Emperor at Pavia in 1525. News of Napoleon's capture triggered immediate revolt in Paris. On September 4th, crowds stormed government buildings and the Third Republic was proclaimed. The new government vowed to keep fighting, but Paris itself was soon surrounded by German forces. The brutal siege lasted through a harsh winter, with Parisians reduced to eating zoo animals and rats as food ran low. German artillery bombarded the city, while its residents slowly starved. The humiliation peaked on January 18, 1871, when Bismarck arranged the proclamation of the German Empire in the Hall of Mirrors at the Palace of Versailles, the very symbol of French royal power. King Wilhelm I of Prussia was crowned German Emperor, as French lands lay occupied around him. The message was clear: a new European order had emerged with Germany, not France, at its center. As the humiliating defeat of 1870 faded from memory, France began looking for new frontiers to restore wounded national pride. From the ashes of European loss, a new colonial ambition rose. Within just 3 decades, a nation that had lost territory at home would control an amazing 8.6% of the world's land surface. A transformation bringing both triumph and great human cost. The years between 1880 and 1910 saw an unmatched land grab called the Scramble for Africa. In the 1870s, African nations controlled 90% of their own continent, with European powers holding only coastal areas. This balance shifted dramatically as European nations, driven by economic interests and imperial rivalry, carved up the continent. Explorers, missionaries and traders returned with reports of vast resources, fueling a frenzy of colonial acquisition. France systematically expanded across Africa, building a colonially stretched from the Mediterranean Sea to the Congo Basin and from the Atlantic Ocean to the Red Sea. The conquest of Algeria, begun decades earlier in 1830, intensified during this period. The violence of this expansion was staggering. Historians estimate between 500,000 and 1 million Algerians died during the French conquest through war, massacres, disease and famine. Beyond Algeria, French colonial dreams spread rapidly. Tunisia became a French protectorate in 1818, much to Italy's frustration, as it had its own plans for the territory. Through the 1882 and 1892, France seized huge parts of West Africa, including modern Senegal, Mali, Niger and Chad. In Central Africa, lands like Gabon and Congo, French control, while Madagascar was taken in 1896. This imperial competition sometimes brought France into direct conflict with other European powers. The Fashod incident of 1898 nearly started war with Britain when both nations claimed the same territory along the Upper Nile. Finally, France withdrew its forces, quietly accepting British dominance in the region and highlighting the competitive nature of this imperial expansion. Conquest methods varied by region, but typically involved overwhelming military force. Many African groups, including the Ashanti, Fulani and Twa, fought fiercely to keep independence, but were finally beaten by European weapons and tactics. Invading powers drew borders between colonies with little thought for existing ethnic groups and kingdoms, creating artificial lines that would later fuel regional conflicts. While Britain offered unruled colonies indirectly through local authorities, France used a policy of assimilation, trying to turn colonial subjects into French people. This approach imposed French language education and legal systems on colonial populations, while presenting colonization as a civilizing mission bringing progress to supposedly backward areas. The French Empire reached beyond Africa to Southeast Asia. France combined its holdings in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos into French Indochina by 1887. This vast colonial network gave France raw materials markets for manufactured goods and renewed international prestige. Yet behind the imperial facade lay brutal realities. Colonial authorities routinely used forced labor for infrastructure projects, imposed heavy taxes, and violently crushed any resistance. Indigenous cultures were systematically undermined, traditional leadership structures dismantled, and local economies restructured to benefit the mother country. While French colonial administrators built grand boulevards in Hanoi and Dhaka, the brutality of their rule was not met with passive acceptance. Beneath the surface of apparent control, strong resistance movements took shape across 3 continents, challenging what seemed unbreakable colonial domination. In Morocco, Abdel Krim emerged as one of the most successful resistance leaders against European imperialism. His organization of Berber tribes in northern Morocco led to the RIF Republic, an independent state existing from 1921 to 1926. The Republic delivered a shocking blow to Spain when RIF forces massacred Spanish troops at the Battle of Annual in 1921, showing indigenous forces could defeat modern European armies. This victory sent shock waves through colonial administrations across Africa. The French and Spanish response revealed the true face of colonial rule. They sent a combined force of 200,000 soldiers against the RIF Republic, a huge military commitment showing how seriously European powers viewed indigenous resistance. Similar patterns appeared with the ZI and Confederation of Berber tribes, which used effective guerrilla warfare against French forces, even getting support from Germany and Austria-Hungary during World War I. In Vietnam, resistance took a decisive turn on February 10, 1930, when Vietnamese soldiers serving in the French colonial army staged the Yen by mutiny backed by the Vietnam Quoc and Ang Vien QDD. This uprising marked a critical shift from secret resistance to open military action. The mutiny aimed to spark quite a rebellion among the general population, revealing growing nationalist feelings that would eventually lead to full-scale war against French rule. Algeria's resistance continued despite decades of brutal French conquest. Small attacks on French military outposts and colonial infrastructure grew more common, hinting at the larger conflict that would erupt in 1954. The French response typically involved overwhelming military force, a strategy that temporarily crushed uprisings, but only deepened anti-colonial bitterness. In Madagascar, the Mina Lan, a rebellion of 1904 to 1905, combined anti-colonial feeling with traditional religious belief. French authorities responded with massive military operations that devastated local populations, creating martyrs and resistance stories passed down through generations. What made these resistance movements particularly threatening to colonial authorities was their ability to adapt. When armed rebellion proved costly, resistance changed into political and intellectual movement. The interwar years saw educated elites emerge in cities who organized political parties, published newspapers, and made demands for reform and self-determination. French colonial officials faced a paradox of their own making. Their civilizing mission had created a class of educated colonial subjects who now used French ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity to challenge colonial rule itself. These intellectual leaders studied France's own revolutionary history and used it to highlight the hypocrisy of French colonial control. This shift of resistance from armed rebellion to political organization happened simultaneously across the French Empire. In Vietnam, Algeria, and Senegal future, revolutionary leaders were building political movements that would eventually tear apart the colonial system. What France failed to see was that military wins over armed rebellions did not mean political victory over the desire for self-determination. As political movements gained strength across French colonies, the distant thunder of European artillery suddenly turned colonial subjects from resistance fighters into conscripted soldiers. When World War I began in 1914, France faced a military crisis forcing it to rely heavily on its vast empire. The scale of colonial mobilization was unmatched. About 600,000 colonial troops were drawn into Europe's bloodbath, including 275,000 North Africans, 190,000 West Africans, and tens of thousands from Indochina, Madagascar, and other territories. These colonial soldiers, particularly the TIRALS Senegalese from West Africa, found themselves thrust into the worst conditions of modern warfare. French military planners deliberately used them as shock troops in the most dangerous frontline positions at battles like Verdun and the Somme, where they suffered casualty rates over 25%. Despite their sacrifice, these soldiers remained second-class participants in a war supposedly fought for liberty and civilization. Military mobilization reached beyond the battlefield. Over 220,000 colonial workers were brought to France to replace French laborers sent to the front. These men worked in factories, mines, and dockyards, creating an unprecedented flow from colonies to metropolitan France. For many, this was their first exposure to the mother country they had been taught to respect and experience, often showing the contradiction between France's high ideals and the reality of racial prejudice. Even as colonial subjects died on European battlefields, French authorities worked to maintain the illusion of imperial unity and purpose. In 1916, Paris hosted a colonial exhibition designed to showcase colonial contributions to the war effort. The exhibition presented a carefully crafted story of imperial solidarity, while reinforcing racial hierarchies through its portrayal of colonial peoples as exotic, primitive, and dependent on French guidance. The war turned colonial territories themselves into battlegrounds. In Africa, Allied forces, including colonial troops, fought to capture German colonies like Cameroon and Togo. Meanwhile, the Ottoman Empire's entry into the war and declaration of jihad created complex challenges for French authorities in Muslim North Africa, who feared religious solidarity might weaken military recruitment. This forced France to use elaborate policies that kept control while continuing to take manpower from these lands. For colonial subjects who survived the conflict, the war experience created a deep paradox. Men who had seen Europeans slaughter each other in unmatched numbers could no longer accept myths of Western superiority. Those who had fought alongside French soldiers expected recognition and rights matching their sacrifice. Instead, they returned to colonies where discrimination stayed entrenched and their contributions were quickly forgotten. The paradox reached France itself. While celebrations stressed the imperial family fighting together, colonial veterans returned with higher expectations that France either could not or would not meet. This disconnect planted seeds that would later grow into independence movements across the empire. The very men who had fought to preserve the French Empire had, through their exposure to European ideals and European weaknesses, begun to imagine a world beyond colonial rule. Those seeds of discontent, watered by colonial soldiers' blood on European battlefields, erupted into organized resistance movement across the French Empire. While the 1931 Paris Colonial Exhibition showed imperial glory to 8 million visitors, behind romanticized displays grew a storm of nationalist movements that would eventually tear the empire apart. The Paris Peace Conference of 1919 became a pivotal moment in colonial history. Delegations from Vietnam, Algeria, and other territories came to Versailles with petitions for greater rights or independence, inspired by President Wilson's principles of self-determination. Their hopes were quickly crushed as France, far from loosening its grip tightened control over colonial possessions after the war. In Algeria, the formation of the Etoile Nord-Africaine in 1926 marked a watershed moment. Founded by Algerian workers in France, this organization boldly demanded complete independence decades before the eventual Algerian War. The movement gained ground partly because of France's broken promises to veterans who had fought for the motherland only to return home to continued discrimination. Vietnam saw similar developments with the rise of the Vietnamese Nationalist Party, VNQDD, in 1927. This revolutionary group led the Yen by mutiny of 1930, challenging French authority before being brutally suppressed. That same year, a young revolutionary named Hoc Anh Ninh founded the Indochinese Communist Party, representing a new phase of resistance, combining nationalist hopes with Marxist ideology and international support. Economic hardship during the Great Depression further fueled colonial unrest. As unemployment rose and living conditions worsened, resources kept flowing from colonies to France. This economic exploitation grew harder to justify, especially as educated colonial subjects pointed out the contradiction between French Republican ideals and colonial practices. France made tentative moves toward reform, particularly during the Popular Front government, 1936 to 1938. The Blum-Violte proposal sought to extend French citizenship to a select group of educated Algerians. However, its failure to pass the French Parliament only strengthened revolutionary feelings. The message was clear: meaningful change would not come through peaceful reform. This lesson was brutally reinforced in Tunisia during 1937 to 1938, when French authorities killed 122 activists demanding constitutional reform. The massacres showed the limits of peaceful protest and the colonial system's resistance to real change, pushing more activists toward revolutionary methods. Even as resistance grew, France tried to maintain the illusion of imperial harmony. The 1931 Paris Colonial Exhibition welcomed over 8 million visitors with elaborate pavilions, showing romanticized versions of colonial cultures. Behind these facades, colonial subjects were categorized, studied, and displayed like exotic specimens, reinforcing racial hierarchies while masking rising unrest. As the decade ended, the contradictions of France's colonial project grew clearer. The empire preached liberty while denying freedom, promised equality while enforcing racial hierarchies, and claimed brotherhood while meeting demands for rights with violence. These contradictions would become impossible to maintain after World War II, but their seeds were firmly planted in the interwar years. The collapse of France in May to June 1940 shattered the illusion of European invincibility across its colonial empire. As German tanks rolled through Paris, the French colonial system, built on the myth of French military superiority, faced an existential crisis. How could colonial subjects continue to respect and fear a power that had surrendered in just 6 weeks? This question echoed from the markets of Dhaka to the rice paddies of Vietnam, fundamentally changing the relationship between France and its overseas lands. France's empire immediately split between competing loyalties. While the Vichy regime under Marshal Pétain kept control of much of North and West Africa, Indochina, and Madagascar, General Charles de Gaulle set up his Free French headquarters in London, declaring France has lost a battle, but France has not lost the war. The colonial chess game began when Free French forces launched operations to take strategic territories like Cameroon, French Equatorial Africa, and Syria from Vichy control. Japan's expansion in Asia created more problems for French colonial authorities. In Indochina, the French colonial administration was forced into a humiliating arrangement, keeping daily control while Japanese military forces occupied key positions and took resources. This arrangement lasted until March 9, 1945, when Japan executed a lightning coup, disarming French garrisons and jailing colonial officials. This power vacuum gave the perfect chance for Vietnamese nationalists under Ho Chi Minh to organize and prepare for independence. The strategic importance of North Africa led to Operation Torch in November 1940, to when Anglo-American forces landed in Morocco and Algeria. The landings triggered complex reactions among colonial officials and local populations, with some Vichy forces resisting before switching loyalty to the Allies. For many North Africans, seeing powerful American forces arrive while France stayed occupied reinforced growing doubts about French claims of superiority. Colonial soldiers became essential to France's military revival. When de Gaulle needed to rebuild French forces after the Metropolitan Army's collapse, he turned to the Empire. The Free French Army that eventually helped free Europe was largely made of African soldiers. At Monte Cassino in Italy, North African and West African troops fought with distinction in some of the war's toughest mountain combat. During the liberation of Paris in August 1940, for colonial soldiers made about 65% of the French 2nd Armored Division that entered the city first, though many were quickly removed from the victory parade to present a whiter image of French liberation. While France celebrated victory in 1945, colonial subjects expected recognition and reward for their sacrifices. De Gaulle had convened the Brazzaville Conference in 1940, for where limited reforms were proposed for French Africa, but independence stayed explicitly off the table. The message was clear: France meant to keep its empire while offering only minimal concessions. This gap between expectations and reality fueled anti-colonial movements. In Madagascar, growing nationalist feeling erupted into open rebellion in March 1947. Anti-colonial fighters launched coordinated attacks against French military installations and European settlement. France's response was ruthless, sending reinforcements that used torture, summary executions, and forced resettlement. When the uprising was finally suppressed in 1948, between 30,000 and 80,000 Malagasy people had died. As France's colonial troubles mounted in Africa, its once prized possession in Indochina was slipping through its fingers. The battle that would finally break France's imperial spine was not fought in North African deserts or Madagascan jungles, but in a remote Vietnamese valley most French citizens could not even find on a map. World War II had fundamentally changed the colonial equation. When Japan surrendered in 1945, a power vacuum opened in Southeast Asia. Ho Chi Minh seized this moment to declare Vietnam's independence, reading a declaration directly inspired by America's own founding document. France, however, was determined to regain control over what it saw as a jewel of its empire, despite clear signs the colonial era was ending. The conflict that erupted in 1946 showed a profound military mismatch. France deployed modern weapons, aircraft, and professional soldiers, many just finished fighting Nazi Germany. The Viet Minh, meanwhile, started with a ragtag collection of old weapons and improvised explosives. What the Vietnamese lacked in military hardware, they made up for with superior knowledge of the land and overwhelming popular support. The war quickly settled into a devastating pattern. French forces held cities and major highways by day, while Viet Minh fighters ruled the countryside by night. Vietnamese guerrillas mastered the art of ambush, hitting isolated French outposts before fading back into jungle or nearby villages. French military planners badly misjudged the conflict's nature. They prepared for conventional war while facing what was essentially a people's revolution. By 1950, the Cold War had transformed the struggle, with communist China providing crucial weapons and training to the Viet Minh. After Mao Zedong's victory, Soviet advisors offered strategic guidance, turning a local independent movement into an international confrontation. The human cost mounted relentlessly. Colonial troops, including those from Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, and Senegal, bore the brunt of the fighting. These soldiers, fighting to maintain a colonial system that also controlled their own homelands, faced a particular moral dilemma. Meanwhile, Vietnamese civilians endured bombings for street locations and food shortages as the war devastated their land. By 1953, French public opinion had soured on what increasingly seemed an unwinnable war. Military leaders made a fateful decision, setting up a fortified base atIen Bien Phu at the Laotian border to draw Viet Minh forces into a conventional battle where superior French firepower could win. It proved a catastrophic miscalculation. General Vo Nguyen Giap, the brilliant military strategist leading Viet Minh forces, surrounded the French position with artillery pieces French intelligence believed could not possibly be moved through mountainous jungle. More than 10,000 Vietnamese porters had manually hauled these heavy guns piece by piece across seemingly impassable terrain, assembling them in positions overlooking the French camp. When the assault began in March 1950, for the outcome was nearly certain. For 56 days, Viet Minh forces pounded the French position, gradually overrunning defenses while cutting off air resupply. On May 7th, the garrison surrendered with over 10,000 French soldiers marching into captivity. The psychological impact of the defeat echoed far beyond Vietnam. A European colonial power had been decisively beaten by an Asian independence movement, a result previously thought impossible by Western military planners. The Geneva Conference that followed temporarily split Vietnam at the 17th parallel, with elections scheduled to reunify the country in 1956. The same year France surrendered atIen Bien Phu, a new colonial crisis erupted across the Mediterranean. On November 1st, 1950, for the National Liberation Front fell in launched coordinated attacks across Algeria, starting what would become France's most painful decolonization struggle. Unlike Vietnam, Algeria represented something fundamentally different in the French colonial mind. After 132 years of French rule, Algeria was not seen as a mere colony, but an integral part of France itself, divided into 3 French departments and represented in the National Assembly. What made Algeria unique was its complex demographic reality. Over 1 million European settlers, called Pieds Noirs, had built lives there for generations. Many families had lived in Algeria for decades, seeing it as their rightful home. This deep-rooted European presence created a situation unlike any other in France's crumbling empire. The French government's determination to keep Algeria French came not just from strategy or economics, but from the political impossibility of abandoning these French citizens. The conflict quickly escalated into extraordinary brutality on both sides. The FLN used guerrilla tactics, bombing cafes and public spaces used by Europeans while targeting Muslim Algerians they saw as collaborators. The French military response was equally harsh, deploying massive force and controversial counter-insurgency methods. Between 1954 and 1960, to about 300,000 Algerians and 25,000 French died in the fighting, though exact numbers are still disputed. The Battle of Algiers in 1956 to 1957 showed the conflict's intensity. When the FLN started a bombing campaign in Algiers' European quarter, French authorities gave extraordinary powers to the 10th Parachute Division under General Jacques Massu. They systematically sealed off the Kasbah, the city's Muslim quarter, using checkpoints, identity papers and house-to-house searches to break the FLN network. This brutal urban counter-insurgency included widespread torture, disappearances and summary executions. Though militarily successful, the methods caused lasting trauma and damaged France's international reputation. By 1958, the Algerian conflict had destabilized France itself. The Fourth Republic collapsed amid fears of a military coup, bringing World War II hero Charles de Gaulle back to power. At first unclear about his plans, de Gaulle promised to keep French Algeria, while starting to see the inevitability of Algerian self-determination. This realization put him on a collision course with the Pieds Noirs and parts of the military that had backed his return. The war's brutality only intensified. The French built electrified border barriers along the Tunisian and Moroccan frontiers to stop FLN fighters finding sanctuary. Meanwhile, the military moved over 2 million rural Algerians into regroupment centers to separate them from insurgents, creating miserable conditions that further alienated the population. The French deployed over 400,000 troops, and the conflict speak more than they had used in Indochina. By 1961, international pressure mounted against France. Newly independent African nations supported Algeria at the United Nations, while Cold War rivals exploited France's colonial struggles. More importantly, French public opinion had shifted. Conscripted soldiers returned with disturbing war accounts. Intellectuals like Jean-Paul Sartre denounced French actions, and public protests grew. In April 1961, four retired generals tried a military coup in Algeria, which de Gaulle crushed through a televised appeal to the nation. With Algeria's independence, France's centuries-long empire ended. Though bits of its overseas territories remain, the dream of a global French empire was over. The same nation that once ruled huge stretches of North America, Africa, the Caribbean and Indochina now found itself redefining its world role. In a bitter irony, many independence movements France had crushed were inspired by the very ideals of liberty, equality and fraternity that shaped France's own revolution. In later years, France shifted from empire to soft power, keeping influence through cultural, economic and military ties with former colonies. By the age of French colonial rule, the age of conquest, expansion and control was finished. France's journey from medieval kingdom to global empire and finally to modern republic has been one of ambition, conflict and reinvention. Its influence, once spread across continents, now endures through culture, diplomacy and legacy. And so this chapter of history slowly fades into the quiet flow of time. Some mysteries remain unanswered and some truths continue to shape our world. We have walked through the past together and learned what it can teach us. If you carry this knowledge forward with you through each day, then the echoes of history will never be lost. Thank you for listening. Until next time, let the past remain alive in your mind. In the quiet corners of history, there are stories not often told, stories shaped by human strength and human failure. This is one of those stories. The accounts we share now reach back through time to reveal moments that changed the world. Let us begin by travelling into a past long forgotten yet still echoing into our present. For many, the word Vietnam brings to mind a long war. Yet the Vietnamese story stretches back thousands of years. It is a tale of constant struggle for freedom against great odds. Today we look beyond recent conflicts to the full sweep of this story. From legendary beginnings to the world we know now, the origins of Vietnam start not with records or ruins, but with magic. A cherished myth of a dragon lord and a fairy princess. Before written history, their tale emerged. Lac Long Quan ruled the waters and coasts. O Ko lived in the northern highlands. Their meeting was more than a union of two beings. It married the two essential parts of the land, the mountains and the sea. From their legendary love came 100 sons. This myth created a single ancestry for all Vietnamese people. Their separation was peaceful. 50 sons went to the coast with their father. 50 went to the highlands with their mother. They remained connected as one family. This story foreshadowed regional differences within a shared identity. Today, Vietnamese call themselves children of the dragon and fairy. This is more than folklore. It affirms an identity that existed before foreign influence. This idea carries deep emotional weight. It roots their identity in a myth outside of later Chinese cultural reach. The myth lives on at the Hung Temple in Pu Tho. Annual ceremonies honour the Hung kings said to be direct descendants. Thousands gather for rituals unchanged for centuries. This connects modern people to mythical ancestors through living tradition. Beneath the story, the myth hints at real ancient social structures. The importance of O Ko may reflect early matrilineal ways. The dragon and fairy may represent merging tribal groups. Archaeology in the Red River Delta shows early bronze cultures. These may be the real people behind the myth. Leaders have long invoked this shared ancestry to unite the nation. During the American War, Propaganda reminded people of their dragon fairy spirit. The myth became a tool to strengthen identity when independence was threatened. The number 100 also holds meaning. In East Asian thought, it means completeness and perfection. Descent from 100 children includes every Vietnamese person in the national family beyond myths. Physical evidence of ancient skill lies in the earth. Bronze drums once sounded across the landscape. The legendary 100 Sons evolved into tribal groups. These groups formed the Dongsun culture. This Bronze Age society thrived long before written records. Their most striking achievement was the bronze drum. These were not simple instruments. They were complex ceremonial objects. Making them required great metalworking skill. Artisans used the lost wax casting method. The finest drums weigh over 100 kilograms. They served many purposes in Dongson society. Their sound called people to gatherings and ceremonies. In war, they coordinated troops over distance. Chiefs owned the most elaborate drums as symbols of power. Decorations on the drums show us prehistoric life scenes, depict warriors in boats, and shamans in ritual. Farmers harvest rice, and musicians play. Birds like egrets appear often perhaps as spirit messengers. These images reveal a complex society with clear social order. The Dongsun people were skilled in more than metal. They practiced advanced wet rice farming with buffalo and irrigation. They built houses on stilts visible in drum art and confirmed by archaeology. They made fine jewellery, weapons and tools showing mastery of materials. Dongsun influence reached beyond northern Vietnam. Finds suggest connections to southern China, Laos and Cambodia. Dongsun drums have been found in Indonesia and Malaysia. This shows ancient maritime trade networks. One drum was even found in South India. This points to trade spanning vast distances. Dongsun society was likely led by powerful chiefs. These chiefs may be the legendary Hung kings of later tradition. They controlled village confederations through kinship and alliance. Their advanced culture suggests complex political organization. The Dongsun culture is a crucial bridge between myth and history. Chinese records later called the region primitive, but archaeology reveals a society advanced in technology and art. It developed independently for centuries before foreign contact. As Bronze Age society matured, the landscape changed. Around 258 BCE, a mountain chief named Thuc Phan united tribes. He formed Vietnam's first true centralized state called Ao Lac. He took the title King Nduong Vuong. His rule was more than a tribal confederation. He built a state with administration and borders. This was a revolutionary shift in political organization. King Nduong Vuong focused strongly on defense. Facing threats from the Qin dynasty in China, he needed innovation. His solution was the Koh Loa Citadel, an engineering marvel. Near modern Hanoi, its walls stood 12 meters high. The design resembled a snail shell for maximum defense. Building it required thousands of workers over years. Excavations at Koh Loa show the technologic skill of Ao Lac. Tens of thousands of bronze arrowheads have been found. Many were still in their moulds, suggesting mass production. This points to a society able to organize specialized labor. But history and legend soon intertwined in Ao Lac. Folklore says a golden turtle spirit helped the king build Koh Loa. The spirit gave him a magic crossbow that could kill thousands. This weapon appears often in Vietnamese texts, blending fact and myth. Ao Lac did not last long. It fell around 179 BCE through betrayal and conquest. As the story goes, the king's daughter Mi Chao fell in love with a rival son. He tricked her, discovered the crossbow's secret, and sabotaged it. This allowed his father's armies to conquer the kingdom. The tale of Mi Chao's betrayal is a national lesson about trust and foreign threats. In poetic versions, the king beheads his daughter, then rides his horse into the sea. Her lover finds her body overcome with remorse and drowns himself. Where her blood touched the ocean, it is said pearls formed. With Olak's fall, the region was absorbed into a larger kingdom. Though under foreign rule, the Vietnamese kept their cultural distinctness. This set a pattern of adapting to conquest while preserving identity. This period foreshadowed a much longer era of foreign control. In 111 BCE, Han Dynasty armies swept through the region. They established direct imperial rule. This began nearly 1,000 years of Chinese political domination. The Han divided the land into commanderies and prefectures. They imposed a Chinese bureaucracy reporting to the imperial court. Chinese officials implemented policies to transform local culture. Examination systems tested knowledge of Chinese classics. Vietnamese elites had to study Confucian texts for influence. The commandery of Jiaoqi was the Han Empire's southern frontier. Here Chinese officials could prove themselves for better posts. While governing from new centres, they faced persistent local resistance. Chinese records note many rebellions over the centuries. Each was crushed, but each showed a refusal to accept permanent rule. The empire used sophisticated methods of cultural change. They regulated marriage and enforced patriarchal family structures. They mandated changes in clothing hairstyles and rituals. Chinese-style buildings replaced local architecture. Most significantly, they introduced Chinese writing and administrative terms. These remain part of the Vietnamese language today. Yet beneath this surface, Vietnamese village life continued local religious practices blended with imported beliefs. Village councils kept traditional ways under Chinese administration. Women kept important economic roles despite Confucian ideas. Archaeology shows this quiet resistance burial sites mix Chinese objects and indigenous symbols. Pottery keeps Vietnamese decorative patterns, diet preserves local culinary traditions. Buddhism arrived during this time and took root. It came via sea routes from India around the 2nd century CE. Vietnamese Buddhism blended with older animistic beliefs. It emphasized practical benefits and harmony with local spirit ways. At Lui Lao near Hanoi, an early Buddhist center flourished. It created a unique spiritual blend central to later national identity. Chinese technology transformed farming. Better irrigation, metal plows, and water systems increased rice yields. Chinese astronomy helped predict seasons. Mathematics improved record keeping. These tools were embraced even as cultural assimilation was resisted. By the 5th century CE, a hybrid elite emerged, ethnically Vietnamese, but educated in Chinese classics, fluent in Chinese, but connected to local culture. These scholar officials navigated dual identities. They used Chinese political ideas to express Vietnamese aspirations. This pattern would help later independence movements. The long occupation created a complex legacy. Vietnam emerged with strong Chinese cultural influences, from government to literature, philosophy to farming techniques, yet resistance to foreign rule forged a powerful sense of Vietnamese identity. They adopted Chinese tools but kept their essence. This pattern of adaptation without surrender would serve them for centuries. In 40 CE, 2 sisters did the impossible. They overthrew the mighty Han Empire and established an independent state ruled by women. The uprising began with personal tragedy. Chinese officials executed the husband of Trung Trak for protest. The grieving widow turned her mourning into revolution. With her sister Trung Nahai, she rallied local nobles tired of Han taxes and cultural erasure. Their leadership brought an overwhelming response. Their army grew to tens of thousands, including many female officers. They led forces riding war elephants, unnerving their opponents. They captured 65 fortified cities within months. This shocked Han authorities, who saw it as a minor disturbance. After driving out the Chinese Trung, Trak was declared queen. Her 3-year reign challenged the Confucian order the Han imposed. She established her capital at her hometown Milin. This emphasized the local character of her government. Emperor Guangwu of the Han finally sent a veteran general Ma Yuan. The Chinese counterattack was devastating. Better equipped and greater in number, they pushed back the resistance. After final defeat in 43 CE, the sisters drowned themselves in a river. They chose death over capture. Their deaths became as symbolic as their lives. Though the rebellion failed, its significance was immense. Han records devoted unusual attention to this revolt. They noted both its scale and the embarrassment it caused. They specifically mentioned the gender of the leaders troubled by the challenge. The Trung sisters' legacy grew over centuries. They evolved from historical figures to national icons. Temples dedicated to them appeared throughout Vietnam. Annual ceremonies on their death anniversary became acts of patriotism. They set a precedent for women's leadership in resistance. Later female warriors were often compared to the Trung sisters. This created a distinct tradition rare in East Asian history. For almost 900 more years, Vietnam stayed under Chinese control. Then in 938 CE, one commander devised a brilliant trap. The architect was Ngo Quyen, a military governor. He saw the decline of Tang dynasty power in China. A southern Han state now bordered Vietnam and sought control. Ngo Quyen prepared for a confrontation that would decide Vietnam's fate. His opponent Liu Hongkao commanded a fleet sailing toward the Red River Delta. Ngo Quyen did not meet the superior force head-on. He studied the tide patterns of the Bac Dang River. He ordered his men to plant iron-tipped wooden stakes in the riverbed at low tide. The stakes stayed hidden when the tide rose. Vietnamese forces lured the southern Han fleet into the estuary as the tide went out. The massive warships were impaled and immobilized Vietnamese soldiers, then launched a devastating ambush, destroying the fleet. The southern Han commander was killed. This victory marked the first great assertion of Vietnamese independence. This clever use of terrain and timing would be repeated twice more in history. After victory, Ngo Quyen declared himself king. He established his capital at Co Loa, linking his rule to ancient O Lac. He laid foundations for a sovereign Vietnamese state for the first time in nearly a millennium. Vietnam was ruled by a Vietnamese monarch. His triumph was more than military victory. It was a profound psychological turning point. The cycle of domination was broken. The myth of Chinese military superiority was shattered. Though his reign lasted only 6 years, he is venerated as the architect of independence. The period after his death saw power struggles among warlords. But the precedent of self-rule was set. The Bac Dang River tactic would echo through history. In 981, Emperor Le Hoan used it against Song dynasty invaders. Most famously, in 1288, General Tran Hung Dao repeated it against Kublai Khan's Mongol fleet. That battle ended Mongol attempts to conquer Vietnam. Military victories preserved independence, but building a civilization was different. In 1009, a Buddhist monk named Li Kongguan took the throne. He became Emperor Li Tai. To founding a dynasty that unified and shaped Vietnam, he moved the capital from a defensive mountain site to a marshy area along the Red River. Chinese geomancers said this spot had dragon-rising energy. He established Thang, long-ascending dragon, later. Hanoi moving the capital was a symbolic declaration of Vietnamese confidence. The emperor stated, "The capital is where heaven and earth meet." This showed a vision of permanence and centrality, not just defence under the Li emperors. Buddhism flourished. Emperor Li Tai Tong composed Buddhist texts and led ceremonies. His son Li Tan Tong built the famous one-pillar pagoda shaped like a lotus. This was nation-building through spiritual means. Buddhist monks served as royal advisors on diplomacy and military campaigns. Imperial examinations began during this period. They tested Confucian classics, but also Buddhist texts and local traditions. This created a unique Vietnamese intellectual tradition. The one-pillar pagoda was a site for these exams, linking spiritual and secular authority. The Lai dynasty had a revolutionary approach to governance. Emperor Li Tan Tong instituted Vietnam's first comprehensive legal code. In 1042, it tempered Chinese-influenced laws with Buddhist compassion. When asked why he reduced penalties, he said, "I would rather spare a guilty person than kill an innocent one." This reflected Buddhist influence, not Confucian strictness. The Li emperors transformed the landscape. They built dikes along the Red River, enabling farming to flourish. This was a Vietnamese approach to working with the monsoon environment. Court records say Emperor Li Tai Tong inspected dike construction during rains. Cultural achievements matched political innovations. The dynasty built the Temple of Literature. Van Muir in 1070, Vietnam's first university. Even this Confucian institution had Vietnamese elements. Carvings showed local plants, animals and Buddhist symbols. The arts flourished with bronze casting reaching new heights. The Phat-tik Pagoda Buddha, cast in 1057, blended Chinese technique with Southeast Asian features. The Li dynasty's 2 centuries established lasting patterns, a blend of Chinese administration with indigenous traditions. A spiritual base in Buddhism tempered by practical Confucian ethics, confidence in Vietnam's ability to stand as an independent nation with its own identity. This confidence would soon face its ultimate test. While most empires fell to the Mongols, Vietnam achieved the impossible. They defeated Kublai Khan's armies 3 times through tactical genius and environmental warfare. The Tran dynasty came to power in 1225. They maintained extensive family involvement in governance. Military innovation became their hallmark for good reason. By the 1250s, Mongol armies had conquered China, Korea, Central Asia, and parts of Europe. Their empire was the largest contiguous land empire in history. Few expected the small kingdom of Dai Viet to survive their attention. The first invasion in 1257 caught Vietnam unprepared. Mongol forces captured Thang Long, forcing the court to flee. But the Vietnamese regrouped. Emperor Tran Tai Tong and General Tran Thu used a scorched earth policy. They destroyed food supplies and poisoned wells. The Mongols, used to living off conquered land, faced starvation and disease. Within months, they withdrew with no lasting conquest. The second invasion in 1284-85 showed the brilliance of Prince Tran Hung Dao. He became Vietnam's most celebrated military commander. He did not confront the larger Mongol force directly. He used asymmetric warfare. Vietnamese forces abandoned cities, lured enemies into unfamiliar terrain. They struck with quick ambushes, then vanished into forests and swamps. They drew Mongol troops into malarial swamps where disease decimated their ranks. Mongol cavalry, unstoppable on plains, was neutralized in Vietnam's jungles and flooded rice fields. Their recurve bows lost tension in the humid climate. The third invasion in 1287-88 was Kublai Khan's most determined effort. A massive fleet with over 300,000 soldiers sailed toward Dai Viet Tran. Hung Dao orchestrated the decisive victory at the Bac Dang River. Using the same technique as Ngo Quyen, they planted stakes underwater at low tide. When the Mongol fleet pursued what seemed a retreating navy, their ships were impaled. As the tide fell, Vietnamese forces launched a devastating counterattack, destroying the fleet and killing the Mongol commander. Beyond military wins, the Tran dynasty made practical reforms. They created a revolving land ownership system. Fields were periodically redistributed. This prevented aristocrats from amassing too much wealth and power. Imperial exams were reformed to include more practical subjects. The dynasty promoted a Vietnamese form of Buddhism blended with local beliefs. Emperor Tran Nhan Tong abdicated to become a monk, founding the Truc Lam Zen school. Yet this period also saw more Confucian influence in government, creating a unique balance. This spiritual political harmony eventually gave way to decline. This created an opening for an ambitious official to seize power. Ho Qui Lis reforms might seem progressive now, but in the 15th century they triggered disaster. By the late 1300s, the Tran dynasty was decaying. Court intrigue spread corruption, and the land system failed. Ho Qui Lie, a high-ranking mandarin who married into the royal family, stepped into the vacuum. He engineered a takeover, forcing the last Tran emperor to abdicate in 1400. He proclaimed a new dynasty and launched ambitious reforms. He cut the power of Buddhist institutions, taking their wealth for the state. He redistributed land, limiting aristocratic holdings and giving access to peasants. He introduced Vietnam's first paper currency and state monopolies on salt and iron. He even created government-run pawn shops, an early public banking form. Perhaps most remarkably, he innovated in education. He created public schools open to commoners, not just elites. He added new subjects like mathematics to state exams, a radical change. He personally translated Chinese classics into Chu Nom, an early Vietnamese script. He downgraded the importance of studying Chinese language. But revolution from above often brings resistance from below. Buddhist monks resented lost status. Landlords hated property, confiscation. Merchants chafed under new rules. Scholars scorned exam changes. Commoners struggled with paper money, which quickly lost value. With Vietnam divided, the Ming dynasty of China saw its chance when Ho Qui Ly renamed the country Dai Ninggu and gave power to his son Ming, launched an invasion. They claimed to restore the Tran dynasty, but really wanted annexation. Internal tensions made resistance weak. Within months, Ho and his son were captured and sent to die in exile. The Ming occupation that followed was especially harsh. They pursued complete cultural assimilation. They renamed the region Jiaoqi Province under direct Chinese control. They confiscated Vietnamese historical texts, shipping over 10,000 books to China. They forced Vietnamese to adopt Chinese clothing hairstyles and marriage customs. They sent tens of thousands of Vietnamese craftsmen, scholars and artists to China. This deprived Vietnam of its cultural elite. The Ming systematically erased Vietnamese written culture. They banned Chu Nom script, requiring all documents in Chinese. They destroyed native texts and punished those who kept them. This assault on language created a cultural trauma, fueling resistance for generations. But the Ming overlooked how occupation would unite a divided people. From cultural destruction rose not just a rebellion, but a sophisticated 10-year campaign. It combined guerrilla war, psychological tactics, and perhaps history's earliest documented nationalist movement. In 1418, a minor landowner named Le Loa gathered just 27 followers at Lam Son Mountain. This modest start led to Vietnam's most successful liberation movement. Unlike earlier rebellions, Le Loy used patience. He built bases in remote highlands and slowly expanded control. For 5 years, his forces avoided major battles. They targeted supply lines, isolated garrisons and collaborators. Ming armies designed for conventional war were frustrated. Le Loy forces melted into jungles and mountains when pursued. They used Vietnam's challenging geography as a weapon. Monsoon climate, dense forests, rugged mountains all worked against Ming troops. Equally revolutionary was the propaganda campaign by Le Loy strategist Nguyen Trai. He wrote proclamations addressing both Vietnamese supporters and Ming soldiers. His masterpiece, Bin Gu Dai Sao, articulated a moral justification for resistance. It argued for Vietnamese cultural and political independence. Our people long ago established sovereignty over the mountains and rivers of the south, he wrote, just as north and south have different customs, the Viet and Han have different kings. This was a modern idea of nationhood based on shared territory history and cultural difference. By 1426, as Ming reinforcements dwindled and local support surged, the tide turned. After a big Vietnamese victory at Chi Lang Pass, the Chinese emperor agreed to talks. In late 1427, the last Ming forces withdrew. In 1428, Le Loi became Emperor Le Tai, to founding the later Le dynasty. After liberation, the Le dynasty enacted sweeping reforms. Le Loi redistributed land taken from Ming collaborators to supporters and peasants. He reorganized administration into a 6-level hierarchy from province to village. Under his successors, especially Emperor Le Tan Tong, 1460-1497, the dynasty peaked. The comprehensive Hong Duke legal code had 722 articles. It covered family relations and commerce. Notably, it gave women unprecedented rights to own property, seek divorce, and join family decisions. These rights were largely absent in Chinese law. Then, the dynasty launched big infrastructure projects. They built road networks connecting provinces and canals, expanding farming civil service exams returned with changes, stressing practical knowledge alongside Confucian classics. This produced scholar officials loyal to Vietnamese traditions, not Chinese models. Confucian thought became the dominant framework under the later Li exams expanded, creating a meritocratic elite from all society. Success in exams could elevate commoners to high office. The Temple of Literature in Hanoi symbolized deep reverence for education. Stone stelae, they're engraved with graduate names, still stand today. They mark a tradition blending Chinese classics with Vietnamese values. As Confucianism spread, women's rights gradually contracted. Buddhism lost official patronage. Ancestral worship became more rigid. This period solidified a uniquely Vietnamese bureaucracy. It was rooted in Chinese models but shaped by local reality. It endured long after the Le dynasty's fall. Confucian thought reshaped gender roles and family life. The three submissions doctrine required women to obey father, husband, then son. The Hong Duc Code kept some property rights for women, but patriarchal authority grew. Ancestral worship became formal with rituals following Confucian principles. Buddhism, once a spiritual cornerstone, retreated to a popular faith. Monasteries lost royal patronage. Confucian temples got imperial support. Scholars wrote on governance and morality, not spiritual matters. By the 1500s, Second's Vietnamese political discourse occurred within a Confucian framework. Literacy stayed mostly with the elite educated in classical Chinese. The Chunom script let a parallel literary tradition grow. Officials wrote formal documents in Chinese, but poetry and personal letters are none. This reflected Vietnam's complex cultural identity. For nearly 1,000 years, a process called Nam Tien, the march south, transformed Vietnam. It changed a compact trade river delta kingdom into the long slender country we know. Beginning around the 11th century, rulers looked south. The main obstacle was Kampo, a maritime kingdom, with ties to India and Indonesia. The Chams built brick towers for Hindu gods along the central coast. Their society thrived on sea trade, connecting across Southeast Asia. Vietnamese expansion was not just military. It happened through gradual settlement. Vietnamese farmers moved south, establishing villages based on Confucian principles and rice farming. These settlements slowly changed the landscape physically and culturally. Demographic pressure pushed the Vietnamese frontier deeper into Cham land. Conflict waxed and waned over centuries. Vietnamese records note many campaigns against Kampo. But reality was more complex, with intermarriage and trade creating hybrid border cultures. The decisive turn came in 1471. Emperor Le Tan Tong launched a massive invasion of Kampo. His forces captured and destroyed Vijoy, the Cham capital. Kampo never recovered as a unified state. remaining territories fragmented and fell one by one to Vietnamese control. Vietnamese settlers transformed former Cham lands. They introduced wet rice farming techniques from the north. They built irrigation systems and terrace fields. Village governance based on northern models created linked communities. Expansion did not stop at Compa. By the 1600 seconds and 1700 seconds, settlers reached the Mekong Delta, historically controlled by the Khmer Empire. The fertile delta could support multiple rice crops yearly. It became the new frontier. Settlers drained swamps, dug canals, and established a plantation economy. The region became Vietnam's Rice Bowl. Nam Tien had profound cultural impact. As territory expanded, it incorporated diverse ethnic groups with their own languages and religions. Highland peoples like the Eden Jara found themselves surrounded by Vietnamese settlements. The Cham, once dominant on the central coast, became a minority in their ancestral lands. Today, Vietnamese Cham communities keep distinct practices, including forms of Islam and Hinduism. Physical remnants of this history dot central and southern Vietnam. The Mai Son Temple complex with its brick towers is a UNESCO site. It shows Cham architectural genius. In Binh Thuan and Ninh Thuan provinces, Cham communities maintain temples and rituals. The legacy of Nam Tien goes beyond territory. It shaped Vietnamese identity, creating a country spanning diverse ecological zones. It set patterns of migration and cultural adaptation that continued into modern times. While the country expanded south, a deep political division split Vietnam into rival domains. This created a paradox of unity and division, shaping the future for generations. In 1627, the Gionach River in Quang Binh province divided north and south. The Trinh lords ruled the north from Thang Long, Hanoi. The Nguyen lords ruled the south from Phu Xuan Hue. Both factions technically served the Lately emperor in the north, but the emperor became a ceremonial figurehead with no real power. The division was not just administrative. Between 1627 and 1670, the rival lords fought 7 major campaigns. Central Vietnam became a battlefield. The Nguyen with less land proved resilient against stronger Trinh forces. After decades of fighting, both sides accepted a stalemate. This began one of history's longest-running Cold Wars. The Nguyen did not rely on their military might. They built an impressive defensive network. The Dong Hoi Wall was a massive fortification stretching nearly 20 kilometers. It had earthen ramparts, deep moats, and strategic forts. Portuguese engineers helped design parts of this Vietnamese Great Wall. It blended Eastern and Western military ideas. Archaeology has found remnants of this wall hidden in jungle growth. The long separation changed Vietnamese culture and society. The northern Trinh domain kept stronger ties to Confucian tradition. It emphasized a conservative scholar-bureaucrat system. Court exams, rituals, and formality characterized northern governance. The southern Nguyen lands developed a more pragmatic commercial society. They kept expanding into former Cham and Khmer lands. The Nguyen lords cultivated international trade. Japanese and Chinese merchants settled in southern ports. European powers, first Portuguese and Dutch, later French, brought new tech, weapons, and ideas. Christian missionaries found more tolerance in the south, converting thousands. By the early 1700s, cultural differences between north and south were pronounced. Visitors described them almost as separate countries. Paradoxically, both regimes had periods of stability and prosperity. The Trinh maintained administration in the dense Red River Delta. The Nguyen developed new farmland and trade networks in central and south Vietnam. Literary culture flourished in both regions with distinct northern and southern styles. Tu Nom literature written in adapted Chinese script preserved Vietnamese cultural expressions. But the stalemate eventually cost both societies. Military spending drained resources, corruption grew, peasant taxes rose. Sporadic uprisings occurred. By the mid-1700s, both Trinh and Nguyen were detached from common people's concerns. They focused on court intrigue and keeping regional power. This dissatisfaction created fertile ground for revolution, especially in central regions most affected by division. From this came Vietnam's most unexpected heroes, 3 brothers from the mountain village of Tay Son, who went from tax collectors to revolutionaries. The brothers Nguyen Nguyen, Huyen Nguyen, Lu had humble origins but remarkable talent. Their uprising was not just another rebellion. It was when common people seized control after generations of oppression. The revolt began in 1771 against corrupt officials in central Vietnam. At first, they targeted local tax collectors, but peasants flocked to their cause quickly. The brothers harnessed widespread discontent. They presented themselves as champions of the poor against feudal exploitation. Their message was simple: the current order had failed ordinary Vietnamese. Within a few years, Tay Son forces did the impossible. In 1773, they captured Quai Nh, establishing their first power base. By 1777, they overthrew the southern Nguyen regime, executing most of the royal family. Then in 1786, Nguyen, who led his army north, capturing Hanoi, toppling the Trim. For the first time in 150 years, Vietnam was unified under one authority. The middle brother Nguyen, who was the movement's military genius, a brilliant tactician, he defeated larger, better-equipped forces with innovative tactics. His soldiers, many former peasants, were fiercely loyal. They saw him as both commander and spiritual leader destined to restore justice. After taking control, the eldest brother, Nguyen Na, proclaimed himself emperor. He tried to start a new dynasty, but tensions rose among the brothers over dividing territories. Internal conflict stopped them from consolidating rule and making lasting reforms. The movement faced its greatest challenge in 1788. Emperor Qianlong of China sent a massive invasion force of 200,000 soldiers. They aimed to restore the dynasty as a Chinese vassal state. King Armay quickly occupied Hanoi, seemingly ending Tay Son control in the north. In response, Nguyen, who crowned himself Emperor Quang Trung, he prepared a desperate counterattack. What followed was perhaps the most extraordinary military campaign in Vietnamese history. Emperor Quang Trung gathered 100,000 troops. He marched north during Lunar Year, covering 600 kilometers in just 10 days. While Chinese forces celebrated Tet in Hanoi, his army launched surprise attacks. They fought at night, used impassable terrain and deployed war elephants. Within 6 days, they routed the King Army, recaptured Hanoi and forced a humiliating retreat. Once in power, the Tay Son implemented significant reform. They broke with traditional Confucian governance. They redistributed land taken from large owners to poor farmers. They simplified writing, using the more accessible non-script for government business. They reduced taxes for ordinary people and promoted trade in neglected regions. Unlike earlier dynasties, the Tay Son valued practical skills and military prowess. They promoted talent regardless of background, creating new social mobility. Their court blended Buddhist, Taoist and folk elements, appealing to ordinary Vietnamese. But the Tay Son regime did not last long. Emperor Quang Trung died in 1792 at just 40 years old. This deprived the movement of its most capable leader. Meanwhile, Nguyen and the sole survivor of the southern Nguyen family had escaped to Siam. He built a resistance movement with Europeans, a port especially from French missionaries. The death of Quang Trung created a power vacuum. It would be filled by the most unlikely candidate, a man who spent decades as a fugitive. Nguyen, NH's journey from exile to founding emperor, is one of history's great comebacks. His persistence was legendary. After fleeing Tay Son forces, he built alliances in Cambodia and Siam. He recruited mercenaries and slowly reclaimed territory through guerrilla campaigns along the southern coast. The turning point came when Nguyen and allied with French missionary Pig and eau de Behane. The bishop went to Versailles in 1787, securing a treaty promising French military support for trade privileges. King Louis XVI, I never fully acted due to the French Revolution, but Pig No independently recruited French engineers, officers and arms suppliers. They modernized Nguyen and HS forces decisively. By 1801, Nguyen recaptured Hue. The next year his armies took Hanoi, ending the Taishan-era. In a symbolic ceremony, Nguyen proclaimed himself Emperor Ji along. He combined names of ancient capitals Jiad in Saigon and Thang Lo Hanoi. He founded the Nguyen dynasty, ruling until 1945. One significant act was his official adoption of the name Vietnam for the unified country. Previously it was called Dai Viet or Dong Trong Dam Go Dini during division. This new name reflected a unified identity, acknowledging ancient heritage and new reality. The King Court in China formally recognized this name, a diplomatic win for Vietnamese sovereignty. The early Nguyen period reorganized governance dramatically. The country split into 26 provinces with standardized administration. A comprehensive census happened, a new tax system started. Emperor Ji along ordered the Ji, a long code of 398 chapter legal document. It blended Vietnamese customary law with Chinese-inspired Confucian principles. This created a unified legal framework for decades. Under Ji Along's direction, physical infrastructure expanded. Engineers built the Mandarin Road, a highway connecting Hanoi to Saigon. It helped troop movements and commerce. A complex canal network was dug throughout the Mekong Delta, for transport and irrigation. These projects needed massive labor, but created lasting economic system. The most visible symbol of the new dynasty was the imperial city of Hue. Construction began in 1804. This massive complex covered over 500 hectares. It took thousands of workers nearly 30 years to finish. Modeled after Beijing's Forbidden City, it had Vietnamese elements. It was oriented by geomantic principles, with the Perfume River before it and Dengu Bin Mountain behind. The complex had over 100 pavilions, temples and palaces. A 10-meter-high wand moat over 30 meters wide surrounded it. Despite these achievements, seeds of future conflict were planted. Emperor Ji, Along's son and successor, then Mang, intensified Confucian orthodoxy. He grew suspicious of Western influence. Catholic missionaries, once allies of his father, faced restrictions, then persecution. This cultural conservatism extended to trade. The Nguyen court rejected European commercial overtures, just as Western imperial ambitions in Asia grew. This rejection meant to protect sovereignty would ironically become the dynasty's fatal mistake. Within decades, the Empire Ji Along built faced an existential threat. It came with advanced weapons, industrial might and colonial ambitions no Confucian tradition could withstand. France's imperial designs on Vietnam began in earnest in 1858 with a naval attack on Da Nang. Justified as protecting persecuted Catholics, France's true motives were pragmatic. They wanted commercial footholds in Asia's strategic ports for their navy and new markets for French goods. Napoleon I saw Vietnam as a gateway to southern China's lucrative markets. The conquest followed a methodical pattern. Starting with Saigon in 1859, French forces carved out southern Vietnam, Cochin China, as their first colony by 1867. The strategy combined overwhelming firepower, steam warships, and modern artillery with diplomatic manipulation. Cambodia was forced into being a protectorate in 1863, isolating Vietnam further. Emperor Tudok, ruling 1847-1880, demised the Nguyen dynasty's tragic paradox. A scholarly ruler and poet, he saw the French threat but stayed trapped in traditional thinking. His court split between modernizers wanting defensive adaptation and conservatives rejecting all Western ideas as corrupting. The emperor ultimately chose tradition. He refused to reform Vietnamese military or governance as province after province fell. The French secured northern Vietnam through treaties in the 1872 and 1882. The Treaty of Saigon 1874 opened Red River ports to foreign trade. The Treaty of Hue 1883 signed after French warships bombarded coastal defenses made a protectorate over North and Central Vietnam. These agreements forced under threat formalized loss of sovereignty, while keeping a facade of royal authority. By 1885, resistance from the imperial court peaked. Emperor Ham Nghi fled the palace and issued the Can Vuong Edict. It called on Vietnamese to aid the king against French occupation. This document urged loyal subjects to use guerrilla warfare against colonial forces. Regional scholars and local officials led resistance bands in mountains and rural areas. They launched attacks on French garrisons. The French response was brutal. Villagers suspected of helping resistance were burned, crops destroyed, civilians executed. Capture meant prison, exile, or death. By 1896, most major Can Vuong leaders were captured or killed, though isolated resistance continued into the early 1900s. French colonial administration transformed Vietnamese society profoundly. The country split into 3 distinct regions. Cochin China became a direct colony with French citizenship laws. Annam and Tonkin became protectorates with indirect rule through Vietnamese officials, supervised by French residents. This fragmentation was deliberate to prevent unified nationalist sentiment. Economic exploitation became systematic. Vast fertile land was seized for French-owned rubber, coffee and tea plantations. The traditional village economy was disrupted by new tax systems forcing peasants to grow cash crops. Government monopolies on alcohol, salt and opium, essentials in Vietnamese life, made huge revenues for colonial coffers, impoverishing local. The physical landscape changed dramatically. Infrastructure projects served colonial interests. Railways connected mining regions to ports, helping resource extraction. Colonial architecture transformed urban centers, especially Hanoi and Saigon. French-style boulevards, administrative buildings, and villas created European enclaves amid Vietnamese neighborhoods. Colonial cities showed imperial modernity, but also symbolized the racial and cultural divide at the heart of French rule. French education meant to produce loyal subjects, instead nurtured Vietnamese intellectuals who questioned empire. These contradictions would fuel the next wave of resistance. It would be led not just by soldiers or peasants, but by poets, scholars and revolutionaries. While the French perfected colonial control, a young Vietnamese man traveled the world. He worked as a ship's cook, a hotel dishwasher, a photographer's assistant, all while assembling a revolutionary blueprint that would shatter French Indochina. His name was Nguyen Sinh Cung, but history remembers him by another name. Born in 1890 in Gian Province, he grew up seeing colonial contradictions. In 1911, he began a remarkable global odyssey. It transformed him from a provincial youth into an international revolutionary. Taking the name Nguyen, like Quoc Nguyen, the patriot, he worked odd jobs on cargo ships. He visited ports across Africa, America and Europe. He saw European imperialism mess reach and resistance stirrings against it. By 1917, he settled in Paris, imperial capital of the power ruling his homeland. There he found work retouching photos while diving into radical political circles. Paris was his classroom for revolutionary theory. He read Marx and Lenin and connected with anti-colonial activists from across the French Empire. In 1919, at the Versailles Peace Conference, he wrote an 8-point petition for Vietnamese self-determination. Wearing a rented Western suit, he tried to give it to President Woodrow Wilson, whose 14 points promised self-determination to European peoples. The petition was ignored, teaching a harsh lesson: Western democratic ideals were not for Asian colonies. This rejection pushed him toward revolutionary socialism. In 1920, at the Congress of Tours, he helped found the French Communist Party. He believed Marxism-Leninism offered the best framework for national liberation. It was patriotism, not communism, that originally inspired me, he later said. But studying Marx convinced me only socialism and communism could liberate oppressed nations. Through the 1922, he traveled to Moscow for training, then to China working with Chinese revolutionaries. Now using the name Ho Chi Minh He who enlightens, he organized Vietnamese exiles. He published revolutionary journals and trained cadres in Marxist theory adapted to Vietnamese conditions. His key achievement came in February 1930. He orchestrated merging communist factions into the Indochinese Communist Party, ICP. Unlike early resistance, the ICP combined political organization with deep roots among peasants and urban workers. The party's founding program called for overthrowing French imperialism, Vietnamese independence, confiscating colonial oaths, land, and an 8-hour workday. These demands spoke to both nationalist and class grievances. Meanwhile, other nationalist currents flowed. The Vietnam Quoc and Anh Vien Udd modeled on China's Kuo Intang drew intellectuals and civil servants. Unlike communists, they promoted modernizing nationalism without class revolution. In February 1930, V and QDD members launched the Yen by uprising attacking French garrisons. Boldly conceived, it was crushed quickly. Dozens of leaders were executed, hundreds imprisoned. The French response to these movements showed colonial brutality. In the Jeet in Soviet uprising 1930, when a peasant rebellion partly influenced by communist organizing, French planes bombed villages, ground forces did mass executions. Thousands died. ICP networks shattered temporarily, forcing Ho Chi Minh to flee abroad again. By the mid-1930s, with fascism rising in Europe, French policy softened under the Popular Front government. Political prisoners were released, limited Vietnamese language publishing allowed. The ICP seized this chance to rebuild, making legal front groups while keeping a secret revolutionary core. This fragile political dawn of the late 1930s shattered when global conflict reached Vietnam. In 1940, Japanese forces swept into French Indochina. They wanted Asia's resources and their Greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere. Unlike other conquered lands, Japan set up an unusual system in Vietnam. They let the French colonial administration handle daily governance, while Japanese troops held strategic positions and resources. This created a nightmare for ordinary Vietnamese, exploited by two imperial powers at once. The Japanese occupation triggered the economic change. Rice fields feeding locals were turned to grow rubber, jute, and industrial crops for Japan's war machine. Farmers had to sell harvests at artificially low prices. Coal mines and factories were redirected to Japanese military needs. By 1940, for this economic stranglehold plus disrupted transport and bad weather caused catastrophic food shortages in the north. What followed was perhaps the darkest chapter in modern Vietnamese history, the Great Famine of 1940–45. Rice reserves were confiscated, colonial officials failed to bring meaningful relief. Desperate villagers ate bark, leaves, even soil. Whole communities died, corpses lined rural roads. The death toll was staggering. Over 2 million Vietnamese died in less than a year. This created searing memories of colonial neglect that galvanized revolutionary sentiment. Against this suffering, Ho Chi Minh returned to Vietnam in 1941 after 30 years abroad. He set up headquarters in remote caves near the Chinese border. There he transformed the ICP into the Viet Minh United Front. It welcomed nationalists of all political views with one common goal: independence. Unlike earlier resistance, the Viet Minh built a shadow government in northern provinces. They made medical clinics, literacy programs, and people's courts showing viable Vietnamese self-rule. A remarkable twist happened when American intelligence officers parachuted into Viet Minh territory in 1945. OSS agent Archimedes Patty made contact with Ho. He gave radio equipment, weapons, and medical supplies for intelligence on Japanese troops and help rescuing downed American pilots. HO's English skills and pragmatic approach impressed the Americans. They did not know they were helping a leader who would later become their formidable adversary. In March 1945, sensing Allied victory was near, Japan suddenly ended French authority completely. They forced Emperor Bao I to declare Vietnamese independence under Japanese protection. This was a transparent puppet state with little public support. It caused administrative chaos throughout Vietnam as the French colonial system crumbled overnight. The crucial moment came on August 15, 1945. Emperor Hirohito announced Japan's surrender. Within hours, Ho issued a directive: the decisive hour has struck. The Allied nations have defeated fascist Japan. This is our moment. Advance under the Viet Minh banner and seize power. What followed was remarkably swift and largely bloodless. Village by village, district by district, Viet Minh cadres came from underground and took control. On August 19, Viet Minh forces marched into Hanoi as crowds cheered. Within days, they controlled Hue and persuaded Emperor Bao I to abdicate. By August 25, they took Saigon. This became known as the August Revolution. For the first time in nearly a century, Vietnamese flags flew over government buildings nationwide. The culmination came on September 1945. Before hundreds of thousands in Hanoi SB Aiden Square Gaunt but determined Ho Chi-minh approached the microphone. In a moment thick with historical meaning, he declared all men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These familiar words, deliberately borrowed from America's founding document, introduced Vietnam's Declaration of Independence. The ink had barely dried on the declaration when the dream of independence hit colonial reality. As celebrations faded in Hanoi, French warships were already nearing Indochina's shores. They were determined to reclaim their jewel of empire. The colonial power, just liberated from Nazi occupation, now sought to deny that same freedom to Vietnam. This was one of history's bitter ironies. By November 1946, negotiations broke down completely. When French warships bombarded Haiphong harbor, killing thousands of civilians, the fragile peace shattered. On December 19, Viet Minh forces struck French positions throughout Hanoi. This marked the official start of the First Indochina War. For nearly 2 months, bitter street fighting engulfed the capital. Then, the Viet Minh tactically withdrew to rural strongholds. They adopted Mao's Adonis idea that the countryside surrounds the city. The conflict became a grueling guerrilla campaign. French forces held major cities and roads by day, but the countryside belonged to the Viet Minh at night. This frustrated traditional French military doctrine. One French officer lamented, "We were waging a 19th century colonial campaign against a 20th century revolutionary army." The Vietnamese resistance perfected appearing and disappearing. They struck vulnerable targets, then melted back into village life or mountain hideouts before retaliation came. Behind this resistance stood General Vo Nguyen Giap, a former history teacher. He became one of the 20th century's greatest military strategists. With no formal training, he developed tactics for Vietnam's terrain situation. His forces built elaborate tunnel networks and camouflaged supply routes, later expanded into the Ho Chi Minh Trail. They mobilized whole villages to support combat. Women and children moved ammunition and supplies, often at night, on bicycles modified to carry hundreds of pounds. The international context shifted dramatically as the Cold War intensified. What began as a colonial conflict became a proxy battle between competing ideologies. In 1950, newly communist China gave substantial material support to the Viet Minh. The United States increasingly bankrolled France's war effort. American policymakers saw Southeast Asia through containment theory. They feared a domino effect if Vietnam fell to communism. By 1953, the war was stalemated. French forces held urban centers in the Red River Delta, but the Viet Minh dominated countryside and mountains. The French public grew disillusioned, with a distant conflict draining resources and lives without clear progress. Seeking decisive victory, French commanders made Operation Castor. They would build a fortress in the remote northwest valley of Dine, being far near the Laotian border. The French strategy seemed sound in theory. They would make a heavily fortified base supplied only by air. It would cut Viet Minh supply lines to Lors and Lord G. IPS forces into conventional battle. The superior French firepower would win. In November 1953, elite French paratroopers dropped into the valley. They quickly secured the village and an airstrip. What followed showed fatal miscalculations of colonial military thinking. French commanders vastly underestimated IPS logistical abilities. In an extraordinary feat of human will, tens of thousands of Vietnamese volunteers used bicycles pack animals' unhuman strength. They took apart and moved heavy artillery, including 105 howitzers, across seemingly impassable mountain terrain. Women and men carried shells, supplies and rice on jungle paths, often moving only at night to avoid air detection. By late January 1950, the trap was reversed. Viet Minh forces now surrounded the French garrison. They had carefully hidden artillery on overlooking hills. On March 13, the first shells hit French positions, starting a siege that lasted 57 days. GIAPS forces cut the airstrip with artillery fire, forcing desperate air-supplied ROPs. French reinforcements parachuted into a shrinking perimeter under constant bombardment. By early May, monsoon rains turned trenches into muddy graves. A 15,000-strong French force surrendered. Victory at Dien Bien Phu forced France to negotiate. But Vietnam's triumph over colonialism would be bittersweet. While monsoon rains washed away the last traces of French colonial rule, a new, more complex struggle took shape in Geneva. Vietnam had won independence on the battlefield, only to lose it at the conference table. The temporary division at the 17th parallel meant to last just 2 years, instead made to rival Vietnamese states. They were locked in an ideological struggle, consuming the next 2 decades. The Geneva Accords of July 1950 partitioned Vietnam into 2 zones. The North governed by Ho Chi Minh's revolutionary government. The South initially administered by former Emperor Bao Dai. This temporary arrangement was to end with nationwide elections in 1956. A democratic solution would determine the country's future leadership. But the United States, increasingly worried about communism spreading in Southeast Asia, backed Ngo Dinh as Prime Minister in the South. Diem, a strong anti-communist and devout Catholic, quickly consolidated power. In October 1955, he organized a referendum to depose Bao Dai and make himself president of the new Republic of Vietnam. The election had fraud and Saigon Diem got 605,025 votes, though only 450,000 people were registered. With American blessing, Diem refused to join the national elections the Geneva Accords mandated. This cemented Vietnam's division. Diem's government was a stark minority in South Vietnamese society. Catholics were just 10% of the population. Yet they got preferential treatment, government jobs, military promotions, and economic chances. Former Viet Minh supporters faced prison torture and execution under Law 1059. It set up military tribunals for political offences. By 1960, Diem had jailed over 50,000 suspected communists and political opponents. In the countryside, Diem's land policies reversed Viet Minh redistribution. They gave property back to large landowners, forcing peasants to pay back rent for years they had farmed land under revolutionary rule. The Agroville program later expanded into the Strategic Hamlet program, forcibly moved rural villages into fortified settlements. These were surrounded by moats, barbed wire and bamboo spikes. The moves separated farmers from ancestral lands and family graves, sacred connections in Vietnamese culture. One peasant told an American observer, "They make us leave our homes, our gardens, the tombs of our ancestors. They won't let us go back to our villages, even to look for leftover rice." In response, former Viet Minh cadres who stayed in the south after partition, began organizing resistance. On December 1960, the National Liberation Front was formed. It united various anti-Diem groups under one banner. While claiming independence publicly, the NLF got direction and supplies from North Vietnam through the growing Ho Chi Minh Trail network. American involvement deepened steadily. President Kennedy increased military advisors from 900 to over 16,000 between 1961 and 1963. U.S. Special Forces trained South Vietnamese troops. CIA worked with Montagnard ethnic minorities in the Central Highlands. American aid funded nearly 80% of South Vietnam's military budget. It paid for the Diem regime's increasingly unpopular policies. The crisis peaked in 1963 when Diem and Buddhist flags during Vesik's celebrations. He allowed Catholic banners for a church anniversary at the same time. Widespread Buddhist protests erupted. Government forces fired on demonstrators in Hue, killing 9. Protests escalated when 73-year-old monk Thich Quang Ducs sat in meditation at a busy Saigon intersection on June 11. He let fellow monks pour gasoline on him and set himself on fire. As he burned without crying out, journalist David Halberstam wrote, "I was too shocked to cry, too confused to take notes or ask questions, too bewildered to even think." Diem's response, raiding pagodas and arresting hundreds of monks, fueled more resistance. With American officials increasingly frustrated by his leadership, South Vietnamese generals got tacit U.S. approval for a coup. On November 1, 1963, military forces overthrew the government. Diem and his brother Ngo Dinh Nhu were killed the next day, despite American assurances of safe passage. 21 days after Diem's assassination, President Kennedy himself was killed. This grim coincidence marked the start of America's darkest chapter in Southeast Asia. What followed became one of history's most asymmetric conflicts. The world's wealthiest superpower used unprecedented technological might against a mainly agrarian society that refused to surrender its independence. South Vietnam's post-Diem leadership was chaotic. 9 separate governments came in just 18 months. This instability let the Viet Cong expand control over rural areas. By 1965, facing South Vietnam's possible collapse, President Lyndon Johnson abandoned the limited advisory role. He committed American ground forces to the conflict. Within months, over 200,000 American troops were deployed. By 1968, that number swelled to over 500,000. Americans brought overwhelming firepower. B-52 bombers carpet bombed suspected enemy areas. Helicopter gunships strafed jungle canopies. Chemical defoliant stripped away vegetation, hiding their enemy. Operation Rolling Thunder alone dropped more bombs on North Vietnam between 1965 and 1968 than fell on all of Europe in World War II. Agent Orange destroyed millions of acres of forest and farmland. It devastated ecosystems and caused birth defects and cancers lasting to this day. Against this technological onslaught, North Vietnamese forces and southern allies used patience, adaptability and intimate knowledge of terrain. The Cu Kai Tunnel complex near Saigon showed this approach. It was a 250-kilometer labyrinth of underground passages. It held hospitals, storage facilities, and command centers, sometimes right under American bases. American soldiers, called tunnel rats, had to crawl through these tight spaces. They had only a pistol and flashlight, facing booby traps and enemy fighters in pitch dark. The war's pivotal moment came in January 1968 during Lunar New Year Tet. While American commanders thought they were winning a war of attrition, communist forces launched coordinated attacks. They hit over 100 cities and towns across South Vietnam. The Tet offensive caught U.S. forces completely by surprise. Particularly shocking was the assault on the U.S. Embassy in Saigon, America's symbolic fortress in Vietnam. Guerrillas briefly got in before being killed or captured. Though the offensive failed militarily, with communist forces Suffering heavy losses, the psychological impact was profound. CBS News anchor Walter Cronkite, the most trusted man in America, went to Vietnam and told viewers, "It seems now more certain than ever the bloody experience of Vietnam is to end in a stalemate." Cronkite's assessment showed growing disillusionment at home. Anti-war protests became more mainstream. The human toll mounted relentlessly. In March 1968, U.S. soldiers massacred over 500 unarmed Vietnamese civilians in My Live village. Victims included women, children, and the elderly. Though covered up, at first the atrocity eventually became public. It intensified moral questions about the war. Meanwhile, civilian casualties from bombing, artillery, and crossfire reached hundreds of thousands. Millions of Vietnamese became refugees in their own country. They went to squalid camps or strategic hamlets were destroyed and rebuilt. By 1960, newly elected President Richard Nixon sought a way out, while avoiding looking defeated. His Vietnamization policy aimed to gradually give combat duties to South Vietnamese forces as U.S. troops withdrew. At the same time, Nixon expanded the war geographically. He launched secret bombing campaigns against Cambodia and Laos to disrupt supply routes. The Paris Peace Accord, signed in January 1973, formally ended direct U.S. military involvement. American prisoners of war came home to a nation deeply divided by the conflict. South Vietnam, now dependent on American aid, not troops, struggled to contain communist advances. When Congress cut military assistance in 1974-75, the end came quickly. On April 30, 1975, North Vietnamese tanks crashed through the gates of the presidential palace in Saigon. The last Americans evacuated by helicopter from the embassy roof. Iconic images showed a superpower in retreat. South Vietnam's final president Duong Van Minh announced unconditional surrender. After decades of division, Vietnam was reunified under communist rule. Vietnam's 4,000-year journey is one of resilience, unity, and transformation. From myths to modernity, it is a story of adapting, enduring, and staying fiercely independent. And so this chapter of history slowly fades into the quiet flow of time. Some mysteries remain unanswered and some truths continue to shape our world. We have walked through the past together and learned what it can teach us. If you carry this knowledge forward with you through each day, then the echoes of history will never be lost. Thank you for listening, and until next time, let the past remain alive in your mind.